president wants to make them so cooperative that they're no longer a threat to the rest of the world. But I can't wait to hear what the Iranians here have to say about that, whether they find that satisfying or whether they're going to be singing along with the Rolling Stones that they can't get no satisfaction. So with that, let's go to our expat Iranian moderator, Alan, followed by Paul.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're all having a safe Good Friday, and wherever you are. It's amazing. It makes me scratch my head while all of you were talking. All of you talking about points, but I think Gary mentioned it, but unfortunately, I don't know if his voice is breaking for you guys or not, but it breaks sometime for me. I think he was talking about Iranian. What is the say of Iranian in here? Mission accomplished. What are you talking about? Well, I expect from President Trump to the end of the road. Mission hasn't been accomplished. Ask your Israeli friend. Still they hitting the spot in Tehran at least 5 or 6 or 7 every night. At least that's the news I get. I guess President Trump is not getting it. Iranian do not want regime change. Iranian wants the whole thing comes out of the ground, the big root for its 47 years. This trees, its root goes down. They wants to pull the whole damn thing out. Okay. Are we gonna learn from this stupid mistake President Carter did 47 years ago? Which then he admitted at the end of his life, because he dedicated most of his life to humanity, for having humanity, because when he put his head down, what he did. His conscience was killing him. He destroyed the Middle East for good. He handed the beautiful Iran in the silver platter in the hand of Khomeini. It was nothing other than a murder, and the 47 years of history show. And you guys talking about President Trump, you think this is what Israel will put up with it? Regime breakdown and they become, are you kidding me? These people born to destroy shit. In them books, you want to change Iran? Iranian, they wants to throw the Quran to the bathroom and flush it. Quran is the cause of all this killing. When it says kill all the non-believer, it's stated in there. You want to change the regime and change what? No, they killed Khomeini. Khomeini was a piece of meat in the bed. Hold them with at least half a pound of opium every single day to keep him alive. And thanks to Israel, finally put the big bomb on his head and destroyed the son of a gun. Now his son is on the road. Israel says, warned them, says we are very close to each leader you guys pick up. They had it enough. I don't think so. At the end, if you don't, your government, your president, world governments, and the world people in charge, if they don't listen to Iranian individual, what they want, this thing is not going to be solved. They didn't get 120,000 leave forever, but then body left this world for just to do this, change regime and keep the part of it. No, they don't want nothing. If they had internet on, I would bring 2 or 3 people here. You hear the voice from right in the heart of Tehran, see what these young people they're thinking and what they are wishing. They don't settle for nothing other than this whole thing comes from the ground and throw to the bathroom of the history for good. School in the future gonna teach the children what they were and what they did for 47 years. They're gonna blow up every mosque and they make them nightclub. Khomeini's graveyard is gonna be leveled up on the ground. All they're gonna have a bad name teaching the children. They don't want to fall. It took a long time. The only thing Khomeini did good, showed the 90 million people what Islam is. Don't look at this video, 4, 5 people cover head and they crying, they banging them head. These are all fabricated, these are all edited video from years before. Back to you, Gary. I hope I didn't give you guys headache.
Well, clearly there are different ways to approach the religion of Islam. And clearly the path that the leaders of Iran are following is not the proper path. And my Muslim friends would never hear
Gary.
that.
Come on, Gary. I'm born on that shit. Don't get me on your wrong side.
But,
I know Quran inside out. Your friend, Muslim friend, they are nothing other than just the sheep and the brainwash. That's all they.
Well, I don't want to get into an argument over religion, is my point. But I will say that you bring up something that's very important when it comes to the question of regime change that hasn't been discussed up until now. You know, when the Nazis fell, the subsequent governments of Germany made it clear that ensuing generations would be educated in the horrors of the Holocaust. And they do so to this day. Well, if they don't go all the way in Iran and they allow for a theocratic transition from one theocracy to another, and they follow the same theology as the previous administration did, or regime, which apparently they would, at least it's implied, then one would not expect that they would allow for the teaching of the horrors of 47 years under the theology that the government ran under and the oppression of people. And all of the wonderful reforms that people presume would be made, that people would be free to express themselves, sing, dance, wear, if they so desire, their hair uncovered if they are women. That's not part of this. And I think maybe the reality is, and maybe there's a miscalculation when it comes to the administration of the United States, that the President of the United States is not necessarily going to do what's in the best interest of the Iranian people. He's going to do what he sees as being in the best interest of the United States. And sometimes, as in the removal of Khamenei and the persecution of this war in the manner in which it is being persecuted or prosecuted, maybe that does align with the feelings of many Iranians, yourself included, Alan. But it doesn't mean that going all the way to the end, what this government does will necessarily be what you feel is in your best interests. And maybe you will be able to make good on your promise to take me to Iran for a free and open tour of the country. But maybe not, depending on who's in charge. That's really something to think about. Thank you, Alan. We'll go to Paul, followed by Perusian.
In question, what is mission accomplished? And we can all have our own view, Gary. I think mission's already been accomplished and is getting more accomplished every day. I think when liquid gas price doubled, mission was accomplished. When oil's heading towards $100 a barrel, mission's accomplished. And I think the reason that Trump, who's a man who thinks in dollars and cents, and sees that America is great again when it's the richest, most powerful country in the world, he's heading in that very direction. Because, you know, he pushed through, in 2016, he pushed through fracking, and you now in America export a lot of liquid gas, and liquid gas prices have doubled. And lo and behold, one of the plants in the Middle East that produces liquid gas was apparently blown up by the Iranians, apparently. And who did that benefit? Well, it benefited the USA. And you now have a whole new, not only do you have your own oil, but you have other people's oil to sell as well. And that benefits the USA financially. In fact, a crisis in the Middle East and a slowdown of oil coming from the Middle East, which we're seeing, and the slowdown of liquid gas coming from the Middle East, actually America is one of the few countries in the world that it really does benefit to a great degree. So we can have a big argument about, does it actually benefit the individual American people who will then be competing with an export market for gas and for oil, or does it benefit the very rich among the Trump family, being among those very rich? But I think mission's already been accomplished. And how many lives that money costs, and how many countries in devastation financially or physically, that is of little concern to the billionaires of this world and almost trillionaires of this world, who will make an absolute fortune, not only from the stock market and hedging on these assets going up, but then by them physically going up. So, in my humble opinion, just living here in Europe and not understanding anything, I think mission's already been accomplished as we speak.
So, you're suggesting, just to codify what you just said, that the real intent of this war was to artificially drive oil prices up for the benefit of the profit of Donald Trump and his buddies?
I don't think they're artificially going up. I think they're going up as we speak.
But artificially in that, they wouldn't have gone up if it weren't for the invasion. So what I'm saying is that they put all these efforts, all these resources, all the money that the country is spending, all the lives that are being expended on all sides, for the sole purpose of driving up oil prices for the benefit of Donald Trump and his buddies. That's your perspective. And you say that, wait, let me finish answering the question. And you say that perspective is reflective of many people's views in Europe. Am I correct in saying that? You said the perspective from Europe.
Yes, my perspective from Europe. I said,
okay, so I would take that part of the equation out of the question, but you believe that was the reason. You believe that was the reason for the war?
Well, it's not. Perhaps it's more nuanced than the billionaires and trillionaires who will definitely benefit. But America will definitely benefit as a whole. What I said was the American economy will definitely benefit from this. There's no question about it. Right? And we can balance off the amount that we're spending on arms, and we can balance off the amount that we'll gain or America will gain in oil sales and in liquid gas sales, right? And I think you'll find the liquid gas and the oil win, right? However, American economy will gain from this. The question that I posed was, will individual American people in their households buying gas for the car or, running their heating, will they benefit? Probably not financially. The individuals won't benefit because they'll be competing in the world for the oil and gas that's produced in America.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I don't think you understand how the oil industry works and how it's a commodity that's traded on the open market. But at any rate, I think a counter argument to your point is that a war with Iran does not benefit the broader American economy. It risks raising inflation, the higher gas prices. I don't know how that translates into a better economy. Slower growth. It is true that it does boost defense contractor stocks. It's like $5 billion plus for Operation Epic Fury last time I checked. So people like Lockheed Martin tend to benefit. But it's hard for me to understand the argument. Maybe others here understand it more clearly than I do, that this was designed by somebody who is such a great businessman, supposedly, to benefit the United States and the U.S. economy. I just don't understand that argument. But you may be right, but I'm just giving you my impressions. Perugian, followed by Royal.
Hello, Gary. Hello, everybody. I think the principal business is letting people to benefit from you. While people are benefiting from you, they will be your friends and they will support you, they will protect you, and you can count on them. I don't have any problems if American economy is going to benefit from Iranian wealth or commodities. I would actually really love that, because I think for the last 47 years, other people have made wealth from the property of Iranian people, but they haven't shared that with the normal people. This money has been spent in the tunnels of Gaza. They have been spent for roadside bombs. They have been spent for destabilizing Iraq or other countries just because they hated Americans and Israelis. So while this hate is disappearing, I think it is of course sure that we Iranians would like to let the Western countries, European Americans, Israelis, to benefit from our wealth, help us with environmental issues, help us with water problems. It is time to actually make business with those maybe a little bit more in our favor now. I don't think that the Chinese or the Russian would be better business partners, or the Palestinian, for example. I don't think that they would give us something for the money we gave them. Sorry to say that, but we have spent simply 50 years for stupid stuff. Now we have to be smart and try to find customers around the world. And American market is a beautiful, wonderful, great market.
Right. So based on that perspective, you are rejecting the previous caller's suggestion that it is mission accomplished already because it's helping the American economy. Okay. But from your perspective, what is mission accomplished?
Thank you. Very good question. That's why I came up to your room. Mission accomplished from my point of view as an Iranian German person who has experienced democracy in Germany and experienced the model of Germany. After the fall of Germany, Americans helped Germany to get actually a very successful model in the heart of Europe. The Americans provide security to our country. I mean, in this case, Germany. We need security after bringing down the Iranian army, we are neighbors. We have neighbors like Taliban. We have neighbors like some Arabic countries. Some of them have kind of border issues with us. We have countries around us like China, Pakistan. So we need security. We need of course, in the first
Hold on.
place, we need
I just want
security.
to ask you
Yes.
why you don't mention.
You have to wait, Daria. I know you're new to the room,
No,
but we speak one at a time. You'll get a chance to refute what he's saying when it's your turn. But we ask the people not to interrupt. I know it's frustrating.
We have
But
16
no,
countries.
I can't get through everybody on the stage if I allow for that. That kind of back and forth, which occurs in other rooms. So we're a little bit different from other rooms on Clubhouse in that regard. So please just hang in there. I want to get to you, and I want to hear what you have to say. Perusian, go ahead.
Yeah. First, we have 16 neighbors. I don't want to mention all of the names, but just we have we need protection of the zeal of you have defeated the Iranian army. Now I think in the civilization, you are responsible for the security of these people that are now without any army. So I think that Americans, thanks God, in the past there was models. We have air bases in which for 50 years American airplanes has landed, and they know the Iranian territory. I think similar to Germany's model, we need some air bases in Iran where American troops and Israeli troops, because there are two countries that, by the way, it wasn't Mr. Trump that for 16 years was in office. Israel has mentioned security issues with Iran long before Mr. Trump started his political career. So that's why we cannot say this is something that Mr. Trump had actually made. Yes, he has done it, but the fears and tensions and concerns about Iranian military and nuclear situation, nuclear developments were on the topic decades ago. So Israel and America has started a operation in Iran. They will be present there, while America is beyond Atlantic, and its military might is so huge that they won't fear Iran. Israel is still in the neighborhood and stabilized Iran. Or a model that failed, and China and Russia will use this as showing that America is unlogic and is failing and is making the world a dangerous place. And like Vietnam, let's support now the opposition military, rest people. So like the ISIS once came came as a power in Syria and Iraq. So I start landing my points with saying we need security, we need economical somehow development. These people have to have enough to eat. The Iranian people's food security shall be secured, and diplomatic and last but not least, a kind of a competition shall be started. We are a nation. 47 years we couldn't choose our politicians. The way that we have been ruled, it was from top to down, so that we haven't had that much opportunities to choose or find even empowered politicians, smart politicians who can really provide the needs of the Iranian people. So while securing the country, securing the food, and
You're repeating yourself. Just please go to your point.
Yes.
Just finish
Yes.
this.
No, I don't want to finish it, Fred. I try to put my
So let me just interject. Hold on, Persian. I am moderating the room. I will decide if somebody's going on too long. I appreciate the frustration of those waiting, but we try to give people an opportunity they feel comfortable expressing themselves within reason. And sometimes I have been criticized for letting people to go on too long, but I would rather be criticized for that than being criticized because people perceive that I've cut them off because I disagree with them, which is something that I work against. That's a perception I don't want with regard to this room. So that explains how we run it. No two rooms are run exactly the same on Clubhouse. And the beauty of Clubhouse is if you don't like the way a person runs the room, and I know that I'm not everybody's cup of tea, you're welcome to not only go to another room, but create one of your own. I don't say that with malice. I just say, this is the way we run the room. We state the rules every day at the top of the show. You may have missed them, but that's how we run the room. And so you know people have to live by the rules. Unfortunately, even if it frustrates them. So Perusian, please continue.
Yeah, it's also sad actually while the Persian guys trying to speak actually about Iranian-related issues. Some Fred called people just intervene like that. And really, but no one. Securing the borders of Iran, security as the first matter, security of food situation, economic, the economic situation shall be like the way that the people can still pay the rents, opening diplomatic and competition, political competition. America has time. America should not decide in 1 week or 2 week matters. I think Mr. Trump is smart enough to start like a competition, show me your abilities, letting people found parties. We need 2 years, 2.5 years at least to have parties. We don't have any political parties that can be part of the parliament or Senate in the future. So we, to my opinion, is the mission accomplished if America and Israel can achieve that Iran get a wonderful, good model for being partner of the Western countries and Western model and democracy. If not, 2 years later, wars can be won, but then 5 years later get to a disaster. If that happens, it would ruin the American reputation, while actually we Iranians are thankful from the Americans and hope that they will be our best business partner in the future. We wish that they support us in the way that it is good for a long times, decades of cooperation, not only short-time success that might be not called that way in the future. Thank you for your patience, and now I'm finished.
Thank you, Perusian. One of the real frustrating things about doing this, and I've been doing this on a previous platform before Clubhouse was even established, been at this for 26 years. Can you believe it? Alan and I have been together on this for 26 years.
Don't forget the great.
Yeah, you need a break. That's right.
No, great year.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, 26 great years. It gets frustrating when people try to second guess and determine how the room ought to be run, and I'm getting all kinds of back channel stuff from people who they are sure they were blocked from the room. They were blocked. And I'm trying to explain that Clubhouse, like any other such program, can be wonky. And sometimes people get disqualified inadvertently. But no matter how much you tell them, they don't want to listen. So I just, in case any of you are hearing from any of your friends that Gary blocked them, or one of Gary's mods blocked them, or Gary's mod threw them out of the room, or somebody in the room blocked them, which Clubhouse doesn't work that way, by the way, P.S.
Can I say something to you?
Please, please allay their concerns. And let them know that's not the case. Yesterday, there was a gentleman who's never been on Clubhouse in his life who came on at my invitation. His very first time on Clubhouse, he immediately found his way into the room. Somebody who is, not necessarily technologically astute. Great. Love it. He had to leave because he got a phone call or somebody walked into his business. I don't know what it was. When he tried to come back, he couldn't find the room. He went back to the link. He couldn't find the room. He is insistent that he's been maltreated and blocked. Well, no, he wasn't, because nobody knows him to block him. I'm the only one who could have blocked him. And I didn't. So I just say this as a public service announcement. And while I'm making a public service announcement, before we continue to Royal and Mary, I just want to point out to our friends here who are not in the United States that on Sunday at 2 a.m. New York time, or 2 a.m. wherever a person might be in the United States, daylight saving time takes effect, and we spring forward. So just recognize that next week, if you're coming from another country that does not change the clocks, our clocks will change for the Monday show. So when I say 5 o'clock New York time, it may not coincide with what your time is right now where you reside. And so with that, we'll go to Royal, followed by Mary.
Hey, speaking of New York, I'm walking in the middle of it. So I hope I'm coming in loud and clear from the greatest.
It's really interesting because when all this first started, when Al and I first started on Pal Talk, we were the first program to actually go out. I know people take this for granted, but that was a voice, video, and text chat program. We were the first program where people could actually, well, then we were using computers. It wouldn't even work on a phone. We would carry computers with us, and we would hook up to a cell service in New York City, and we were live from the streets. And it was like, Royal, it was unbelievable. Just imagine you're going from the inability to do this to suddenly, boom, we were doing it. But here was what was really interesting. You had to find a spot where there was a good signal, and you couldn't move. You had to stand stationary like a statue, and you couldn't move. If you moved a couple feet one way or the other, boom, you would lose the signal, we would drop out. And here you are, take it for granted, as I do every day in New York, walking through the streets of New York, talking to us as if you were right here in our own living rooms, kitchens, cars, wherever we may be. It was not always that way. And you are loud.
Oh, great. Me taking for granted? No. I remember when we didn't have that, when we had flip phones, and I was on social media 25 years ago on blackplanet.com back then. But anyway, to go to the topic of the room, and I assume we are talking about mission accomplished as defined by the Trump administration. So with that, I say Donald Trump and mission accomplished is an incoherent concept. And I'm going to tell you why. Thing one, in June, he said that he attacked Iran and we got their nukes. We dismantled it all. We got them all. They're done. They donezo. This is what he said back in June in 2025. So here it is, roughly 9 months later. And they're doing the same thing again, as if suddenly they had, within those 9 months, they were
able to enrich some more nukes or had the high potential to do so. So we know that's not true. It's not reasonable. So we can just dismiss that reasoning and show why in thing one, why mission accomplished would be incoherent for him. Thing two, if it was about terrorism around the world, and not to say that Iran didn't support terrorist acts around the world. Of course they did. We all know that. That's neither here nor there. The point is, if that was the case, then why would he fire a whole heap of intelligence career people within the country and who operated around the world? That in itself is like suicide. That is incoherent. Okay, to fire people who know how this regime works, and they were able to help us in getting the information on who could be trying to target us from that region, Iran specifically. So with just those two things alone, it just shows that there's no such thing as mission accomplished. That is not in his preview. He doesn't care about that. There's something else nefarious going on. Some people might have hinted where it could be. I'm not saying that it is, but it definitely isn't anything that we've heard in the last week. So I'm just going to end it with that.
Well, that is a good question, and I don't understand fully the mind of Donald Trump. We do know that he demands fidelity from his government workers, even if they are civil servants, even though they may have taken an oath to serve the Constitution of the United States, not an oath to serve Donald Trump. And I think he's also the kind of guy, and I think most people have come to this conclusion, maybe not everybody, that he does not want people surrounding him or feeding into the decision-making that whose recommendations or observations run contrary to his conceptions or preconceptions. And that might be part of the answer to your question. Mary, followed by...
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Gary, again for this amazing room. I try to talk about this from not only a Persian point of view, but also as an American Persian. But before that, I want to tell you a little bit about what Iranians' demand is. And I think it's kind of lost in these complicated days and moments. I think it should be clear by many of you here that we want a secular democracy. And I think we are very clear about this by showing our courage enough, which has already cost us thousands of lives in Iran. And now my people, including my own family back home, are living under this bombardment just because there is still a breath of hope for them. In the middle of all this pain, they only think that maybe this is the only way that this regime will go away and they're going to be free after all these 47 years. And this is not the first time we are uprising, guys. We have been fighting this fight for 47 years, as I told you. We have tried anything. We have tried to reform this, I would call them Shia cartel from within, but it's impossible. We have tried all of that. And Iranians are not asking for a reform. We have already tried all of them. These are so-called solutions have already cost us many people to be dead by this regime. This regime is an evil, and their identity is built on Islamic ideology that justify their violence. We know who they are because we have lived under them for 47 years. I think this operation can only be called accomplished only if Iranians finally get what they have demanded for. And it's not another reformist illusion or another recycled phase from the same system. We are asking for a true transition to free, secular, democratic Iran. It's very clear. And honestly, what President Trump said really disappointed me because I thought President Trump is smart enough to understand that this growing alliance between the United States, Jewish community, and the Persian people is a rare and powerful moment. And and this moment could become even stronger if you choose to truly stand with the Iranian people and support a real transition for them. And if he does not do this, I think this historic opportunity will be lost. Not only this historic alliance, but also the region will be not stable. I'm sure after this war, the regime has enough reason for revenge, not only from the Iranian people inside, but also from US and Israel. So there is enough reason there's enough reason that could cost the vacuum will be filled by the same forces, the same ideology, and not the recycled face of this regime. So I think it's very clear that we do not want more mullahs or religious rule or more false moderates from the same system because they're all the same.
I think part of the problem in contributing to the miscalculation potentially, Mary, and let me just add this caveat, and that is, with this president, his next pronouncement may be completely different than the one we're discussing today, is that although he won't be running for re-election, Lisa, I hope he won't be running for re-election. The Constitution precludes it, but he's actually hinted that he might suspend the Constitution, or I don't know what he has hinted at, but it's caused people to seriously consider the possibility that he may never leave office. But I'm going to presume that his intent is to leave office when his term expires, and that there will be a peaceful transition to the next presidency. He's extremely sensitive, we all know, to how he is perceived, especially perceived by people in his own base. And as I pointed out in the beginning, there are people in his base who are frustrated, and they're expressing it publicly, and it's caused him to have an open rift with folks like Tucker Carlson. And geez, the more that those two guys can fight, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Anything that makes Tucker Carlson's life miserable is all right by me. But it could very well be that he wants to find an early out with no further U.S. casualties, and he can claim mission accomplished. And it's the win that he needs politically, and he can tell the world that not only has he ended 8 wars, but he got rid of Khamenei. And, you know, you get rid of Khamenei, you get rid of the horrible threat that Iran poses to the world. And, of course, the demands he made today are great demands. Removal of its nuclear capabilities alone would change the perspective on everything. But you're absolutely right. If the regime is not changed somehow, whether it's from within or from without, It's still more of the same, as I said to Alan. He and I have been looking forward to the day that he can take me to Iran so I can enjoy that beautiful country. Can't go there now, but I'd love to. But maybe, his optimism when this war began that it won't be long, Gary, make sure your passport's up to date. Maybe I don't have to make sure my passport is up to date because of all this. But I think that's possibly weighing on this president. His desire for popularity, especially within his base. And he may be losing enthusiasm for this operation. I hope that's not the case. That's my personal belief. Not everybody here. A lot of people here hope that he will be losing his enthusiasm. I'm not one of them. But you can't count on the guy, I don't think. I just don't think you can count on him. It may work out to your favor in the long run, maybe even in the short run. But I wouldn't, he's not the Messiah. Let's just put it that way, if that's part of your religious belief. Thank you, Mary, and good luck to you and to your family. And I want you to come every day and tell me that your family is safe. I want to hear it from you. Tiger, followed by Monsef. And by the way, we're into extra time, so we won't be putting any folks on the stage. But believe it or not, Daria, we'll get to you. Everybody on the stage will get an opportunity to speak. Tiger, followed by Monsef.
Hello. Well, it's pretty clear to me that for Iran to be truly mission accomplished, it has to be pacified, right? It has to be completely debilitated in its ability to target Israel or America. But let's face it, it doesn't really have the capability to target America. So that means its ballistic missile program and stockpile has to be completely dismantled, so that it can no longer, in the next decade, target Israel. However, as my analysis went last time in this room and in Amir's room, it's not going to be accomplished without a ground presence, as that the complete area presence is not enough to be responsive enough to find all the threats and the capabilities for Iran to shoot ballistic missiles towards Israel. Therefore, we must expect for a truly mission accomplished declaration, there has to be boots on the ground. The recent news is that the Kurdistan fighters were contacted, but actually news came out that they actually refused at this time to participate in such a campaign. But adding to that, I think the capabilities on both sides are degrading over time because the ammunitions are running low on both the Western coalition and Iran. But keep this in mind, the Ayatollah Khamenei, who was killed recently, was both the state leader and also a religious leader. And in the aftermath of his death, the other religious leaders of that branch of Shia Islam have actually declared a holy war against Israel and America. And again, since they don't possess the capability of targeting America directly, other than through terrorism. Hopefully, they do not do that. They would only have to target Israel, and there's no appeasement to that. Just like Donald Trump declared that there is no deal until it's completely surrendered on the Iranian side. But if Trump is unwilling to put American boots on the ground, that is very far-fetched. Adding to that, recently, China has always been monitoring the situation in Iran. And again, we're seeing not only there is no sign for a color revolution, there's a sign that the pro-secular crowd of Iran, in the aftermath of the attack, has actually distanced themselves from the Western influence. So, and going forward, right, Donald Trump has two options. The first one is to actually commit American troops on the ground. The second one is to declare a rapid victory and walk away. In both scenarios, I think, unfortunately for Gary, the support for Israel is going to tank in America, and we're possibly looking at a fracture of their relationship going forward.
You said that because of my support for Israel, I am putting America at risk on the homeland. Is that what you just suggested?
Can you repeat your question?
Did you just suggest that because of my support for Israel, or because of the United States support, you said unfortunately for dairy, so because of the United States support for Israel, it puts us at risk on the homeland? Is that what you just said?
No, I don't think that itself puts risk on the homeland. I just think that it's a scenario that you would not like to see happen. So unfortunately for you,
I don't understand your cause and effect, and that's why I interrupted
There
you.
is
So
he means eventually more danger for Israel.
So, okay, is that what you're saying, Tiger? Can you please explain it in terms that my brain is unable to comprehend, apparently?
yes, what I meant is despite your effort to do narrative control on your room, despite your propaganda, the support for Israel in America will deteriorate.
Well,
this is not going to be a short-term solution. This is not going to be a short-term trend.
This room, you know what, Tiger, you were doing so well because you didn't try to attack me personally in the way I run the room. I'm going to allow you a little latitude because I want to make the point that I am not controlling the narrative in the room. I have a point of view that I do express, but you have the right to express a counterpoint of view, and I am going to prove it right now by allowing you to continue your counterpoint to mine, because I'm not trying to propagandize and control the room. I'm trying to spur conversation and understanding. You just don't like it that I have called out your propagandizing, which truly is propagandizing. So every time you come to the microphone, you have to accuse me of propagandizing. That's the best you have in your ammunition. And let me just suggest to you, from my observation, I'm trying to help you here. It's not a very effective way of you getting your point across. So maybe what you ought to do is just make your point.
Sure, you have deplatformed me numerous times before I could finish. And again, you accuse me of reading off the list when I'm actually trying to give you...
Not again, once. I did not accuse you of that today. So you say, yeah, I know English may not be your first language, but let me just point out, you said, again, I have accused you, and the jury of how many people there are in the room, you can ask them. I never said that today, so there is no again. But please proceed.
It wouldn't be the first time that you deplatform me, though, and you've been doing that repeatedly.
I'm getting close to doing it now, because I know you like it when I deplatform you, because it helps you make your point that I'm trying to control the narrative.
I pointed out yesterday when you were asking what we should do to target Tucker Carlson's propaganda, right? And I think the first thing is to recognize it. And whenever Gary does this in his room, when he says, maybe we shouldn't listen to.
Okay, I gave you an opportunity to go ahead without attacking me for the way I run the room. What Tiger does is, when given the opportunity, rather than making his point, this is better for him. He continues to attack me for the way I run the room, because he knows that it will get him deplatformed, so he can say, aha.
And Gary, he totally went off topic today. And if he's been so harmed, then why is he going to show up again on Monday?
By the way, contrary to the belief of several people who are having trouble getting in the room, I haven't blocked anybody from coming into the room. And those are people who generally agree with me. I'm I'm not blocking Tiger. I like when he speaks because he exposes himself and he brings to people's attention the propagandizing of the Chinese Communist Party, and it is a lesson for all of us in understanding where the CCP stands on these issues. Because as he pointed out correctly, I did call him out when he was reading from a list, because we could all tell he was reading from a list and not expressing his own opinion, wasn't speaking from the heart, because he's not paid to give his opinion. Monsef, followed by Mick.
Hey, Gary. I was not able to get in the room yesterday, so whoever did it.
I blocked you, Monsef.
Right now.
I blocked you.
Also, my wife, who I turned her into the show, can never access the room from her latest phone.
And here's El Normo. He finally made it into the room, and he thought that I had him blocked too. I don't know.
But, the app is glitchy sometimes. I'm not, I did not think you blocked me. I'm thinking Howard did, but, that's... Anyway.
Monsef, let's not air our dirty laundry in public, please.
All right, we'll leave it till later. Anyway.
And why not? Why not?
Alan, yeah. But yeah, the app does that, and it's, I don't know why. You can see the room, you click on it, and it doesn't open. So I don't know what's going on. To the topic of the room, this is what I talked about on the first day of the attack. I think that Monday after the weekend attack, is that do we really have an end game for this? Do we even do we have a plan of action, or are we just gonna do our victory dances because the Ayatollah is dead? The complexities of what's going on in Iran, the Ayatollah is dead and 40 of his top aides are gone, but is the danger gone? No, it's a system that has that can recreate itself if it left to itself. It's a system that has hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of militant fighters that are willing to, give them, die for their cause, because they really, for the last 50 years, it really became a cult that people are looking to die, and they're happy to die for their cause than to live. And that's a dangerous group that you can fight against, because they, when they die, they'll take you with them. So is, the mission accomplished? Did we just go in there to kill Ayatollah? I guess that's accomplished, but that problem is gonna, reinvent itself. But all they need to do is vote. I guess they're just waiting for a vote from the 88 so-called experts. The world on the street is that the son is going to be chosen. If I were the son, I would not want to be chosen for that position, because you'll be targeted for elimination. But that's kind of, we went with this whole thing with, we did this because two fronts, the enrichment of uranium and all that, we heard that story before, that problem was eliminated. We came to find out, and some sources in the media are saying there's about 450 kilograms of uranium, enriched uranium, that's still circulating around. We don't have our hands on that. We don't know where it is. So that problem, we might have slowed the atomic bomb, I guess, from being put together. But the elements to make it, to put it together, are still out there. We bombed the Fordo and the Asfahan or what have you, facilities that enrich it. But the enriched uranium is a huge problem. We gave the Iranian people false hope from from what I remember the president said that we're gonna start this, but you guys have to finish it. Finish it with what? I mean, these are people that are not armed. They go out in the street. These are mostly young people, student, whatever. They are civilians, and you're asking them to rise up and take control of a government that has, like I said, the IRCG and the besieged forces are in the millions, and they're all well armed. They had mass executions with all kind of weapons in the last protest. Over 60,000 people died. So the president actually let me down today by saying that he doesn't care if the new regime in Iran is a democratic one. I thought it would be nice that we would offer some kind of, like a good outcome of this war would be, a free people of Iran that can live in peace and wouldn't suffer from a regime that's dictatorial and that they, and that's gonna just go ahead and kill them. So I guess the only thing that Trump is worried about, he said, as long as the religious, I don't even care if they're religious or not. So I guess he doesn't care about religious abuses that are happening out there if you're not following the Shia, way of covering up and all that. He doesn't care because he said as long as they're good with the U.S., I don't care. So that whole thing about we care about the people of Iran kind of goes out the window. So, I'm still confused what got accomplished. I got to listen yesterday to a French podcast. I go to sleep listening to podcasts, and I try to vary kind of my sources of where I get my information. And the state of how the Europeans think about this, they said when they saw the story before, they heard that the war in Russia and Ukraine was going to be solved as soon as he gets to be president. They said that when he met with Putin in Alaska, he boasted that this is going to be no issue, whatever. Then we started hearing, he makes these grandiose kind of things that we won, we got it. But we got to a point that because of these repeated empty promises, people don't take him seriously, and our allies don't take him seriously. And that's a problem. So I'm worried that we're getting into different fronts of wars that are resources are getting split up. We're not even, I don't even know what was that thing in Venezuela other than taking Maduro, but the whole government is still there. The same abuses are still going on. I know we might have some better deals with getting into Venezuelan oil, but the whole situation is still there. Like poverty that's gonna cause people to immigrate, and the influx of drugs and all that. I don't know what we did in Venezuela. So that's a war that hasn't. I don't know if that was even a war, but it was military action that doesn't have an end. We're in Iran, and we're already talking about going into Cuba. So that's that's just scary. To the person that said before that the United States is going to benefit from this, I don't know if they know much about economics. The economy is actually looking into a recession today. I'm sure Howard follows these things up close. The job numbers came out for February. It's not related to this, but it adds salt to the wound. The job numbers were not great. The higher oil prices will cause inflation. So we got slowing economy with an inflation that's called in economic terms a stagflation, one of the worst economic conditions that you have. You have less money but higher, less. Your unemployment is going up, but then things keep getting expensive, not because of demand, but because of supply. The stock market as the president and his people from his cabinet keep talking about it as being a catalyst for his success, he's not doing well. We're not talking any longer about Dow 50,000 and S&P 7,000 because they all dropped. We're actually negative for the year. So that's all I have to say, Gary. I'm not going to be long. I was long enough, but I'm not going to take more time. I am concerned there is no mission that was accomplished unless the mission that was accomplished was to kill Khamenei, but that doesn't solve the problem.
Thank you, Monsef. I'm sure, again, you brought up Venezuela. I'm sure the Iranians who are listening are looking at Venezuela and hoping that there's more substantive change in Iran than there has been in Venezuela. You brought up a very important point about Venezuela. There was a promise and twice an announcement that they were going to free the political prisoners. They did free some, but they did not free them all or a substantial number of them as they had pledged to do. And the president's response now is, Rodriguez, she's doing a great job. She's a wonderful leader. It's great, great. Everything in Venezuela is great. Great. Okay, I'm not in Venezuela. I don't know, but I'd love to hear from people in Venezuela whether things really are great, and I'm dubious. And I have to believe, not that I'm always right, that if I'm dubious, a lot of people are dubious. And I think that question about whether an effective change is made other than certain elements that are the president's goal, whether they actually will occur to the benefit of the Iranian people, I'm sure many Iranians, based on today's pronouncement by the president, are concerned. I would use the word concerned. Thank you, Monsef. Meg, followed by Fred. Meg. Monsef, you and I put Meg to sleep. Fred, followed by Linda.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, that's great. Thanks for your time. So, I'm an Iranian American and I'm living in US, but I want to talk about the current situation in Iran and also the topic that if the mission accomplished. So first, the mission has not accomplished yet, but what is important to see what is exactly the mission. So if you go back and see the ideology and the policy of the Islamic Republic regime, from funding the terrorist organization, including Hamas and Hezbollah, and also proxy groups in Iraq, like Kitover, Hezbollah, the Badr Army, and some other groups, its whole goal is destabilizing the region and kind of be a threat to Israel. Okay, this is one of the key strategy they have. So, in order to mission accomplish, they not only need to hit the hardliners, including the Khamenei, which was correctly removed, but the other hardliners that have a key power in the government, in order to get to the point that some reformists not get into the power, but they start the transition to democracy. You need to understand that Trump administration is not responsible to bring the democracy in Iran. They have the different national interests, including the makes Iran move away from China, decoupling energy dependency of the China, because 90% of Iranian oil go to the China. And this is the important point, besides of the Belt and Road goals that China had. So this is important part that I think by bringing the government that be closer to United States and become ally, to United States enables to control the China, okay, one of the major goals. At the same time, make sure that the Israel is going to be safe by not having the existential threat from Islamic Republic regime. In order to reach that accomplishment, in order to reach that mission, they need to make sure that this regime hardline structure topple or completely change by bringing somebody who is eager to become a good player, become the pro-Western kind of government, and that enables to bring peace to whole Middle East, stop proxy because they're going to die out because of no support, no financial support, and then become a great ally to Israel. So you need to understand that by just hitting the nuclear facility or missile facility or killing the Khamenei, you will not reach that goal because they can just go back and build the missile facility underground or just without anybody knows what they do underground or in the specific area. So it's important to make sure that these governments will come into play, take control of what is going to be closer to the Western governments and become an ally to them. Without this, I think it's not going to be accomplished. And my hope is if they could put on the ground, I'm not sure it is possible to do it because of the Congress and they need to get the permission. But that's going to be, I think, necessary to be able to do such an accomplishment.
Thank you for that, Fred. We'll go to Linda, and then Meryl will get the last word, not just for today, but for this week.
Hi, everyone. End of the week, happy weekend and everything. What constitutes mission accomplishment? I don't know. I really don't understand. I thought that we took out their nuclear capabilities, like a year ago with bombing them. And then I was shocked that we, did it over the weekend or whenever it happened. I'm sorry, I don't remember, but I was shocked to find all this out. I just don't understand what the clear objective is, because once we take out their nuclear capabilities and get rid of 49 of their members or the leaders, what else is there to do? And then what else is Trump trying to do? Because then he said that he would want to I saw on the news, he said he would want to pick Iran, have a hand in picking Iran's next president or something, or leader. And then he mentioned possibly something about going into Cuba. It's just kind of all over the place. What was the other one that he said? The whole situation with Venezuela. So I'm just not really understanding what's kind of going on. What would make mission accomplished, and then what's the objective when it comes to Iran and the conflict, and then now I forget how many countries are now involved. Is it 11 or 14? That's kind of scary to have that many involved in the conflict now too. So yeah, I just don't really understand. It just seems to be seems to be all over the place. And then I saw unrelated, but Kristi Noem got fired. There's a bunch of changes with that, and it's what are we doing here? So yeah, I just want to say that. Thank you.
I think there's a political advantage to exactly what you just articulated, Linda, with regard to being non-specific about what the objective is. That way, you can't be held to a claim of failure if you don't reach an objective that was not clearly articulated. It's something to think about anyway. It's just my thought anyway. Thank you, Linda. Meryl, you get the last word. Make it good.
Well, I don't know if I can make it that good. I didn't hear a lot because I had to take a phone call. So I'm not terribly influenced by anything that anybody said one way or the other. I am probably coming in pretty harshly, because I don't think, I don't give him the kind of credit that you would need to have the kind of ability that he would need in order to achieve whatever it is that somebody thinks is a reasonable achievement. And you're talking about Cuba, you talk about Venezuela, these are geography. This is a man who, when he wants to really make a good decision that he thinks is something that holds his interest, it's whether or not statues are nice in the rose garden, and does he need a better door or no door for the big ballroom. This is not a man he's not a deep thinker. He can't even hold, I don't think you can hold his interest in something that he doesn't fully understand. We have a phenomenal military. We had phenomenal intelligence that Israel helped with. All the good things have come from something that's not necessarily his decision, but decisions that other people helped him make, or other people made for him.
Right, but as George W. Bush once said, "I'm the decider," right? So
no, that was Dick Cheney. Yeah, it was Dick Cheney, though, who was the decider, wasn't it?
No, it was George W. Bush. But regardless, isn't he ultimately the decider?
When we say that, do we really want that? Do we really trust that he is? I mean, if I'm the Iranian people, I don't think this man is going to give them what they want. I don't think he's going to even be able to achieve for them what they should have. And I don't know that he will. I don't know that he has enough empathy or interest. He's somebody who's just, it's not, I don't know how to explain it. Gary, you said before you thought that he would disappoint them. I thought that the moment that he said, "We've got your back," I don't know that he would have come in and done what he's done so far if he weren't guided by somebody else. And now we're getting down to something that's really, really tough. Regime change, or do you just leave it a destroyed nation and then say, "Hey, look, we did our best, now it's up to you"? I think he's that kind of a guy. I think he's the kind of guy that's going to go on to something else that he thinks is easier. And he wants his name in the paper. He wants credit. But if it starts to be tough and he's not going to get credit and gas prices keep going up and inflation goes up, that guy's not with you. I don't think he is the right person to achieve the right goal for that nation. And maybe I'm just too harsh on him, but I don't think so.
But would you at least argue that what he's done so far has been great accomplishments from your perspective?
I just said that. I said we have a wonderful military. We have the guidance of Israel's intelligence. Yes, he did something with them, and I'm not going to take away from that. The war seems to be going, at some point, seems to be going well. Is it going to achieve what? We didn't even know why we were there. We don't quite even understand that. We have to wait for Marco Rubio to tell us 3 different ways, and we finally settle on a way. I'm not certain. I won't take away from the achievements they made. I didn't take away from what happened in June. I thought what they did in June, no, they did not obliterate, but I thought they carried out an excellent mission as best they could. So I'm not going to take that away from him. But am I going to say that this is a man who can hang in there and make the right decisions, the best decisions, and see this to the end, to the best interests of the country, their country? No, I don't think he has that ability. I don't. I just don't. And I don't know that, like I said, that's a man who really would rather pick out drapes and he wants to be known for all the beautiful things that he does, and for the enemies that he can, not those enemies, but the enemies, he's got a midterm coming up. That's going to bother him. How can he interfere with that midterm? That's going to mean more to him than Iran at some point.
Thank you, Meryl. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Remember, when I say we'll be back at 5 o'clock New York time on Monday that we will spring forward here in the United States, most of the United States, Sunday morning, Saturday night into Sunday morning. So if your clock does not automatically adjust on your iPhone because it has not changed where you live, in your mind, please recognize that I think it means that it's an hour earlier than it is now that we start where you are today. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Monday for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, have a great weekend, and peace out.
Book that warns you about Baal and Molech also tell you to serve Baal and Molech. Without that or the Canaanite books, we would literally have no clue as to what these people are serving. You would see that whole Balenciaga campaign, Baal, and literally not know what the fuck is going on.
Okay, can I get in, because everybody's like taking all of my shit and doing shit with it. Okay, so here's the thing, right? It doesn't matter. 5 religions. I think it's 5 religions. Don't quote me on it. But is it Christianity?
Let's not do religion.
Judaism, etc. You know what I'm talking about. All of them will worship the same goddamn God with a different ideology, a different name, and you're literally doing it, not recognizing that you're serving the demon god of this world. The thing that created this goddamn shit that think it's God.
Some of us have actually hearkened to God's voice, and we're not celebrating that shit.
And I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's confused. See, this is the thing, right?
There is no demon God.
If you go back in antiquity and you're separating the worship of Yahweh from the Canaanites, their worship of their pantheon, which contains Ishtar, Molech, Baal, and all those stuff. You go back in antiquity, the people who worship Yahweh wasn't in the Canaanite pantheon prior to the Hebrew Israelites entering into that land. He didn't exist to the Canaanites at all. The Canaanites have always worshipped their God, Baal, Molech, all of those things, right? We who are Hebrew Israelites, we worship Yahweh. There is no historical evidence that proves that Yahweh was in that land prior to the Hebrew Israelites coming into that land. They added Yahweh to that pantheon after the fact. And honestly, to be honest with you, it's not even in the fucking pantheon. Even to this day, Yahweh is not one of their main gods. It's always been a Hebrew Israelite God. There's no definitive proof that says that before Israelites were in that land, that Canaanites were worshiping Yahweh. That's where this idea that we're all worshiping the same God comes from, and that we're all worshiping a demon. No, their God is Baal. They serve Baal. They make sacrifices to Molech. The separation is the Hebrew Israelites who came into that land.
And the 12 tribes were scattered all across.
It's 2 different beliefs, bro. It's not the same thing.
Can I say something? So here's what. Y'all are taking it as an attack. What I'm simply trying to tell you, you're taking it as an attack. What I am simply trying to tell you, majority of the people who follow these so-called teachings, religions, or whatever else you want to call it, they have been deceived. Why? Because they tell you you're worshiping one thing when you're actually worshiping another. They're literally playing games on you. This is why when you go to these temples and you put your knees on those grounds and you try to pray as much as you can, shit doesn't work.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself on that.
You don't have to.
Please speak for yourself. Please. If you want to touch something, please speak for yourself.
Yeah, and I think that you need to actually spend time
Keep defending your God.
Wait,
because when my prayers come up, guess what? My blessings come down.
I find that people can be misled, and they're trying to follow the quote unquote right God. And the fact that this is my observation of the situation. Okay, you have to look at what the product that you're receiving, what's being manifested, what actually matters in the world that we're living in right now. And you see all of this proliferation of quite literally destruction, cancerous behavior. And all of everyone is praying and doing the quote unquote right thing, but somehow it's leading to this result. You have to ask yourself, are those people, are you guys all participating in something that's going to give you the blessings that you're seeking, the life, the peace? No, that's not the results that's being had right now. So you have to wonder who you actually praying to. What energy is actually being manifested? Because there is no way that, from my point of view, no way that all of you guys are praying to this good God, quote unquote. The products that's being manifested in real time is of demonic sources and energy. It is evil.
But how can you believe in demons, which is
I'm not. It's not a belief of it's.
Yeah, but how can
what is being manifested? It's like this. You go and you eat McDonald's every single day. You cannot be like surprised that you're getting fat and you do cancer or other chronic diseases.
Who told you to eat the McDonald's?
The people, McDonald's is going to be.
You were forced to go buy that burger?
People believing that they're eating healthy food
if you're forced
and they're not eating healthy food.
But you know inherently that McDonald's is not healthy. If you choose to go eat it anyway, or is anybody forcing you to go eat it?
No.
It doesn't matter.
People think that they're eating food.
Okay, just let her finish and I'd like to go.
Meal. They're having a nutritious. They're not. They're growing up and being fed information, and they're going with it with a good, goodness in their heart. The idea that they're going to be doing something good for themselves. I'm just going to eat something real quick. But what you're eating doesn't have substance. And what it's producing afterwards is destruction in your body. And not a lot of people know that, because a lot of people are introduced to this type of religion in a way that's just to follow, put your head down, don't ask too many questions. Now, if you know, you know. If you know better and you have things that are happening in your life, to your experience, your personal experience, that's great. If you are getting blessings and you feel peace but look at the totality of what's happening in this world today. The totality. Look at it from a bird's eye view. This is destructive. It's disgusting. And a lot of people go to church. A lot of people are, Bible believers around the world. The Jews, they believe in their gods. And the Muslims, they believe in the gods. And all of them have the same source. I know you're trying to make a distinction between Yahweh and the other God and stuff like that, but to be honest, you see them both present in the Bible. So it's, to me, I get the whole personal situation of, you may know a little bit better and God is present in your life and you speak to God and all this different type of stuff. And the fact that you think that America is going to be untouched for now, okay, that's
why we have. That's not what America's not going to be untouched.
No,
right. Trust me, we're going to have our day.
Exactly.
So, okay, I mean, are you gonna finish?
Yes, I'm done. You can jump in.
America's not going to be untouched. The land that is America will most definitely be touched. And the people who are the politicians who we consider the beast system most definitely will be touched. What she's talking about as far as the jewels are the people, the descendants of the line of Adam, Abraham, the line of Judah, which the Bible tells you is still in Babylon up until this time. That's what will be protected. And if you see even today, spiritually, Black people are getting chance after chance after chance to get their shit together, right? So the reality of it is that even with the McDonald's, right, somebody can give you a plate, but they can't force you to eat off of it in 2026. Now, like in antiquity, we can't, it's a little bit of a mixed bag because we have slavery, we have all of those things. But coming out of slavery as a people group, what have we done for each other? Where have we progressed? Don't get me wrong, there is agendas, but what kind of things allow you to kill your own people, to serve drugs in your own neighborhood, to eat food that is literally not good for you, and it's not good for you, but so you're taking this McDonald's thing, but nobody's giving you the McDonald's thing down your throat. It's inherently bad for you, yet you get up, you give them your money anyway. At some point, we have to take accountability for ourselves, right? Because if you read the book in and of itself, there are a lot of misconceptions that people stay on this stage, but because they have not read the book, they can't clear those misconceptions, right? One of them is the church. We were never have denominations. We were never supposed to split the church and have you reading this Bible, you reading that Bible, you reading this Bible. That's something that came out of Catholicism. They did that. That's not something that we were supposed to do. The temple of God was always the people. That's why it says where two or more gather two or more gather, there is the Spirit of God, right? Because you never needed a church or monetary compensation to serve God. It's quite literally so I do think that
serving going to these temples.
yeah, but you don't have to. You don't have to go to a temple to find God. That is what mainstream religion has made you do, telling you it's called the prosperity gospel, that if you tithe and you listen to this preacher, you're gonna go to heaven. And we all know that that does not do anything for being a low vibrational person. If you're a shitty person in this life, you fuck people over, you steal, you rob, you cheat on your wife and your husband, guess what the fuck? There are consequences for your actions. There's no place in this regular life that you do something and that shit don't come back to you. So you think that you're going to just do whatever the fuck you want to do in this life and you're just going to die and nothing. Even the Egyptians didn't believe that shit. They believed that you've weighed your heart against a feather. Even the Hindus don't believe that shit. There's barely any religion that says that you just do whatever you want and you're just not going to pay no consequences. I do believe that there is one God, one creator, one collective consciousness that we're all calling different names, right? But if you sit down and you read these Abrahamic religions for yourself, there are far more similarities than there are differences. We are choosing as human beings to fight because we don't want to understand each other. That's our nature. That has nothing to do with religion.
But that was the original point, and the fact that Muslims, Christians, Jews, you guys are all doing the same thing. You guys are all calling on the same thing. You guys all believe in the one God. The only difference with Christians is the prophet and God and all that stuff. But you guys are all praying to the same thing.
It's just not true. And that's what's so disingenuous.
Right. It's true. It's true. I understand what she's saying, and it's true because there is in Islam there is only one God. Okay, and when she's talking about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they are Abrahamic religion.
There's still only one God.
The same story. Exactly. That's what I just said.
Yeah, but it's not about there being one God. Are you doing
I mean, can I finish? Y'all gotta stop with the dogma. Listen, so I'm talking to Sweet because I'm not saying any. This is what Sweet said, right? And who was the other young lady speaking? No, Shanti. Okay, so there is only one God. It's not whatever God or your God, the God you serve. It's one God. I'm not. They're all the same religion, so of course you're playing to the same God. It's the same book with some minor adjustments. Jews stop at Moses. Christians accept Moses and they add Jesus. Okay, Muslims and they stop at Jesus. They don't accept Muhammad. When you get to the Muslims, they accept the Prophet Muhammad, Jesus and Moses. They accept them all as prophets. Okay, it's just some small breakdowns, and unfortunately, people kill over those small breakdowns, which is crazy. Because none of them know.
You're talking to me, Erica. Let me respond, Erica, real quick. Do you think all Christians are the same?
It's what is called on. Like, this is what you guys, and this is what I mean, the bird's eye view situation. What is the product that is resulting from this? The most violent people on earth have to be the most religious. The most violence comes out of religion.
That's why religion needs to be shun away with.
That's statistically not true. I'm sorry. That's statistically not true.
In the world are religious gangs.
That's statistically not true.
You guys don't feel so. I don't. It's just I have to look at the results of stuff. And all of these nations that are fighting, all of them have this super superior complex with their God and their Bible. And it's all, and this is the fruit of it. It's absolutely poisonous. So let me respond.
That's because you're looking at politics. Hold on, Erica, I stopped.
Are you saying politicians aren't religious?
No, you're looking at politicians, but to be honest,
they're not religious?
Yeah, I know, but stop cutting me off. Let me finish. Most people, that's the thing, right? If you're looking at pure stats and just taking the whole belief thing out of it, 90% of Islamic people are not even violent at all. There's a small percentage of Islamic terrorists who are causing problems in the world. Also, Catholic extremism, which came really out of the Catholic Church, we've long past that shit. And second, okay, that's great. But statistically, you can go research it now, right? Out of all the wars that we've had in the last 6,000 years, 97% of them have not been fought in the name of religion. No, was it 97? 93%. 7% of world wars have been fought in the name of religion, and most in modern times, right? 4% being Islamic, 3% being Catholicism based, right? So that tells you 93% of the time that we've been fighting is due to territory, money, resources, all different types of things. If you take Jinn out of it, human beings will still be fighting over the color of their skin, over who has what resources, who has the gold, who has the silver. Like, it's not, I get that religion has been a cause and we make it seem like it's the reason why people do things that they do, but no, people are going to find something they're going to use whatever they want. They pick up, if somebody picks up a gun, why do you call the person bad and not the gun bad, right? You call the person who used it as a tool bad. It's the same thing with the Abrahamic religions. The book never picked itself up and shot no cannons, shot no nuclear weapons. It's the people who use religion for their own accord.
And okay,
so let me respond to Erica. You've been going back and forth.
So I just have to add this point. To your original point of, majority of people are violent, you're absolutely right. Majority of the people are not violent. Majority of people are just going to church. They're not violent. Like, it's not. But majority of them are going to observe and sustain from actually acting upon something because they think that they're right, and they think that they're right because their religion is it. And you don't have to say, in the name of religion, I'm going to go to war. The people who will take it to the furthest point are religious people. It's absolutely like just the furthest point, because they're not going to budge. What they believe is what is. And it's the United States, who's quote unquote predominantly Christian. You have Israel, who's representing Jews, and then you have the people in the Middle East, like Iran, and all of these, Iraq, Afghanistan, all of these different places who are predominantly Muslim. Like, what are we actually saying here?
Yeah, but you're blaming people.
Go ahead. You will find Hasidic Jews based in Brooklyn who will outright say, we do not believe what's going on in Israel is right.
And like, Christians say the same thing.
Can I respond to Erica, please? And so this is why you cannot have a mindset of throwing the baby out with the dirty bathwater. You wash the baby off. You don't get rid of the dirty bathwater and most of that whole water is all full of dirt because the baby was in there washing, and then you throw it away. So this is why you can't just come rationally. You can do whatever you want, but rationally, it makes zero sense when we know that these Christians in America, there's some good Jewish people in America, these Muslims that are their faith, it keeps them doing the right thing and not becoming like the very individuals that have been doing them wrong. And them holding to a whole higher standard is the only thing of why you still have this peace and why in America these jewels are here. Are there good people around the earth? Absolutely. But in this country, it's very unique. What these people in this country, how they don't go along to get in. I was just watching Jesse Jackson's thing. When you go look at those people in that audience, understand that struggle, you understand these people have been holding on and believing, maybe damn near to a fault. Many are saying that the chorus today is, the hell with continuing to do the right thing. Shit, just go start killing everybody. The only ones that are holding on to a standard from God, from these Abrahamic religions, yes, those key three, the triumvirate, it's Christianity starting with Judaism, and all of them are held to a standard. So like Erica beautifully pointed out, if you're a Muslim, you embrace all of them, and prophets that aren't even talked about in that Bible, you're going to embrace. And all of them you equate to doing the will of God. You don't make one better than the other. You don't fall for that trick. You don't get caught in that. And so if you are a good Christian, you're getting your reward from your Lord. If you're a good person and you about that Judaism, like the sister said, oh, you getting your reward, Lord. And if you're a good Muslim, oh, you get, or whatever other thing that you do and you know good, and you do know what good is. And when you stand on that, don't go along just to get along, and you fight that good fight, rewards coming for you. So if you've given up on that concept, say that. Others are not going to just throw God's word away because some evil people come in the name of God and do some straight up satanic devilishment in the name of Jesus, in the name of Muhammad, in the name of all of them, Moses, and some come in the name and don't even profess to be about that, but they gonna ride the title of just being in that group anyway. This is what we gotta weed out. That's the nuance to get rid of those fake ones, the false prophets, the ones that come in the name of good people doing some straight up devilishment. And if you won't have the courage to point out those individuals and make yourself even get better and hold yourself to a higher standard and start holding people accountable on whatever list they on or whatever the hell they are, then just understand you're waiting on some mystery God and you're just on some bad understanding of these scriptures and you're just not being guided right.
Okay. Well, that's nice and lovely. I just look at the product of it. That's all. I just look at the product.
I tell you, God has never been a majority rule kind of guy. So you can have 90% doing crazy.
And you're making it seem like your God has never, proposed that war would be a good thing to wipe out nations and whatnot.
He didn't propose it, but it's going to happen because there's a purification happening.
So yeah, so, do you see what I'm like? Do you?
Hey, you don't want guidance. You don't want to know.
See what you justify? Oh, you have to be good. You have to do this.
Yes.
Oh yes, but we're gonna purify. We're gonna use war to purify.
God is running the show.
Yeah. So God.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Anywhere needs to be purified.
This we're seeing right now. That's God. That's your God.
No doubt about it. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. We agree on that.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I was about to say, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't call my God Yahoo or Trump.
This has to be a devilish demon wrath filled with evil and hatred. You couldn't convince me otherwise. And that's okay if that's what it is. Just I don't know why you guys are trying to make it so fluffy and sweet and kind and so good and peaceful. That's not what it is.
The scripture's not trying to convince you of anything. Either you believe or you don't.
People
it's not trying to convince you.
That's what people try to convince.
No, I'm just saying, nobody in their right mind gonna try to convince you. God doesn't want you to convince nobody. If they believe, they believe. If they don't, they don't. If they're a hypocrite, they're a hypocrite.
Hey, check it out. So you think it's other nations that'll get purified and this one won't?
There'll be other people on the planet, in my belief, all over the planet, but we're talking about a whole system of things and a whole country.
God's been purifying, and I swear, I thought that God sent His only begotten Son to save us from our sins.
That was part of what was lied to you about.
He's still purifying, be for real. That's why I'm I can't, you guys can't convince me. It's lovely for the people who need the training wheels so that they feel they're in lab doing something. I feel good for you. If you feel balanced, you feel you're healing, you feel good, it's an excuse and a reason to go right, great. But you can't convince me.
Okay. I'm not going to try. I don't know about anybody else, but I ain't going to try to convince you. But I'm not going to be swayed either. I'll die first.
That's good. Don't be swayed.
Nah, I'm going out on this page. Jesus went out on it. I'm standing on it, man.
Jesus, who came to save us from all
That's
sins,
right.
but there's still a need for purifying the nation.
He said the expedient that I go away, so they come to me. Some believe in his words and some don't. So I'm just
What do you need to purify after the sins have been washed away?
If you don't need God, that's fine. I need God.
Oh yes,
I'm not turning my God in.
That if you don't believe in Jesus, then it's okay.
Your choices. Like I said, you go to McDonald's or not?
It's almost like there aren't people who believe, good people who believe in that area of the world, and in your same exact God who's not getting bombed up right now. slaughtered.
Oh no, some good ones will get caught up in the drama. Nobody here lied. Let's start there. Can we agree on that? I don't give a damn how good you live. You don't hate when you ain't here.
Nobody's getting out of here alive.
Can we accept that thought? If you do all the right stuff, you might not make 100 years. Or if you do all the jacked up stuff, you might get 90 years. Can we agree on that?
What are you talking about?
That nobody gets out of here alive. It ain't like we're not gonna all go.
A long life sentence is not a bad thing, but it's nice that we all die.
It's nice that we. I don't understand what you're saying.
You said that some people have to live 90 years. No, I didn't
say that some people have to live 90 years. I said, you look around, you might, damn, God, how come some good people, I know my mother, my auntie, the brother over there, they was good people, and you took them. What, did they think they were going to live forever? It's about making heaven on earth.
It's about being good. That's the
yeah, it's about making heaven on earth. But if you don't get rid of the peace breaker, certain individuals break peace. Can we agree on that? That's what they do. They cause havoc in hell and
like literally.
Can we not try to find these people
back in the religion? Yes, like you guys. Like I don't know why it's so hard to call that out. Like yes.
Well, if you see one, let us know where they at, and we'll go down. If you see one, let us know, and then we'll deal with it. If you see one raping a little 2-year-old, 3-year-old, please let the people know. That won't be tolerated. Trust me. That's why they hiding right now. They don't want to be on the list. They don't want to be exposed.
See that? Little in America, your president is really someone who has been convicted of rape. And you're saying it won't. That I just can't. Like you can't convince me. There's no way. What are you talking about?
But Megan said there's something special going on in this country. It's what Megan said. That's where it all starts.
There's a lot of special happening.
It's only about the people. It's not about the country. The country's going down.
It's about people.
It's about the people. This is your chance to figure this shit out, bro.
It is the chance to figure it out. What are you talking?
You know, like it brings me back.
Yeah, but why are not people not figuring it out? That's the issue. We blame religion, but people are the ones not doing the work to just build community and shit like that.
Right. Listen, that brings me back to what we were talking about yesterday when that sister was telling us about how she gets her spring water, how she's cultivating, how she makes her wine, she's growing stuff. And, you know, if we did more of this type of stuff, we wouldn't be so dependent on their fast foods and their fucking grocery stores. And what they go through really wouldn't affect us because our consumerism would be a lot different because we know that, hey, we don't need a whole lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? All we need is what's going to help us survive day to day. You know?
And then the corporations would die off, and they couldn't do no crazy shit.
Bottom line.
Nobody's over there.
Man,
they find something else. They'd have to start selling some good stuff or getting the back of the line, and we're looking at their resume and seeing, okay, look, man, you was over there. Now you're trying to come over here with the good, healthy vegan farm. Bro, you was over there at McDonald's for a long time. So, you know, get in the back of the line, and we watching you. And that's how it goes, man. That's how you create heaven on earth.
The crazy thing is that people always point out and say you're a president, but can't point out other leaders and presidents and rulers, right? They're not no better than Trump.
That's I agree
you look at Putin.
I agree with you.
You look at the dictator of China, right? You look at, I mean, they will lock you.
Shit, Nigeria. What the fuck?
That's the point. Who's gonna elect? What type of people is going to elect somebody like that? What type of people being guided by the good Lord is going to have someone guide them who is of that status?
And that is not our will. It's not our will. Not our will.
Well, if you understand, if you understand what the Lord say, right, you should know that all man is within sin, and no man is perfect. So when you think that it's going to get some perfect God, it's not going to happen.
Exactly, Nathan.
Excuses.
No, all we can do is try our best, but to have some mythical.
Not my fault. That's the same thing. It's almost like you can't make it. If you are taught properly, if you understood what was being taught to you, if you knew how to make that and manifest it into reality, then you would attract the very thing that you deserve.
How are we going to do that collectively as a people when we're talking about a president?
There's literally collectively happening. Like, that's the whole thing.
Everybody manifesting that. Let's just make it all.
about two different things.
We gotta put.
You can't compare. You can't compare
Trump was
the
put
people.
into place by God. If he was appointed to his position, guess who did it? God let it happen. Like, why do we not see?
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, can you repeat that?
So, I mean, listen, I know we all have different beliefs, but if he was appointed, right, in one part, whether we believe in the things that he does or not, the man was put in there by God. Like,
Does God not know?
whatever omniscient being that we call God allowed him to be put in place, right? There's a million other Republicans and people who could have been for the job, who could have went for the job, but he was put there for a reason. And to be honest with you, if you look at the shit that he's doing, I don't like Trump. I really don't. I don't like that orange popsicle motherfucker. I really wish we had else. But to work with what we've been given, this is what we have. If you really go down and see what Trump is doing, this is an opportunity for America to at least extend its power for 50 years, right? Like America.
Do you hear what you're saying?
Yes, it does.
That's where it is. Right.
You want everything to be bad, and you want to have.
I don't want everything to be bad. I live a very good life.
Ultimately, Trump was put into place for a reason, and no matter how people try to find the negative out of it, it's up to you to choose to see life as positive and see the benefits that are coming out of it. It doesn't mean you love Trump. It doesn't mean that. But what happens is, if you really look at what he's doing politically, the rest of the fucking world is authoritarian. If America goes down, there is no democracy. You don't want Sharia law to run the fucking world, because guess what? I'm a woman. I want to go to school. What are you talking about? If you don't understand, if you keep cutting, can I finish? Instead of cutting me off, y'all keep cutting me off. And that's why you're not understanding what the fuck I'm talking about. America is a stronghold for democracy. As bad as we have been, on the flip side, we have created a lot of freedom around the world. If you travel and you go outside, you're going to start seeing that the world is not as free as you think it is. There's a lot of places where you cannot talk like this. You cannot say shit in the streets. Even in Nigeria, I cannot tweet the things that I want. I cannot post the shit that I want because of my husband's position, right? I cannot. He might die. I might die. I think that a lot of times as Americans, as much as y'all want to dwell in this trauma and woe is me, the reality of it is that America staying in this place is beneficial. We deserve a spank on the bottom, but you cannot deny that for the last 200 years, millions upon millions upon billions of people have gotten to benefit from this government and from this land. So as much as we want to say everything, nothing in this life is all bad. It's yin and yang. There is good within bad and bad within good. And it's up to you to see the good. I choose to see the good. If America falls and we keep fucking complaining, the rest of the world is authoritarian. Without the stronghold of democracy, you don't want China, Russia, India, and countries with authoritarian governments to be the next ruler. We want the extension of American power. It's unfortunate that they've had to play the game that they've played. I wish they hadn't, but it's better off us being in this position still as the greatest country in the world than to allow democracy and to be riding in the streets calling for democracy to die out. I don't think you guys know what the end of America means. It doesn't mean that the world is going to be fucking better.
And that was Exhibit A of the type of God that you follow and believe in. That is the exhibit.
Then that's a good damn exhibit, because what is you said?
That's the whole point.
Correct.
God at this point.
God is your God. Your God.
What type of God do you follow? What type of God do you follow?
If you don't believe in God, why do you keep bringing it up?
I know. It was very rude to try to let me borrow the mic for a second, because ladies, y'all got to calm down. First of all, when you hear somebody off the mic, don't keep trying to talk over them. They're off the mic, yield and give them the mic if they're off first. Second, ladies, for the one who's trying, don't listen. I'm trying to let y'all have the conversation. I don't want y'all to go left with this. Do not try to tell somebody who they're worshiping. They just told you. And the problem comes in is when you try to tell them what they're telling you. Don't know more about a person than they know about themselves. And this is when this shit go left. Your God, that's your God. No, she just told you who her God is.
Okay, can I talk now? Hello?
Yes, you can talk now. This is God. I'm giving you permission.
Sure.
I just have a question for Shanti. So sweet. Okay, so Shanti, the fact that you're talking about your God, and I guess I'm guessing that you don't believe in God, and all because of all the atrocities and everything that goes on in the world. Is it possible that everything that's happening is just a fulfillment of prophecy?
Well, no. So you missed it, but it was just playing off of a gentleman named Kev had proposed the fact that all of the people who, like Christians, Jews, Muslims, they're all praying and believing in the same type of God that's demon, evil. And people were saying like, no, their God is good, their God is this and this. And my argument was the fact that you have to look at the product of the result that we're seeing, constantly seeing. And the product of their God, the prayers that they have, the way that they live, the things that they believe in. And the result of it, what we're seeing is this perpetual slaughter, killing, cancerous, just behavior, just constantly ripping of the earth. And the reason why I had agreed with Melissa and the fact that, that is her God. She had proven Exhibit A. That's what my point was. It's not that I don't believe in God. I believe that this very much exists because I'm seeing the fruits of it. So it's not that it's been manifested throughout history and reality. So that's what I was saying. But there was the argument of, no, our God is not the same God as what the Muslims believe or what the Jewish believe. Our God is different. Our God is this. And I'm like, no, you guys are all praying to the same, and you guys are getting exactly the results that you guys want to get. It's this very fruit. But for some odd reason, I was getting pushback on that, and I'm not entirely sure why.
It didn't sound like that's what you were saying. That's why you got the push. I know for me, matter of fact, my response to what you were saying was what you just said. But okay, we read you wrong.
Yeah, it was never that it was about different gods. It was the idea that you got the same God, but how you interpret it, how you individually play it out, how your heart is, whether you let your heart be like Jesus is or not, his mind that was in him be in you or not, and whether you call him Jesus or not. There's individuals that don't mention none of these religions that you can see by their actions and their heart, they getting down on that same page. So to be so myopic and stuck in, you can only see the religion, and you can't see the good individuals, and you can't see people. I don't know where you go, if you ever go to church or mosque or anything. You can be in a church. Everybody that ever been in church knows there's some people in there that's following what Jesus said in the church. Whatever church you've been in your lifetime, if it was 10 of y'all, 5 of y'all, some of them you're like, I don't know why this brother or sister acting like this. That ain't nothing to do with what Jesus said. Read in the same Bible study or whatever, and others is like really holding on and striving, and even then it ain't a matter of being perfect. I don't know. I'm not going to ask you the rhetorical question, Shanti. Are you perfect? Do you think you don't make mistakes? Do you think you can't be better? I'm not going to ask you that question, but everybody knows ain't nobody out here perfect. So you're going to make mistakes, but it's not a mistake to be like shooting nuclear bombs on somebody or shooting ballistic missiles just unprovoked. That's not a mistake. That's a different kind of heart. It's not a mistake to be like, oh, I'm going to eat these babies. That ain't something you just like one day just, slipped on a banana peel. That's a whole different thing. So you can't put that on Islam or Judaism or Christianity. You might see some patterns, you might see some 80 percentiles or whatever, but in there's some guidance. And so that's where discernment is important, to realize, hold up, man, how are you justifying that, Israel? Iran, anywhere you are. Look, man, you can't just do whatever. So you got to be held to a standard. And if you already are saying you believe in Moses, you believe in Abraham, you believe in God, how the hell are you justifying what you're doing, man, to these people that you just showed up? In 1948, you're not being a good neighbor, for example. I'm just saying there's a lot of things. So, but back to the Megan point about jewels, I would hope every country thinks, like in Iran, it sounds like the lady thinking, we got some real good people over here in Iran. We got some jewels over here. I would hope every country realizes there's some real jewels. So for Megan to say, well, there's some real jewels in this thing called America, and for her to realize, as we all watch, how America is like a preserved place. I believe only God can deal with America. It ain't gonna be no other country coming up in here taking over this thing. But internally, America is rotting at the core. She's unraveling the good yarn that she has been built upon, the quilt that she is that brings a lot of good. She's unraveling that at the helm of Donald Trump right now.
That part.
And again, I do believe he serves a divine purpose. I don't have to think he's divine to know that, like Melissa was saying, there's a big thing going on. And when you really, if you are in the scripture, you recognize where we going and why we going there. And you praying to not get caught in it. Knowing good and well you're not going to live forever no matter what you do, but hopefully there's an idea that you get plucked out and God brings you up to another realm or something and say, yes, I got you, don't trip. And he comes save you like a hero in a damn movie or something. But you keep doing what's right and you keep believing.
Like a promotion. I do agree with you though. Donald Trump is doing this big one.
Well, here's the thing with me, you guys. While we're sitting here scoffing and talking about all this, guess what? There's innocent children that are underneath our feet, have done nothing wrong, that are being tormented. And this shit, and the thing, just think about it. Kids that have done nothing wrong, that are innocent, that are being done very horrible, that are dying horrible deaths, being tortured, raped, and this is what needs to come to an end. And I don't give a fuck about living a comfortable life on top of the surface. That shit's happening underneath our feet. That's what needs to come to an end.
And that's why I think it was worthwhile conversation with Normal or whoever. If your doctrine, and you can be proven to have doctrine that talks about how it's okay under circumstances if you sleep with a 3-year-old girl or have sex with her,
boy too,
or children, like there's a whole conversation about rationalizing that. To me, that's the immediate obvious you on the wrong path. I don't give a damn what else y'all doing over there. That right there, like that's a cool conversation with, okay, once you have sex with a 3-year-old, or what age or before, and what you can do after that, bro, I don't have to hear nothing else.
Man, we'll
I don't have to hear nothing else.
We are going to pay for it.
And I'm saying, if you got a camp of people around you and they teach that, and you know that, you should be called to the table to talk about that in front of the planet. Like either that's what you're teaching and you're going to stand on it, or you're going to agree, I'm not cool with that. That's a good place to start, in my humble opinion. Talking about universal government of peace. If you got that going on, I don't give a damn what you call it. It can be under any umbrella. It ain't cool. That's just one line I have. And there's a reason to die.
Is that Sue?
That's sweet. Yeah, that's him.
Oh, that's the man right.
Hey, don't call me the man. Shit, I know who I bow down to. It ain't looking in the mirror. That's for damn sure. Don't get me caught in that trick. He gonna ask me one day, did you tell them that you was the one? I'm gonna be like, no, sir. I didn't say no nothing, but I appreciate your words. I understand. But we gotta have good people. If you don't have good people coming together and rallying together, you're gonna have utter chaos, which we have on this planet. You gotta have people come together and be like, not over here, bro. Let the record show you done took the whole zip code out, but because we wasn't on the BS. That's cool. That the world is watching. That's to me what you saw with the silver dogs being sicked on them. the world was like, bro, that's not cool, man. What y'all doing? I'm not saying we got to be sacrificial in that sense, but damn it, build some farms, go to work, and if whoever could mess that up, they should be dealt with in a very severe way to mess up some good intention to keep still rebuilding while all this hell is going on. And that ain't nothing to try to mess up. That to me sets it off. People minding their business, trying to keep it going, and here comes somebody want to break that up, bro. I feel nothing for you. You trying to bring some drama, and folks still trying to do the right thing today.
We moved past the my God stuff, so now I don't know what that's what that meant. Somebody call me.
I think we've established that you can choose not to go to McDonald's. I think that's what that all comes down to. You can be all right. It's gonna be all right.
I mean, somebody can give you a plate, but you don't gotta eat off of it.
Unless you're a child. Or you could starve to death.
Maybe we got to create like a Ronald McDonald for like the vegans and like the healthy people. And Happy Meals on some healthy stuff so the children.
Or you can cook your food.
Yeah, that too.
Your motherfucking food.
You were saying the children be like, but I want to go to Ronald McDonald in the Kremlin.
Your children won't want to go to McDonald's unless you introduce it to them. If you never introduce it to them, they won't know the fucking difference.
Can't miss what he's never had.
Just I don't get clothes when mom and daddy ain't around and they be riding around looking at these fast food pop-ups.
So who you got your children with that disobey your laws like that, your rules like that? Because I know if I tell my mama or my mother-in-law or my husband's family not to feed my child this, I know damn well they're not gonna feed the child because they respect me as a person. Like who you have your children around that you're not packing lunch for them and giving it to the person, or at least a list of what you want the child to do.
Hey, Melissa, that's a fact, because I got a 7-year-old 3-year-old at home. Never had no kind of fast food. We don't eat no kind of meat at all.
See? And you raised them like that. And you guys raised them like that since they were born, right? Since babies.
Well, somebody making McDonald's a lot of money. That's all I know. Somebody showing up.
Us stupid adults. The us who don't have money to spend.
I'll be mad at the 10-year-old because they ain't got nothing at the house. Be mad at them for just eating something.
McDonald's is not, like, listen, McDonald's is not, like, evil and shit like that. Like, if you were stranded, like,
you see they just touch it with DNA in their food, right? Human DNA.
I get it. You're not supposed to, I get it. But at the same time, okay, so let's take this example. I went to a music festival in the middle of fucking nowhere. And when you go to music festivals, you can't leave. You're locked the fuck in for days. There was no food. The only food in the near vicinity was McDonald's. Eat McDonald's or fucking starve to death. There was no other choice. So in cases like, if you have an emergency, you don't eat some fast food. Like, let's be for real. But on a day-to-day basis, if you're choosing to go to a fast food restaurant and you don't want to go to the supermarket to get your food and make your food, the consequences are on you. But let's not act like, we never stopped at McDonald's and da-da-da-da. You don't have to. But at the same time, to make it so, McDonald's is evil. No, your choices are evil. You choose to, you get up and you go and you put your money in the hands of the people that you put your hands in. Nobody, you made it through fucking college, didn't you? Was that easy? Okay, so, but you want to eat McDonald's because that's too hard. It's too hard to make your own food. Yeah. Like, we do it to ourselves.
But to be fair, I think there's a lot of McDonald's is evil. Just think about accessibility, have them planted in the projects, in the hood, in neighborhoods where Black people, that's where we at. And that's the only way we can access certain type of foods. So the whole concept is definitely evil. There's something about it.
For sure, it's predatory. It's cheap for a reason.
It's
and then there's also everybody has a choice, but there's also the psychology of it, the fact that it's planted everywhere. Even if you know what you know, but the habits that you form are very different.
It's more like addiction. It's more like
exactly. You're introduced at a young age. parents who introduce it to the children, and it becomes a very safe, ritualistic, enjoyable thing. So some people are quite literally addicted, and they make food like that for a reason.
Yes, it's a chemical compound-based food, and it makes us addicted just like any other fucking drug.
Well, yeah, they do. Like when you see everything that goes on in this food is literally so addictive something in these food.
Let's be honest.
Who's still eating eggs? Who's still eating
You still have to make a choice every day on if you want to eat that shit. Like it's that whole I'm addicted to a certain type of food. Like I get it, your taste buds might be geared towards salt and sugar.
No, you're addicted. It's like
a compound.
Like there's like people who are genuinely and your habits. It's very difficult to take care of yourself if you do not have the discipline to do so. And those are all skills that a lot of people lack. Okay, let's be for real. It's not.
Yeah, but whose fault is that? You can't blame society for everything. If you don't have discipline, that's your fault.
It's a skill that needs to be taught at home. And
you need to choose to be disciplined because you want a better life.
Your fault. Exactly. I know that. The choices that you make is always your fault. I'm not absolving anybody from that. I love my salads and I choose for myself regularly. But let's not pretend that psychology doesn't play a role, that social rituals do not play a role, the fact of how convenient it is, the fact that the chemical compounds that are existing. Our body is very much a machine, and yes, people placate to their taste buds more than they should. People overeat way more than that. There's been multiple studies of people who are overweight. When they lose the weight, they want to gain it right back because the body is comfortable with certain things. Okay,
now goddamn McDonald's, they better not be comfortable eating McDonald's. What the
People are very comfortable with eating McDonald's. It's very comfortable.
No, I'm just saying, I know what you're saying is just it's the truth, but
it's also an excuse at the same time.
It is right. And nobody's saying it's not an excuse, love. It's 1,000% excuse. It falls
the amount of money that people spend on McDonald's that they can just go to the market and go cook some extra real food.
Yeah, but
it's crazy.
It wins people. It's exhausting to take care of yourself.
Can I bring it back to reality?
It's exhausting to take care of yourself. That's crazy.
Wait, is it not, Melissa? Is that why so many people
it's not exhausting to take care of yourself if you're disciplined. It's really
honestly, I think if the food
to take care of yourself. You know that, right?
Oh my God. It's the link between depression and food and mental health.
You have to make a choice to choose better. Because we can spend all day on an app talking to each other, but we can't take the same phone and research what to eat and what to do. Like that, it's
Melissa, you are 1,000% correct. What steps you need to take care of yourself? It is imperative that you actually you function better when you take care of yourself. We cannot be unrealistic or just completely oblivious how to play.
He's talking, Totem.
To what very
Mom, shut the fuck up.
To what very
I could go for some French fries right now.
Decisions. It's not just about make a choice to do better. It's the action that follows. And it's not just the action, it's the consistency. It's not just that. It's your access to resources and money. It's not just that. It's the environment.
Oh my God, these are all excuses.
You're right, there are all excuses. But you have to look at why do more people choose not to take care of themselves versus the people who take care of themselves? Why is there such
apple pie? Hey, can I represent your mic, bro? Can I talk about the children that don't have a lot of choices that it goes through? Can I say something on that?
No, you can't, because there's choices everywhere.
Oh my. Yeah, bro. I don't know.
As a child is one thing.
Let me talk about the children. Let me talk about the children real quick.
And their parents who are grown adults who are making decisions for them.
Can I talk about the children, please?
The children don't make up what they eat. Can
I talk about the children?
That is a fact. That is a fact.
It's feeling that bad. Speak about the children.
Thank you. I don't know about y'all, but when you come through LA, I'll take you to some neighborhoods and I'll introduce you to some 5-year-olds that their parents is on some craziness. Not one or two. And I'll let you walk down the street with the 5-year-old, and you tell me, since their daddy is by himself in this case, I can tell you a lot of stories, but I'm taking Inglewood too, the mama. But by themselves, and they not gonna put no nutrients into these children at all. If they feed them anything at all, number one. So, but and then if they leave out the house at 5, which many do, and they walk down to the closest spot somewhere where they got some food or something, like a liquor store. When they get past all the alcoholics and whoever's around there and the drugs or whatever's going on, when they get past that and get inside that liquor store, they want something to eat today. Trust me, they're not at Whole Foods.
Okay, they don't have to be there.
Hold on for a minute, bro. Hold on. Let me shine some light on something, man, because y'all talk like everybody got $1 million in their pocket. They can just go choose whatever the hell they want. Let me tell you about some neighborhoods I know. I don't know where y'all live. I'm just talking about some places where if they don't go to that liquor store and they keep walking a little bit more, you're going to see a McDonald's. And they keep walking a little bit more, and they're going to see somebody on the street, some who knows what. And they're going to see, and they're going to see Popeyes right across, and across on the other corner, they're going to see all of those things. Hold on for a minute, man. And then they're going to see somebody grilling something on a grill. It's going to be very fried, probably going to have some bacon on it, and it's going to have some whatever, who knows what. It's going to be, these are the choices for some of these 4, 5. I guess some of y'all saying they should just drive to Beverly Hills. I guess somehow. I don't know where, bro. They can eat the money.
They can eat McDonald's.
I don't know, but I'm just trying to do. There's a thing called food deserts. There's a thing called choices. There's a thing called money, and most importantly, the babies. Because guess what? That 5-year-old eventually turns 10. And guess what? They might still live in the same neighborhood. I guess they should change the whole neighborhood in some of y'all's mind. They should just bypass I don't know what. They should go to the farmland and import everything and bring it back, go eat over there and then sell it themselves. I don't know where y'all live, but I just don't understand why some of y'all get to talking like they just got choices and then guess what? At 15, if they don't get out of that neighborhood and they get 18, then guess So what I'm saying, to Shanti's point, as an adult, the bottom line, I started off by saying one thing you can choose to not going to McDonald's. We're talking to adults right now. Right. You have a choice. It might cost a little bit, and especially if you're driving like Totem Pole, you might not have no choices but that Love's or that pilot station, you know what I'm saying, where they sell gas. So what I'm saying is a world that we as adults have to build on behalf of the little. And I know we like to say, well, the parents should have did this. Okay, I get it. But these little babies don't have the luxury to be complaining to their parents about what should have happened. They in some real situations. And
I think we have to talk about that. Some nuggets right now with barbecue sauce.
Yeah. Yo, what's going on with barbecue? Mute your mic, bro.
No, but I'd like to say, I a few years ago, I had a horrific diet. I did not care about myself properly at all. Even though I'd show up, I'd smile, it was a choice, I would horribly, way too many calories. And now that I've started to take care of myself consistently in the gym, I'm actively cooking for myself daily, really at this point. I can absolutely say, I don't want to live the lifestyle I was living before, but I understand how much it takes to actually care about yourself. And for the people who I have a life of luxury, and I call it luxury only because it's the situation I'm in right now, but I don't have any kids. I don't have any dependents. I'm living my own life for me. Nobody's depending. So I have the luxury of time to do the things I want to do and figure things on my own schedule. There are so many people who do not have the same luxury as me. And I would be remiss to be able to tell them, you should just do it because this, and this, and this. It's easy. Right? There is way too many contributing factors, and you also have to think about the relationship people develop food. The relationship I have with my food, the things I would tell myself, I love this so much, how much I love this so much. So much psychology goes into it, where it's more than just stop doing it.
So Shaka, people need to divorce their food, is what you're telling me? Yo, sweet, you're funny, bro. Divorce their food.
Yeah, but at the same time,
they need to have a conversation in that relationship.
It takes a lot. It takes time too. It takes consistency. People are impatient. They want to see results immediately. It takes.
I mean, that's true.
It's not just, oh, let me cook for myself this one time. I'm gonna have the. No, you have to cook for yourself every day.
I mean,
experts in the household.
You have to budget. You have to get into the gym. You have to get active. You have to, if you want to see the results, like you have to do things consciously for yourself, and that takes time. And I'm good with time management.
Yeah, but still, when it comes to eating, like that's not something supposed to be like a choice. That's something that's supposed to be registered as I need to eat healthy. Because again, I don't know why do people think that you have a do-over. You literally have one life, and if you don't take care of your health and your well-being, you're going to end up somewhere that you don't want to be, that you're not supposed to be. So this is not like a choice thing. And cooking a meal for you and your family, it shouldn't be like, oh, I'm too busy, I work 3 jobs, I work 4 jobs, I gotta help the kids with their homework. This should be something that you plan out in a week. If you're gonna food prep, if you're gonna, whatever it is that you're gonna do to get you that home cooked meal, that healthy meal, so you can avoid going to McDonald's or Popeyes. Once in a while you can have those food, well, I won't say McDonald's, because McDonald's is horrible, but you can go to maybe Chick-fil-A and have like, you know, you can get some of those fat in you, but it's not supposed to be something that you go to every day. I've seen people go to Chick-fil-A or McDonald's every day. That is insane with their kids. That is insane.
I think it also depends on how you were raised. Like, I just wasn't raised around fast food like that. Like, if I ate fast food, it was a personal choice, but I never really see my parents bringing that shit into the house and stuff like that. They always cooked. So, you know, if you build up you build up your own habits over time based off of what you saw as a kid, what you were exposed to. But then that goes to say, like, you know, where is the community? Like, okay, sweet, you know, 4 or 5 kids in a community that are going to do it. Okay, so what have you assisted in any way? Have you ever helped them bridge a gap between that food desert? Have you given them the number for 411 for their areas? Perhaps they can go to a food bank. You know what I mean? And get like, there's like, and it's not to say that this is can solve everybody's problems, but we as adults, you know, at some point in time, if you see something, you know, it's not like, it's one thing to just see it and do nothing, but if you're not even gonna make the change for your own self, like, I mean, what can we expect for you to do for others? Like, I do think that it's not easy per se in modern life to eat healthy, but based off of what June just said, it's like, I don't know. I think you have to do the work. If you listen, statistically speaking, right? The average American spends on average about $5,000 a year, maybe $6,000 a year for a family of 4 to eat, right? And that's usually, and when we say $6,000 a year, it's a bunch of junk food, all this type of shit. But the average individual American is spending about $12,000 to $15,000 on medication alone once they gain a chronic illness. That's not for a family of 4. That's an individual who has diabetes, high blood pressure, spending $15,000 minimum in just medication. So either you spend it now or you spend it later. Either you spend it now eating healthy food or you spend it later in medication. And it's unfortunate because we can make the excuses and all the stuff like that, but nobody has to live in your body and suffer in your body if you gain a chronic illness or if something happens to you but you. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. And we continue, and then we talk about how the system is this and that, but you're fueling the healthcare industry. You're giving them exactly what you want, what they want, by eating the very foods that's making you go get their care. So it's like we blame the system, but then we fuel the system with our day-to-day actions. At some point, we're gonna have to wake up to the things that we do on a day-to-day basis that give them exactly what they want. We can't complain that the system that then we fall victim to the very agendas that they're putting in front of us. It's for me it's very silly because we complain all these agendas and the healthcare system and the prison industrial complex. But we go out and we sell the drugs, we buy the drugs, we eat the foods, we give them the money. And it's just like, I get it, it's not easy. You know what? But the thing is that making money is not easy. Financial freedom is not easy. Getting a fucking degree is not easy. But we'll make all the sacrifices
but then it's up to people like Sweet and the adults in the community to help make a better way. You living in the community with them niggas complaining that there's a food desert, but you've done nothing. How many meals have you put into the hands of the homeless? I'm about to go donate meals right now. Like, what are you doing for your community except for watching these children starve to death and then complaining? It's like we really are we've become the source of the problem that we keep complaining about. You want change, but are you doing the work, even on an individual basis, on a community basis, to do something for somebody, even for yourself? So, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you that this shit is hard, but it's not going to be so fucking hard when you in your 60s and your 70s on 10, 20 different medications, having to go see doctor after doctor. You're going to wish you picked up some motherfucking grilled chicken instead of some fried chicken, instead of some chicken wings. You're going to wish you picked up a motherfucking salad. It's easy to say that now, bro. It's not easy to say that when you living with a chronic illness. That shit is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I agree with everything that you said there. That's a fact. That's why you have to invest. I would rather spend $20 on a salad than to
So Shanti, what made you? Am I saying it right?
Yes.
You purchased it from Whole Foods?
Shanti, what made you change your behavior?
Bullshit.
My lifestyle.
But you I with a $20 salad.
Go to a black-owned farm.
I wasn't into the chronic illness and like just feeling crippled and tired and misery and dragging my feet and like just feeling perpetually sad and anxious. I wasn't about it. I just wasn't about it anymore. And I recognize that my diet played a vital role in what the situation was and like the results I was getting. That's my whole thing. Like whatever you're putting your time into, the results are going to show. So I recognized, like the people who had a healthier lifestyle and whatnot, how they moved, how they maneuvered. They were getting more things that were, and I'm talking about the people like the actual, like true people investing in their body, putting more time in the things that they, putting more care and time into the things that they were eating, rather than just giving everybody else the responsibility of taking care of themselves, like such as going to fast foods and all that stuff. If I pour more into the things that that's for me, I'm going to see the best results. And it was very, very difficult to this day. Like I'm still struggling, but I'm like, I need to see the results. And I know how I feel the differences between when I'm on point with my routine, even though it seems like a lot, I fit a lot better in this routine than I did before, or not even just fit, I just feel better than I did before. My other routine was just reckless. Time would pass, I don't know what happened. My memory was slipping. I was just eating so much. I was constantly eating. I was sick, and I was like perpetually like in and out of different types of moods. And I was like, I don't want to live that life anymore. So, but I'm not going to placate in other people's space, because I know there's a moment that feels so good when you bite into a donut. And then when you keep biting into donuts, there's like this thing about this relationship with, it's bad for you, but it feels so good for some reason. And there's also an essence of comfortability. Like, this feels safe. I've been here before. I've been able to survive here before. I recognize it. So I can see why for some people they can try and they're like, oh, like.
But do you know why it's so hard for some people, Shanti? Because a lot of people don't realize there's a lot of parasite in your body that is calling for those food. Like, there's a lot of parasite. And people, when you start to really do research and really start to really get to know your body, like, you will realize there's certain time of the day that you just want to eat sugary food. Like, there's that parasite that calling for their food. And you have to be strong to resist the urge and stuff like that. And you have to take a whole lot of, there's a lot of ways you can go when it comes to, eating right, maintaining your weight and stuff. Like, it's hard. It's not going to be like an easy thing. A lot of things people doing during the day. But it's not going to be an excuse where you're not going to plan out your whole week. You can literally food prep. You can literally go to the store and food prep. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah. And I actually think that it's cheaper to eat healthier, to be honest. And I've come to that conclusion because when you prepare certain things for yourself, like I spent less money now than I did on like the perpetual, because I would eat more.
when I was like in that destructive lifestyle. I would eat so much that I'm just constantly spending money. Yeah, it looks like $5 at first, but they did this 3 times or 4 times or 5 times today. And wow, that really adds up at the end of the week. And so now that I'm like, I'll spend $20 on a salad, but I can split that salad for 4 days out of the week or 5 days out of the week. And then I'll make like some soup, and often I'll make that, and I can use it throughout the whole entire week. And I'm like, whoa, I'm actually saving money, and I don't. And I go,
yeah, so I agree with you, right? Like eating healthy is not that easy. So as much as like the thing is that most people, and even in your case and my case too, I started eating healthy. I have a background. I'm a physiologist, so I have a background in exercise, physical therapy, all of that shit, nutrition. So I'm in a different, like, this is what I do for a living, right? But the reality of it is that I also at one point ate really fucking shit. It just was way younger than the average person, right? I started eating healthy at a way younger age. But the reason why I started eating healthy was because I was sick. I was in and out of the hospital at 12, 13 years old with gastric problems, and the doctor could not figure out what the fuck was wrong with me. I ended up watching the PETA educational video one day, and I decided, oh shit, I don't think I'm gonna eat meat. And then when you stop eating meat, you only got vegetables. So you unintentionally start eating healthy, right? And so that is part of the issue, because 9 times most will not choose to eat healthy unless they were, one, already geared like that from childhood, or two, they faced an illness, right? And you just don't want to wait till you actually get sick to do the work, especially in 2026 when we have all of this information in front of us. But then fortunately, intrinsic motivation to eat healthy is usually it's not just enough because you care. No, most people do it because they want to look good or they're sick and they don't want to feel the way that they feel. It's just unfortunate that we wait until that point to actually make the changes. But I mean, you're not wrong in anything that you said. It is not easy for the average person. People are busy as shit. We have to work 40, 50, 60 hours a week in some cases just to survive, not in my case, but I used to work a fucking 100-hour weeks. I don't work more than 20 hours a week now, but because I put a lot of time and effort into my craft. And so, but the reality is that we all start somewhere. It's just, we don't want to create a generation of sickly, chronic disease-filled kids, you know what I mean? Simply because it's easy to eat. It's easy to eat fast food. I don't disagree with you at all. I don't. It's just unfortunate that it takes like the looks or an actual health scare to get people to change, because we could quite literally, this society, if we stop going to their hospitals, eating their food, exposing ourselves to some of these chemicals through our forever toxic ass polyester ass clothes, and you know what I mean? Like, we're doing it in one part, we're doing it to ourselves, but at the other side, you know what I mean? Like, I see, okay, they're profiting from it, so they mask all these toxins in a pretty package, and the average person who's so fucking busy, you know what I mean, doesn't always have time to do their due diligence. It's very sad. You know what I mean? It's very, very sad. I don't disagree with you at all.
I'll also add, it actually like truly tastes like trash sometimes when you're trying to transfer to a healthy lifestyle, because of the way that your taste buds recognize food, and the fact that like your taste and smell is or it should be just your smell, but because your smell can come into your olfactory nerves, which is responsible for smell, is directly linked to memory and how you feel about food and what feels good and tastes good and stuff like that. And that is that's located in your mouth as well as your nose. And so when I didn't recognize this for a very long time, but it was when I went on my fasts, like my long fasts, not eating anything, just drinking water for a very long time. And when I started reintroducing food, how sensitive my taste buds were, and just recognizing certain things. And you can only eat a certain amount, like certain specific foods when you're refeeding. So vegetables was things that I was eating, and I could not believe how salty celery was. But then I realized as people become very tolerant to certain tastes, high salty foods that would, to one person who's coming off a fast, could possibly kill them, like French fries, could kill somebody coming off a fast. Somebody else who's been eating it for a very long time, they're not going to recognize it. Certain receptors turn off. They're not firing anymore. So that's why some people don't recognize what they're doing to themselves and how they're poisoning themselves. To them, it just feels good. It's recognizable. But to try to move from eating a really diet to eating a healthy diet, it could possibly take absolute trash. And it's not very motivating to a lot of people. They're like, because I don't want to eat a salad. This has no flavor. I need it in dressing.
I know. And that's the hardest part right there.
Yeah, one of the major things is we got to learn how to eat less food. For many years, I've been eating 1 meal a day for over 40 years. And that book, I know it's very difficult for people to follow how to eat to live, but not live to eat. So you are what you eat. And we have to try to just become more disciplined. Sensitivities are more keen when you fast. You could smell stuff in your car that you didn't smell, the hallway, the carpet. Like if you live in buildings, you get on the elevator. Your sensitivity, which lets you know that food absolutely, it dips your sensitivity to a lot of things. Cleansing is so important. Cleansing is extremely important. Is cleansing, and not that there are some people probably might benefit from the colonics, but then the fasting, because sometimes you just got to get a good cleanse. And then even if you just try one day and let it be not sugary with all juice, but could be lemon water with, we did that, the lemonade fast. But there are a lot of other things that you can do, but I highly recommend that you stop eating as much, because some of it is psychological. And then a bunch of what we are dealing with now becomes laziness. It's like, stop using microwave oven all the time. Don't use that thing. Try to just reheat your food. Let the steam get it hot and warm. Yeah, and some air fryers, and toasters and etc. But even though you're hungry, you want it real fast and you want it warm and hot, you just killed every nutrition, every nutrient in that damn food is gone from the microwave. So, and then I'm gonna say this in closing. Most of it is laziness, honestly. And it's convenient, and then it's a bit of it is we're a little lazy. We can't wait, impatient, and we want it right now, like a lot of other things. So, but start thinking about cleansing. Even if you take one day and don't eat anything, you're gonna enjoy that meal the next day. And wait, don't go right in the morning and break your fast, breakfast. Try to wait and drink some water, some tea, etc. I like, mushroom coffee with cinnamon, the Ceylon cinnamon, but I like sea moss in it. It's a lot of things you could do to help with inflammation, with the parasites. Parasites and stuff. Yeah, that's a big deal. Parasites and the inflammation is a big deal. Don't let nobody have you eat no swine. It's the filthiest food. Chicken is bad, but not as bad as the pig. Nothing is. But at the end of the day, definitely not pig. Start cleansing.
Yeah, so to speak to the few things that you said, and culturally, that's kind of also where, like, as an American culture, cultures, they walk around with medicine men and women who have tinctures, herbs that have been sitting in either alcohol or water, right? That they cure people with. They take them regularly in other countries. In Haiti and Jamaica, they take sorrel, we take herbs. Even Gregory was talking about how he takes sea moss that has a bunch of nutrients. He takes Ceylon cinnamon, which can actually help clear bacteria in the gut, help you to clear, helps with blood sugar, helps with insulin levels. Like there's the type of foods that we eat are not nutritionally dense. That white people meat and potato shit is really detrimental for the black body. And as much as people want to say, like, well, we're not different medically. Well, I mean, yeah, we kind of are different medically. We're not getting nowhere near amounts of vitamin D, nutrients, calcium, all of the stuff that is not in our food anymore. We have thicker bones. Our bones are more dense. Right? We have melanin. We have all of these things that require us to have more nutritionally dense food. That's why white black women are dropping dead from breast cancer all of a sudden in the last 20 years, when white women were the only ones getting it, because we're eating their fucking food. The more money we get, the more access to their shit. And we think that labels and packages and all of that high-end name brand is actually good and beneficial for you. No, it's cancer causing. So to what Greg said, it's a couple of things. And I really fucking do this for a living. Like, I really do this. Not only is this did I go to school for physiology, I'm also a nutritionist, and I own a whole meal prep company. I'm a certified personal trainer. I've been doing this for a long time in every area of the field. What Gregory said is absolutely fucking correct. That's why he looks as good as he looks at his age. He looks better than a lot of you young niggas, because we don't detox. You're supposed to detox 3 to 4 times a year, regardless of the diet that you eat. We eat too much meat. If you do a study of the longest living, healthiest groups of people on the planet, the Okinawans, some of tribes in Africa, the Inuit, one of the things that they do is they don't consume heavy amounts of animal flesh. They use it sparingly. They eat more fruits and vegetables than they do animal protein, instead of eating it breakfast, lunch, and dinner, on top of using herbs. Dr. Sebi was on to something. Dr. Sebi wasn't no vegan. Dr. Sebi didn't even eat healthy. That nigga cleansed. He used his herbs. And even at the bases, I'll give you 3: sarsaparilla, yellow dock, and burdock root. If you don't have any health conditions, aren't on any medication, I'll put the link in the chat. This tea has allowed me to stay at my middle school weight for the last 20 years. And I know people, because, oh, you're young and stuff like that. No, I don't fucking work out like I used to. I'm telling you, I avoid meat, and I cleanse multiple times a year with different herbs. And if you go to Africa, you go to South America, and you see the weight disparities, the BMI, the health disparities, is because they do a lot of those things in Asian countries. They don't eat a lot of meat. They eat more fruits and vegetables, and they have more fiber in their diet than we do. They use herbal medicine. Chinese medicine is based off of herbs, not off of pills. And then they fucking fast as many times as they fast regularly. Everything that Gregory said. So, I mean, these are not things that are abnormal. If you just do a quick Google search of some of the healthiest societies on planet, they're common denominators across all of them.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, Melissa. You know, I'm really, really, really blessed. I mean, unbelievable.
You look good, Gregory.
I mean, right? Thank you. All praise is due to God to be 67. And people, I mean, all day long, every day, all day long, whatever city, wherever place I go, if I do tell people my age and I say I'm 67, and God willing, I'll be 68 in May. You know, and I mean, sometimes it's still like, Lord have mercy, but I work out, and I work out at the level of somebody 30, maybe sometime 25, but definitely not older than 30. Cardiovascular wise, I I get on the treadmill, and I can, even if I decide to walk, I can walk at 4:4. That speed at 4:4, don't touch the machine for 45 minutes, move my arm on level 3, sometimes 3.5, and then I turn it up to level 4, the incline, level 4. And I do that 45 minutes, maybe 3-4 times a week. But the major thing is, even with eating, it's your mind too. I swear to God, it's your spirit, it's your energy. And then you have to have some love in you. You know, you gotta have that part radiates, or it don't radiate. You get dull by being so mean and mad. It interferes with your digestive system, with the stress and all of that other stuff that's going on. And Melissa's right. Physiologically, you know, having that information and that science. But man, I stand next to people and sometimes I say, well, I'm not gonna say anything, because I've gone and sat in the sauna, because I love the sauna, the steam room, you know, cleansing and that stuff. I always enjoy that. And the infrared light, I try to do all of that stuff, right? Get good massages, you know, good foot massages and hand massages. And then the other thing is being in the company of somebody that tries to eat right or eat right. There's nothing like it, man. And then at the end of the day, feeling looking good, but at the end of the day, having more energy, you know, more ability to do things. And yeah, I can do that. You know, at one time I was a world-class track runner at Drake, but shit, afterwards, you know, like anybody else, you fall off and you do some other things, but then you get back on it. You know, you have your moments when you say, damn, I want a pizza. Oh, Lord, I want a pizza. Giordano's in Chicago. And then we got this greasy stuff called Italian Fiesta, but it's like, gotta be disciplined, brother. Don't go for it. But you don't have to be perfect, but you gotta sometimes shut it down. And you gotta say, what is it now? We in March. And if you got a goal right now, say May or June, and you want to look a certain way, and you say, I want to lose about 10 pounds, but then you want to be careful of what you eat when you get off the fast or you cleanse, because you gain this shit double if you don't eat the right foods when you come off a fast or a cleanse. So I'm just telling you, think about it and do a little bit at a time. Follow me on IG. I have all kind of meals. I love cooking. You know, although I travel a lot, I love cooking. I love cooking. And you know, that's like something that really brings me to peace and serenity, is some music and finding some vegetables. And I found this unbelievable seasoning that I can share with you all from it's African. I hate to give out my secret.
That sounds good, Greg. A clean house, a glass of wine, smooth jazz, and a great meal. That sounds perfect.
What'd you say, Erica?
Oh no, that was me. It was Melissa.
Melissa, is that Erica?
I said a great meal, a clean house, a glass of wine, smooth.
Hell yeah, Melissa. Yeah, that's the bomb. And guess what? Even with the wine, I'm gonna tell y'all a trick. There's this stuff that I bought. It takes all the sulfite out of that stuff, and then I got the aerate, whatever you call it, the aerate, and then this thing that you put in there. If you drink wine, red wine, it removes the sulfite out of the wine.
The aerator?
Well, the aerator gives it a hold. That's that's an extra piece. You just put that on the bottle when you pour it out. But these things that I got off of Amazon to remove sulfite, and you put that in there for 5 minutes, and it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, you know, and it's just real easy. It's just a wine filter. And you put it in there, you let it sit for 5 minutes, and take it out. But there's all kind of things that we could do, man. And I'm telling you, it's really finding peace and serenity. I run into young ladies from 35 to 40, and I look at some of them, and I'm going, Lord have mercy. They look bad in terms of not just because you gain weight, not that. Don't look healthy. You know, no glow, no shine. That's the diet. That's the
It
diet.
is. It really is. And people gotta really get in the habit of there's certain time that you cannot eat. Like I don't understand it. When people come to me like, oh, can you help me? I've been going to the gym. I like, what is your diet? They be like, I have these urges at night. I said, well, first of all, you cannot, and I don't care how hungry you are at night. Do not eat past 8 o'clock. People don't understand your body is burning fats at that time. From 8 to maybe I would say 10 o'clock in the morning, you cannot eat past 8 o'clock. Because guess what will happen when you eat all that food at 8 o'clock? Now the food that you ate earlier in the day, your body has to burn that, and then you go ahead and put more food over that food, and now you at rest. Your body is at rest, so which means that you're not walking, you're not at the gym, you're not doing none of that. You at rest. So guess what? You putting a strain on your metabolism to really burn that fat, and guess what happened? It doesn't do it because what? You already added more food to the food you had earlier. So it's very, very important to know the time of the day you eat it. You know, it'll do wonders for your body. You know.
Wait, Melissa, can you drop the tea you were talking about in the chat, please?
Yo, what up, family? How y'all doing? Peace to the room.
What up, Eugene?
What's good?
Peace, brother. Eugene, salam alaikum, sir.
Walaikum salam, big brother. How you feeling?
Man, it's the same fight, Gene, just a different round. I was sitting in the office. I was like a couple of minutes away from the push of the funeral for Reverend Jackson. I didn't go over. I went over the first day to help them out before all of the limelight. But then today, you know, I said, no, I don't want to be nowhere near some of the people that was there speaking. I can't stand them. I mean, you know, I'm real sensitive when it comes to hypocrisy and et cetera. And I felt some kind of way about a bunch of people speaking. And I know, you know, I think I sent you that video with the minister kissing Jesse on his forehead and talking to Jesse and always being there. But, you know, when it comes to opportunists and people doing stuff for political reasons to advance their using their father, I talked with Jesse Jr. and Jonathan them at some point, maybe months down the road in Santita, and just tell them they've left a bad taste in my mouth because I know maybe they did invite Brother Farrakhan, you know, but they could have even let him just speak by satellite, a video piece. But to have all of those white folks in there speaking Jewish people and they're speaking all kind of people, you just left a bad taste in my mouth. And even Barack, you know, to a degree. But anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. We ain't here talking about how to eat to live. And I done brought all that stuff in the conversation. But anyway.
Okay, super cool. All right, super cool. Yeah, some things may be left better unsaid, but observed. So peace to the room, everyone. See, we got some new people. We got a red ticket on stage as well. Blue, Lyrical Kareem. Nah, MJ, what's up? Richard and Gloria, Totem Pole, my prodigy, what's going on? So the title that Trump just played 4D chess. What is 4D chess? Genius or trick? Can somebody mean with regards to the conversation? I'm up somewhat on the latest news with regards to America, I guess, wanted to do a ceasefire, and Iran is like, no, guys, we're not going down that rabbit hole again. We were in negotiations both times, and you attacked us out of the blue. So Iran is basically saying, according to some of the reports, is that they're not going to end anything. So what is 4D chess? Can somebody explain that? Genius or trick? I'm not understanding that. Somebody put some bet on my brain. Who wants to enlighten me with regards to the latest developments? I'm all ear.
Just my assumption. I think they're trying to say like he pretty much tricked
Israel out of their position. So instead of him, I guess this is way out of their pocket or his way out of dealing with them. I'm just what I'm thinking. I might be wrong. But he kind of sent them off on a dummy mission. And now they over there fighting the most. And, you know, we just kind of, we over there too, but, you know, I think they got to put in way more work over there than us because they right there.
So when you say trick out of their position, can you define that for me a little more?
I think this is my opinion. I think Israel got like a lot of power. They got some type of leverage over them, and this might be his way of getting them out of his hair. Like, you know, kind of let them be occupied with that. At the same time, we somewhat playing into it, but I don't know. And at the same time, I'm not giving him all this credit, man. He's not coming up with all this shit by himself. The man got a whole team of people that actually think for him. So, you know, to say that he just playing his mind trick, he ain't doing that shit, man. It's saying, you know what I'm saying? He got like a whole team of paid thinkers around.
Okay, is there anybody else who would like to maybe share a perspective on the conversation? Like, help me out a little bit. Michelle, Erica, is someone?
Yes, well, I know. The reason why I put it that way is because at first, you know, they were seeing, people are still saying that Israel got Trump to pull us into this war. And that the only reason why we're there is because of Israel going to start in the fight. It was said that, you know, Israel tricked us into this war or whatever, or pulling us into this war. Me personally, I don't think that. Based on all the information that's out there, I think that this was part of the plan. I think they planned to go into Iran from the start. When they went into Venezuela, Greenland, you had him with Canada, like he was trying to establish a parameter or something around the country. So I just think it's all part of the plan. I think it was to weaken China more, since Iran is the proxy for China. They're their hand. You know, instead of China going directly at us, they basically they actually for a while they've been proxying Iran over there. So I just don't think it's a trick. He knew what he was doing, and I think it was still on bricks, so we can maintain currency dominance.
I agree with Erica. I think so, the same thing. And I think that, because since COVID, and we've been talking about Trump, I think there's a couple of things that were brought to the surface as far as like military capabilities, drone defense, China, its aging market. There's like, if we didn't act now and we just let certain countries just keep growing and benefiting off of the American dollar, getting more oil, it literally would just accelerate the fall of America. I do think that the stuff that he's doing, although you know, nobody wants to see people die, especially kids, is partially beneficial to America. And like Erica said, it's strategic, it's strategy. Like, I do think like this is extension of America's democracy for a few decades if this works out. So, I mean, I don't necessarily think that the way we went about it is the best. I don't think we should just be killing people, but I do think that America knew what they were doing, and I don't know if it's just solely for Israel alone. So I agree with
I kind of disagree with both of them, because I personally feel like, of course, he'll take the praise if shit goes right. But something tells me he didn't want to do this at all. He's just coming off of a high on his midterm, well, not even midterm, but his State of the Union address. And I think that his forced by Israel. I believe that they forced his hand. And I don't know if y'all can hear me clearly, but yeah, I believe that they forced his hand. And I think that it was something that he wouldn't have done if he didn't have to do it. Because like I said, I don't think he initially came in this trying to be a wartime president. The shit that he did in Venezuela, now that was a total different move
than what this is, and I don't think this is something that we align with at all for any interest at all. It wouldn't have been any interest of us. I mean, of the U.S. So I think the hand was forced. He tried to touch it this summer and take his hand back and wipe his hands off and get away from it. But I think BB pushed him back in it again, and so here we are. But to be honest with you, I'm surprised at the way the Iranians responded with the, waving the flag and all of that. I'm really surprised by that. Who would have known that these people would have been so grateful to Trump? So because of that, of course, he's going to spin that and make it out to be like he was on some genius 3D motherfucking play, but that's not what it was. He ain't that smart. That's not what it was. What it was they forced his hand. Iranians is just happy to get rid of whoever the fuck he got rid of, landed right there.
So I just want to present these facts, right? They didn't force his hand. Trump killed General Qasem Soleimani, right? That was his Iranian general. He killed him almost how many terms was that? In his last presidency, we had 3 terms since then. His plus 2 Biden terms, right? So
Biden had 1 term.
Oh, he only had 1 term, my bad.
Yeah.
So this has been 8 years, almost a decade ago. This man killed the general in Iran. Not only that, they placed heavy sanctions on Iran in regards to how they could transport their oil, who they could transport their oil to, whether or not they could have nuclear weapons, and whether or not they could have aid from America, humanitarian aid, right? Trump held that over their head during his last presidency. So a lot of this stuff that you think is new is not new. We literally killed one of their main generals almost a decade ago, and they never did anything about it. Trump knew since that point in time that he was not necessarily setting us up for this, but to say that there was no tensions between Iran and the Trump administration, that's a lie. He was responsible for the death of one of their head generals, and that was over a decade ago, on top of sanctioning their oil and who they could sell it to. So there are a lot of things that have been going on behind the scenes since Trump's last presidency. So I don't think that this is a surprise, and I do think that they were planning this since his last presidency.
Also, Trump's whole cabinet is filled with Zionists. His son-in-law is a Zionist. Jared Kushner, the Sanhedrin as well, sent him a letter. That was the people that was responsible for killing of Jesus, basically. They sent him a letter saying that they honor him and, he's going to help rebuild the third temple. They have a coin minted after him. They call him King Cyrus. Well, I think Cyrus. One of them, yeah. What else? Yeah, so I get people be like, they feel like he's a part of it. He's the guy to actually bring in this whole new reset, whatever you want to call it. And he'll be the guy to do it.
And people are giving Trump way too much as far as that. And I supported the presidency and all that, but I think he got caught up with greed. And he's tied in because he's been greedy, trying to get as much money as he can. And this ain't no goddamn genius move of his, as far as I'm concerned. I think he, like I said, he'll glow and he'll take the credit for anything good that happens. But the reality of it is, the only thing that's saving his white ass right now is those people are out in the streets celebrating. That might be his winning motherfucking hand, and there's no way in hell he could have known that was going to happen. That's a variable that he couldn't have foreseen, is that those people would respond the way that they did. I land there.
No, he knew they were going to respond the way they responded, because as you know, like prior to him really going, the supreme leader that was killed, he was killing people for protesting. So the people were crying out for, they've been crying out for help. To be honest, on this regime, they've been for help. But, and then again, it's a lot of things to play. Did the U.S. need to go to Iran to do anything? No. Did it benefit them while being there? Yes, because now they get eliminated. Because Iran, like Melissa said, Iran, they've been on proxy of China, proxy of Russia. Right now, there's a report coming out right now that China is actually giving Iran intel on how the U.S. is moving. So it's really this pop on CNN right now. Yeah.
I mean, but here's the thing: where's China getting the intel from? How would they know how the U.S. is moving if someone within this thing is?
They don't know shit. They know just as much as we know.
All right. Just how we spy on them, they spy on us.
Okay, brother, let me finish. Jesus. And now what I'm saying is, how would they know unless someone within that, closely in there is a Judas, okay? And he's been saying that for a minute, which is why he said he keep going around Congress. So.
Yeah, as far as the China thing, I'm not.
Him going around Congress, it ain't but so much of that he's going to be able to do because they're going to start checking his ass. I can believe that. And so if this stuff goes left, Congress is going to come in and rein his ass back in. But and lucky for him that, or a lot of these troops start getting killed. But as long as it's coming out on the positive end, then it's positive. But I really don't think that he wanted to be involved in this. He had an agenda for making that Golden Dome. You can't be at war like this, spending all this money in war, and then while fixing infrastructure in the United States. You just can't do it. The money isn't there. That Golden Dome was something that he wanted to get built. I guarantee you that. He didn't want to start no war with Iran. He wanted to get that done. That super computer that there was trying to build. The way hell you can do that is expensive doing that war every damn day. $500 million a day or whatever they're spending. It's a lot of fucking money. And he wasn't planning on spending all that tariff money that he got from all them countries, that absorbent amount of money. Trump wasn't planning on spending that shit on no motherfucking war. And that's what he's doing. All that money is being spent on this motherfucking bullshit ass war. The gas prices is shot back up. He wasn't planning on that shit happening. Anybody in their right mind would know if you go over there fucking with the Straits of Hormuz or whatever the fuck it's called, it's gonna fuck up everything. And that's exactly what it's doing. This wasn't no chess move that he made. This was his hand being forced, and they fucking up his second term because he was on the road to really kicking ass. And now they done fucked his whole goddamn presidency.
They're not fucking nothing up. Like, I'm confused as to why people. Erica, are you gonna go?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm confused as to why people who voted for Trump didn't do their research. Like, y'all voted for something based off of what, and now you're disappointed, right? And that's what you motherfuckers get it, because first of all, you're wrong. They tried to approve a War Powers Resolution Act that basically stated that he would have to go through congressional approval for further military action. Guess what? It was shot down by the House of Representatives. It was shot down also by the Senate. Why? Because the fucking House and Senate are red. He knows that. That's why he did what he did since his last presidency, so that he could get things to go through Congress easier. The Congress is on his side. One, if we're talking about the House and the Senate and passing the amount of votes he needs to get laws to be passed or not passed, they're on his side. Two, they restructured the Iranian deal during his last presidency. Trump was raging over Iran. He killed their general with no fucking remorse. This man sanctioned Iran multiple times in regards to their oil and literally dismantled the Iranian nuclear deal that we had that allowed them to trade things uranium and lithium, all of it, even though they stated that they didn't have nuclear weapons, the Iranian nuclear deal would give them access to all the materials that they needed to create a fucking nuclear weapon. Like, that's where this shit started from. Iran don't need no nuclear weapons. Trump has been saying this shit since 2016. He's been saying this shit since 2016. So for y'all who voted for him to act like it's a fucking surprise and he didn't run off this the first time, then it's confusing, because nothing that he's done in his presidency did he not announce. I don't know if people are deaf, blind, dumb, stupid. You voted for the man and you didn't do your due diligence on who was backing him and where he was going to funnel money into. That shit is sad at this point. Trump is not doing anything that he hasn't said. Between his last presidency and this one, it is a clear line that we were going to have issues with Iran. From one, killing Qasem Soleimani, and two, removing the Iranian nuclear war deal, and three, placing hella sanctions on this country in regards to their oil. This was a clear fucking path.
This was never part of Trump's plan or his agenda. They laid out a whole agenda for Trump to work on, and part of his was building that golden dome. This was never.
I mean, that don't mean in no way, Jamal.
Well, can I finish? Part of his agenda also.
It was my turn, so I don't know what it is.
So I'll go after you, sweetheart. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is, I think you a bit pissed off about them gas prices going up, and I understand why you would be pissed off about that. However, his actions have been extremely clear. I have to agree with Melissa. You understand what I'm saying? Don't worry about it. The motherfucking gas prices gonna come back down. Be patient.
That's it.
Yeah, we're gonna have more fun than we ever had if this shit works out.
Well, let me finish. What I was really saying is that we've had an agenda for infrastructure stuff to be happening right here in the United States, and that's what Trump was on, and that's what he ran on. Was infrastructure, getting this infrastructure together, getting these gas prices down, getting these prices down, getting these tariffs moving and making some money off these tariffs. He didn't have no plan on going to war with Iran. He ran on peace, and that's what he ran on, is he wanted peace. And not only did he want peace, he said that's what he was going to create with Russia and the rest of the world. And that's why he came in, ending about 7 or 8 wars, because he was running on peace. He wasn't running on coming in and getting into no motherfucking mix-up with these Iranians. That's not what he ran on. He damn sure didn't run on getting $2 trillion worth of goddamn tariff money and spending it in 3 days. Because that's basically what he's doing. He's spending that goddamn tariff money that he brought in earlier this year. All that money is down the motherfucking drain. And he wasn't running on that.
You thought that was going to go into your pocket, a $5,000 check?
You thought you was going to get some tariff check.
This was about you mad now. You mad because
you thought you was going to get some tariff check.
About the infrastructure he is doing. He didn't do what he said he was going to
stand up to Netanyahu. He didn't have the nuts to tell Netanyahu.
You thought you was going to get some tariff check, bro?
He was a greedy motherfucker, and he put his pockets before he did the country.
You thought you was going to get some tariff check.
Exactly what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to work on the infrastructure, and that's what he's doing. All of that.
He ain't working on no
fell for the bullshit again. How y'all fall for this shit again 42 times? 42 terms. 42 presidents. Well, some Albay have served 2 terms. But 42 times, y'all niggas still fell for the okie doke. It's so fun. It's hilarious to me. Like, you literally voted for Trump and now you're mad? Like, why didn't you do your due diligence before you voted for him? We told you this shit, but y'all was so worried calling Kamala a black BITC adherence.
Well, he told all of them, and it looked like a lot of people mad. It looked like a lot of people out there went out there and voted for him, and then really actually listen to
immigrants mad, everybody mad.
Yeah, but you can't be mad. But this is the thing, though. You're mad for the only reason. Matter of fact, save that anger for if they don't accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. But if they do, boy, you probably be paying 2 cents for gas the way they trying to go over there and rob them folks for all they goddamn oil over there. What I'm saying is, don't be mad, man. Well, it should get better. That's the hope. Keep on.
Erica,
I don't have no
Jamal wanted his
attack. Bassa. And he'll pass it to you.
Jamal thought he was gonna get a couple of dollars out of the Trump president. He's a Republican. Don't y'all know what Republicans do? They like war. They like oil money. We saw it under Bush. How you didn't know this shit was coming?
This happened because
I keep trying to get you the mic. No, they gotta talk.
I'm about to get disrespectful because I'm respectful when I come off the mic. So, but look, I'm just gonna make a few points, right? To act like the tariff money that Trump made is going into this war, nigga. How much money have we sent to other countries before the war? That's the first point I want to make. That was some of the taxpayers and tariffs money that we sent to Argentina, right? Let's go. So it's facts, right? Facts hurt sometimes, right? So let's not act like that's just, we losing all this money in the war. We are, but we've been giving money away to Ukraine and Argentina, right? Second of all, why are we acting like a motherfucker don't know that oil is going to go up when you fighting a war with a country that runs oil? Why are you acting like that's a surprise? As if he didn't know that was one of the consequences of the shit. He knew that if he went in and bombed, like every other president has bombed anything in the Middle East, oil goes up. That's just common sense. So how are you going to say he don't know that? Third point I'm going to make is a lot of things can be true at the same time. Maybe Trump's hand was forced by Israel. Maybe they did have some things on him. But on the other hand, maybe Trump saw an opportunity to destroy BRICS by fucking with Iran, because BRICS' purpose was to destroy America's finances. So a lot of things can be true at the same time. Maybe he was forced, but he took advantage of him being forced. Do I agree with a lot of this shit? No, the fuck I don't. But at the end of the day, we have to look at it like this. We live in America. Regardless of the lives that are being lost in other countries, it's wrong, right? It's bad, and it's immoral. But would you rather be your motherfucking country or another country? Make a decision.
Well, I think the one thing that nobody pay attention is Iranian government basically killed or massacred in 8 hours just 40,000 people of protesters. And this government were getting a nuclear weapon, and if they could reach it, then it was a big threat for the whole world, because these government are just so crazy. And Iran was so weak at this point that they saw this as an opportunity to get advantage of it. And I think all the Venezuela shit was because of, so they have support of getting oil.
Well, I mean, that's all right and good. And like the brother said, two things can be right at the same time. We're not saying that he didn't make the best move for the choice, but what the problem is that they had his whole card, right? And when I say whole card, I mean Benjamin Netanyahu forced his hand because he's been greedy, because he's been taking money from them, because he's been greedy, and they got dirt on his ass, and they forced his hand because of his greed, not because of anything else. It's America first, and that's why we put him in office, because it's America first. The Iranians, we feel bad. 40,000 people is quite a bit of people to die, and that's really messed up. But there's a way to handle that, and there's a way we handle that with sanctions. We don't go over there and spend trillions of dollars dropping bombs and lowering our motherfucking our bomb. God damn it. I'm sorry.
Arsenal.
We don't go over there starting no goddamn war with these fools and shooting up our ammunition. Let me put it like that. And using our motherfucking weapons and bombs. And now we spending money. That's not what the fuck we was planning on doing. We here to work on infrastructure, and we here to care of business for Americans. We got nothing to do with Americans. I got the question, baby.
So how does this have nothing to do with Americans, right? How How is he not putting America first?
The reason why he's not putting America first is because the cost that is incurred by doing this. If this is costing, like I say, about $100 million a day.
And what's the cost if he doesn't do it?
The cost if he doesn't do it is the same cost it was 9 months ago.
No, it's the AI race and us losing all the critical materials and oil and infrastructure that we need to beat these other countries, to beat BRICS out of making sure our dollar it stays the world standard for petrol. That's what he's doing. Why can't y'all see that?
I mean, it's
I don't even like Trump.
It's
And I can
only
see it.
surface level people that can't see it, Melissa. I mean, and Jamal, unfortunately, is one of those people right now. Now, Jamal, I suggest you go back and do a little research instead of wasting your time sitting on here telling us something that you clearly don't know. You sit here, you act like you don't have a view of what the war plans was, what everything that, and you just don't. Honestly, if you sit down and you look at what's happening, I think it's strategic. It's strategic to knock BRICS down from from the pedestal that they were sitting on, or call themselves finna sit on. He said, "No, the fuck you ain't finna sit on this. This is my seat." So
and for you to be so stupid, you
gotta calm down because you calm down. I think what Melissa said, that's a good question. What would happen if we didn't do it? And then another good question is, what's going to happen if we actually succeed at what we're doing here? And then which one would you choose?
And also, China, Iran, and Russia are allies. So if they beat Iran, then basically China get weak too. Plus all the fucking terrorist attack and all of that shit is happening in the whole world. One side of it is because Iran support them. And Israel basically is so tired of all the shit Muslim people doing. And all the shit is happening between Israel and Palestine is because of that. And you guys forgot how the Palestine and Israel fight start, because Palestinian start shooting the people in the party in Israel. And Israel just want to finish this Muslim shit for once forever.
My thing is people thinking that things are going to get better. Like, I think what the brother said about the sanctions, that could have been a better play, but going in and taking out people's presidents, going in and taking out people's supreme leaders, we're not going to sit here and act like this is not going to radicalize people even more. Iranians, people in the Middle East, that you're going to create terrorists, people who are coming here, there's sleeper cell, like, people are acting like this was the best case scenario. No, it's not.
Their spiritual leader at that. That's like killing the Pope.
Talk about Let's talk about what would happen if we did not go. They
would build nuclear weapons.
It would have been the same thing it was a year ago.
No matter what it was, they ain't coming to kill black people. So it don't matter.
You're basing that information on what? Totem pole, that it'll be the same thing as a year ago. You're basing it on what
black people being the majority of the military, guys.
He's been in control for over 40 years. That Ayatollah that they killed has been in control since 1986. Right? He's been running.
He killed somebody to get there, right? So he got in the seat after he killed the current.
If he's been in control since 1986 and he ain't done no harm to America, mainland, or any place when it comes to us, he ain't fucked with us at all.
That's
not true, Jamal. We did that.
Jamal, they don't have the manpower. They don't have the artillery that we have to do anything to the mainland. That's the only reason why he did it. Now, what Trump is trying to do is make sure that motherfucker don't ever get that type of.
That ain't what they trying to do, man. Let's be honest. America been killing leaders. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean that was really. I mean, of course, that ain't all he trying to do over there course it's about fucking oil. And then of course it's about whatever fuck Israel got on the United States. But the main thing is we trying to make sure them motherfuckers don't build no fucking nuclear weapons. Because if they do, you see what's going on right now. They bombing fucking what's that place? They bombing Dubai and all of them fucking
United Arab from the Israeli. And Jared Kushner led his ass into a motherfucking burning building. That's what happened. Is Jared Kushner brought his ass into some bread with them damn Jews, and the Jews said, this is our agenda. And the Jews motherfucking played him the same way the homosexuals played Obama. And Jews played Trump. And Trump showed his motherfucking self to be weak because he wasn't able to stand up to Benjamin Netanyahu. So shame on motherfucking Trump.
Jamal, you ain't a president. You a truck driver. Your responsibility is totally different.
Well, man, gas prices gotta go up.
Why is he being emotional? Goddamn giving you no strategies on what route to take to get where you going. Be quiet.
Gas gotta go up.
How do you say his daddy the damn fucked up? He mad at his daddy, that Pappy right now. Pappy is fucking up. He mad.
Jamal, man, the gas price gotta go up.
Hey, hold on.
Jamal, too many clowns in there.
Daddy Trump disappointed him. Now he mad at Trump. Oh, damn.
Yo, Michelle, you funny, yo.
What you say, Kay?
Jamal, how do you say?
I know you in the blue. That don't mean keep asking you.
I'm sorry, Miss Erica. I was talking to Jamal about something. I just hit him in his back channel. I apologize.
Well, you know what? It really behooves me how many people America murders, and we don't like the leadership here. Should they come and oust the president here with all of the prisons? And I mean, I just cannot ever walk with America because I know her record. And I know exactly it's about greed and white supremacy and wicked capitalism. They ain't got a damn thing to do with securing the poor and all of that crap. And they always use the same talking points. Everybody's killing their people but them. They killing our people with food. They killing our people with poverty. They killing our people with racism. They killing like nobody else. And yeah, you ain't the moral compass of the world, the police of the world, and you ain't doing it to protect citizens in America. You protecting white wealth. That's what you protecting.
You up in the matrix.
Somebody to get something, and then who benefits from all of this money, Erica? But I'm just Erica. Who benefits from all of this damn money that they buy for weaponry? Follow the dollars. All of this shit is traded for dollars.
I heard most of what you said, Speaker. You was in the matrix a little bit, but I'm gonna tell you this, Speaker. I think you said would they come to Art? We want them to come here. If they didn't like what I got doing. Speaker, I'm gonna tell you something. Don't ever doubt that they would if they could. They just can't.
Exactly.
You know, here in America, in America, they got some of the wildest, craziest people on the planet. Right here. You ain't got them overseas. These motherfuckers are something hell of a live right here.
Well, if Iran came here now, they ain't coming for black folks, so it don't damn matter.
They don't care about no person specifically.
Thank you for saying that.
They do. If that's the case, they would have never released the ones in 1979. They'd have kept them right there with them goddamn crap.
Oh, you think Iran like you? I'll be back.
Yeah, they like it.
They're not gonna pick and choose the black people out of the They're not gonna pick the black people like This is ridiculous.
Like, this is how I know that Black America.
Well, they realized that black people was already oppressed when they caught them, so they didn't want to put too much fucking stress on you niggas.
Nah, bro. Have you been to the Middle East, bro?
Was you in the meeting?
I ain't had to go to no meeting to understand why they released black people. Why they ain't kill them motherfuckers over there?
Kids funny, bro.
No,
don't give a fuck about black people.
Hey, little fella, everybody in the meeting. Jamal was in the meeting too.
Okay.
Trump meeting. He know what the fuck everything.
Shit,
Trump,
your ass was there too.
he had access to the damn plane.
So Jamal just mad because gas prices about to go up.
Like, cause was you typing up the minutes? Like, how
You're taking the money. That's what I told him to do. He's greedy. And that's why he sold the goddamn country out. All that America First shit, he sold us out. Sold us out for on some bullshit. And BB had his motherfucking chump ass car. And that's what he was.
what hours happened when y'all was at brunch?
Greedy motherfucker.
And Jamal, at least I always been balanced. Jamal, you was a sucker. See how you selling your man out on the first one?
Oh, yeah, he turned on America. I'm happy you're home, Jamal.
I won't let you get me beside myself. But what I will say is this. Trump showed his hand and he showed himself to be a punk ass motherfucker because he couldn't stand up to BB. And what he should have did was tell BB, I'm not going in there. I got a presidency that I'm running. You want to deal with that shit? Go in there on your own. But what they said to him was, if you don't come in with us, we're going to use nuclear weapons. And that's what made them come in. And what Trump should have did was call his bluff and say, all right, if you're going to use nukes, go ahead and use them then. And we'll see where you be at. And that's
What is the Russian plan
this entire time? Like,
they fucking played
he just made this decision.
Yes, he believes that he just made this decision. Yes, he does.
That's weird.
Not that he killed their general over a decade ago and put heavy sanctions on their oil since 2016. No, it's just random.
This is not random at all. Like, I don't, what? I'm scratching my head. I don't understand how anybody's surprised about this situation.
This was absolutely.
Why would anybody be surprised? The man told you what he was gonna do.
That's
he done it.
He didn't talk shit about motherfucking starting no war with Iran.
Hey,
he was trying to.
Yes, he did. He talked about the Iran nuclear deal. Are you
The fact that gonna cry.
The fact that he was all to be acting like, oh, this is just normal shit. No, this ain't normal shit. They should have went over there and killed all them motherfuckers like that. That's dangerous shit.
You should have known last summer when they went in.
What was in the works already?
He's been in there for 40 years.
It's crazy that you trust
You gotta know, right?
politicians. You still
You don't
trust
remember
your
the Troy
politicians.
War?
You an idiot. If you believe everything that a politician is telling you, that's why we're not surprised. He's a fucking politician.
Jamal Daddy let him down. Jamal Daddy let him down. Jamal Daddy let him down.
Daddy Trump. Daddy Trump. Wipe your tears with your voting pamphlet since you voted for them.
You got the military coming out, Jamal. You can do something about it. And some more of them files is coming out. They got released yesterday.
James and
Our file not coming. Your file's coming out no more, bro.
They
just dumped a bunch of them yesterday.
Yeah, it's almost like y'all.
Nobody got my files no more. That's the only one I want.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people care about him, so I'm not gonna say that. But I will say it don't seem like nobody going to jail. It's almost like y'all sitting around waiting for the next new bestseller to come out, so y'all can run to the store and buy it. Cause ain't shit finna come behind it. But okay.
In America,
And the idea is this war got us all distracted.
Yeah, that was the plan.
yeah.
Exactly. Them files came out yesterday.
What we distracted from?
For the Epstein
Epstein
file.
file. And what we gonna do with the Epstein file?
That's not a goddamn thing.
So what we distracted?
It's not a goddamn thing.
I mean, goddamn thing right now.
Not a goddamn thing.
Just gonna sit on these apps and just talk and not do nothing.
Yes. There you go.
I mean, Trump showed y'all his propensity his first term, so I don't know why motherfuckers surprised you voted for him.
Exactly. That's what I'm like. You didn't learn.
He told you who he was his first term. He told you his first term he was greedy. He told you his first term it wasn't about America by his actions, right? And you still voting for him again. So why are you surprised at what he's doing.
Being surprised that a criminal is doing criminal things is crazy.
Exactly. It's baffling. It's absolutely baffling. You guys blow me away every fucking day. Y'all went from King Trump to fuck this guy. It's so fun. I'm tickled.
But I think the man, I want to look at the positive upside of this. I think that the man has a strategist. They sat here, and I mean, listen, no president has been able to pull the amount of data that Donald Trump was able to pull with Elon Musk. To think these folks ain't putting a lot of money into the shit that they do, the way they moving. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we can't get past our daily mundane life. I mean, we can't do it, so clearly they ain't doing it, but that's not the case at all. These people working with tools that they have not worked with, not in this century anyway. So to think that this man went into this and it was by mistake, he just stumbled into the shit. Y'all crazy.
Not at all. IRS data, and he still did it.
Right. Well, Erica, I'm enjoying Satan casting out Satan. I mean, I'm enjoying seeing their empire fall. But honestly, I am. I'm enjoying it to the degree that I believe is by design, because nothing good come out of murdering people, killing people, but making the rich richer, more wealthier, and it doesn't make our life any better in terms of our struggle, wherever we are in America as a collective people. But I believe personally that the Democrats were so bad too, the Democrats, and then the Republicans, they both were like one and the same. And so some people, and I remember watching when Mr. Trump won the second time. I remember, the stuff with Ms. Harris, Kamala, whatever her name is. They were pushing agendas that we felt would destroy the black family, and we didn't like it. But on the other hand, it was the choice of the lesser of the two evils. To me, evil is evil, and it's showing its head no matter what. It's still evil, and I don't think we move the progress for black people at all with whoever is in the White's house. I think our struggle will continue.
I mean, our struggle will continue, but I'm gonna make a simple analogy for those who don't understand. If I know you live down the street in a house and you have a wanting to destroy me, I'm gonna blow your motherfucking house up before you get me. Right? That's a code even on the street. If I know you trying to get me, I'm gonna get you before you get me. So what is there not to understand about this? A lot of us don't agree with the things that are going on right now. We do have moral compasses. We don't want people to die. Not even in other countries. That's not who we are as a people. But if I got to fucking choose between letting you get your shit together so you can do it to me, or my country, or us doing it to you, goddamn, we gonna do it to you. I'm gonna support them in doing to you, and I'll deal with what I got to deal with America afterwards, because I'm still here to deal with it.
So I guess you can
that's compartmentalized, right? I'm not agreeing with the shit. I'm not condoning killing folks, right? I'm not condoning that. But what I'm saying is, if you have made it clear what you want to do to me, I'm going to do it to you first.
Okay. So you then condone the fact that, like back in the day with the KKK, when they felt as though the blacks wanted to eliminate them, so it was okay for them to go into their house and lynch them? Like, you're about that, like? No, I'm just really saying is they should. No, that's not what we go first. Literally the mindset that people have the approach.
But when did the KKK say? When did the KKK say that they were coming after us? You guys keep on going because we was coming after them.
They never said that shit.
Why? She just said
perpetuated
Who
violence
said that
to
that was
black
that?
people.
Who said
And then
they
when
were
black
out
people,
hitting us before
and
we
then
got
when black
there?
people didn't like white people, and
Who
said
said
that's not
that?
true at all. The KKK,
Who said that?
and they were for
You
you
know
come
what
to
I'm
us.
saying? Get them.
I'm talking about me.
You just said.
That's literally the rhetoric.
Who said that?
That's literally
Do you have parents or ancestors?
You sat here and made all that shit up.
Like that?
She's Canadian. She is Canadian. She doesn't know. No, she doesn't know. She's Canadian.
Don't
Yeah, she's Canadian. She doesn't know.
That's rhetoric. He said, because I know, that's the same rhetoric.
Yeah, the Klans is the terrorists.
You know something about the
And America is the terrorist group. What don't you get about that? You guys are trying to come
She just made that shit up out there.
I didn't make it up. It's the same rhetoric.
Because I definitely would like. Just put the mic on. What's her name? Shanti. Put the mic on, Shanti, because this is very interesting. And Shanti, please, before you continue, can you please tell us where you're from?
I'm born in Canada. My parents are Jamaican. Milton had proposed about, America. If I know that somebody wants to take me out, I'm going to go into their home and I'm going to take them out. That's the word of the street. I said, okay, so then you align with the rhetoric, because it's the same rhetoric, that the KKK had, that because they knew black people didn't like them, that they were going to go into their house and lynch them. And you guys are saying, oh, it's not the same thing. But it was, wait 1 second, it was white America that perpetuated ghastly crimes against black people. So the reason why black people didn't like white America in that time was very justifiable. But it was very justifiable as to why black people would have the rhetoric that they don't like white people.
Well, can you pause for a minute? Because you're not American and what you're saying is wrong. Can you use your people as an example to explain this?
So in Jamaica, or actually let's say in Canada. So Canada, this might happen to me, but in Canada, our history, we had the native schools, which a lot of kids and whatnot, they were buried under the school. Horrible happens to Native Americans here in Canada. And and I can say it like this, if the Canadians had felt threatened by natives after what they did to the natives, and they had the same rhetoric as Miltog, hey, no, I know that these natives hate us, I'm gonna go take them out before they take me out, that's the type of alignment that he has. Is the same type of rhetoric, because it's the Canadians who did something to the natives, and the natives having such hatred for them, for the white people, saying, I hate white people, I wish white people would die. Because they had that feeling, I'm sorry, because they had that feeling.
Can we ask a question, please? Because we get what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying the same rhetoric.
We're pretty sharp. So let me ask you a question, right? Because you said that's what he aligns with. But so based on your example, wouldn't you say that the white man was aligned with that energy first?
Sorry, that the white man was aligned
with the energy that you clearly say is wrong. They kill these people. Okay, so the people that they went to kill, should they continue to sit there and wait for them to show up again and kill them some more, or should they fucking fight?
Should the natives?
So let me go.
Are you saying should the natives wait for the white people to show up
again?
I'm not.
If someone is killing your. Okay, listen. If you had two family houses, and each of those two family houses was full of family. So you had a gang come and they wiped the first house out. You gonna wait for them to show up to wipe the second one out, or you gonna go see them?
I'm not. I would defend my house if they're coming.
Okay, all right.
Defend my house. Wait a second. I'm not.
That's what he said.
Their place to kill them.
Yeah, I don't understand why.
Can I get back in?
Can I just clarify for a second? This is what I'm saying. What America has done in the Middle East, perpetuating crime, killing, slaughtering, terrorizing the people in the Middle East. You guys then say, because they have this vitriol towards us, it gives us the right to continue
to bomb up them and kill them and slaughter them. Because now that we've done something to them and now they express the fact that they hate us.
Period.
Before they even get a chance to get us back for what we did, we're going to continue to kill them and bomb them. That's what I'm saying, the rhetoric that is aligned with. That's
Why would you give them a chance?
Why
give them
would
a
you
chance to react?
So this is what, that's what I'm saying. You guys
That
have
is
the same rhetoric.
crazy.
That's why
To give somebody a chance to go get a motherfucking bomb and blow you up
in their mind.
Listen, that makes no good. That makes no sense.
Yeah, you can't reason with Islamic terrorists. Like,
You're right. Now I need to give you time to go build a bomb to blow me up because I don't want to be in the wrong. No, it's your mind that they have people in the situation where they are letting people come. Now, see, now
they
this
had
is
no
different.
evidence.
This is different, but when you start to talk, can you please shut up? When you start to talk about a community just being weak and letting people walk all over you because you want to have the more high ground, it's dumb as fuck. Because you're going to be morally dead in the fucking ground. So if it's me or you, it's going to be fucking you if I can help it. And that's what he said. I don't see how you don't understand that.
And to try
But
to
y'all be too busy trying to make it seem like, please shut up. I am still talking. Y'all too busy trying to demonize Americans like we're just all so bad and we just all just wake up to kill people. And that is not the case. People want to kill you. You should want to kill them. What? It's just that simple.
So what's your argument?
No, wait. I'm confused. Are you done?
I'm confused. If you want to kill me,
wasn't that evidence that Iranian?
What's hard about
Hold on. We still living in the dark ages and we not advanced as a civilization.
In the truth, right? I don't know.
So why didn't Black America
in La La Land? I live in reality. You
why
should do
didn't
the
you guys
same.
do that to white America then? Why didn't that happen? Why didn't you guys
Why didn't
you guys all rise up and put white America in slavery? Why hasn't that happened?
Rise up and put them in slavery.
Yeah, why didn't you guys do that?
Put nobody in slavery.
That's the point.
Why are you worried about this country?
No, because I'm saying
you over in Canada, so clearly you don't ran from Jamaica and didn't fix
Black
your
people aren't naturally like that.
So why are you worried about here? You asking us why we didn't rise up and enslave
So
someone.
if we are terrorists, why the fuck you in this room with terrorists? Because I like terrorists.
That's a white man's place. Black people are actually like that.
If that's what you like, sit here and take it. Don't ask me. But why can't you call a spade a spade? You're a terrorist.
Can I get back in here?
You're a terrorist. America. If you're American, you're a terrorist. Canada is allies with America. You guys are terrorists. That's terrorists. Criminals are criminals. What's the wrong? Why are you guys getting offended by that?
You know.
No, we need to
Ain't nobody offended by anything.
What are you guys backing up for? She tried to
Nobody's backing up nothing. We're just testing your logic. You lack logic. You lack logic and reason.
No, you don't know the logic and reason.
You came in the window. The logic and reason is that you came up in here. No, you're a terrorist. I don't give a fuck who you agree with. You're
Black people don't understand foreign.
I'm just gonna tell you this. You're the terrorist. But y'all came up in this motherfucker and sit up in here and talk to us.
Terrorizing you?
Going on and what we got on. Yeah, because you're the terrorist. And here's the crazy thing. Those people literally stand on the same list that they asked for the U.S. to come here. The people of the country actually want them there. Yeah, this is just craziness. I tell you, this is what happens when we sit down and we argue. But I promise you, we're in this conversation. We're part of the conversation. I don't think Jamaica is going to fight a fuck thing. You know, they really going to fight a fucking thing. But Canada couldn't fight a fucking fly right now without trying.
You got it right.
You're right.
They've been right
The Chinese taking all the land in Jamaica.
Yeah, I mean, we fight, and Canada's gonna call terrorist attack.
Can I get back in real quick, man? Since I'm
I'll go after you.
this shit show.
Yeah.
Can I get back in?
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
You didn't start this shit show. You was
somebody came off the mob and thought they was going to morally check you, and it didn't happen. It did not swing right. But go ahead.
I'm not gonna morally check you.
It shows
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
It shows the ignorance, the comparison that you tried to use with the Ku Klux Klan. You have to know why they were started.
Which means she don't know our history.
You have to know why they were started. They were not started because black folks hated white folks. It was started because they wanted to keep black folks enslaved. So that was a fucked up comparison.
Yep, I agree.
Right? It did not reach the mark that you thought it was going to.
No, I agree with you. That's why it started.
So why would you even use that as a comparison?
I got it clear.
Let him deal.
He's stupid as hell. That's why I never suffocated.
If you knew that, why would you
ask me a question?
If you knew that, why would you use that as a comparison to what I said? It shows
Is that a question or no?
Right? No, it's not a question.
The Klan was a terrorist.
Right?
Seeking attention. Please get past her. She's seeking attention.
You know, so I mean, that was the dumbest fucking comparison ever.
Yeah.
On what I said. Even if I'm gonna go a step further, even if I was the original aggressor, right? Even if I walked up to Kevin and slapped the fuck out of Kevin, and Kevin ran off. If Kevin came back the next day to do harm to me, and I saw Kevin coming, I'm still gonna lay Kevin ass down first if I get a chance to. That doesn't mean I was wrong for slapping him. I was dead wrong for slapping Kevin. Absolutely wrong. And I should expect Kevin to want to come back and get his revenge. But if I see Kevin coming with his revenge, you think I'm just going to stand there and take it? That's the same thing that's going on now. So I agree with what you said to a point. America cannot finish.
Yeah, go ahead, Lambert.
America has always been the aggressor, right? Always. We've always been the bully, right? And we bullied a lot of people wrongfully. We killed a lot of people wrongfully. I can absolutely agree with that. But if you've done this to a country and you see this country getting ready to take revenge upon you, you're just going to stand there and let them take revenge upon you.
You also hear happy with what they're telling you that they're going to do. So here's the thing for me. You don't get to tell me how you're going to do me, and I'm supposed to just sit and wait for it to happen. You don't also get to tell me how to fucking respond. So however I respond is however I respond. So if I'm going to meet vengeance with vengeance, then that's what the fuck it's going to be.
And just a quick thing too, if I may, I just want to say something real quick. I think Sister Chanty, because you're getting a lot of smoke now, is because you made a very ignorant and offensive comparison, and you know very little about African American history and the atrocities that is African American history. And I think that a lot of us brothers and sisters in America, and I agree with the Mr. Wilson on this one. I know we disagree sometimes, is that oftentimes our brothers and sisters in the diaspora don't understand or have proper historical context to who we are and how we arrive and where we are in America. Black folks in America are not a part of the American power structure. So when you try to equate and saying that, well, since you're an American, you're a terrorist, we're not a part of the damn power structure, just like you as a Jamaican sister is not a part of the Canadian power structure.
But you're promoting.
You're just not.
But you're promoting.
So I mean, well, hold on. So let me finish. You're not. So you made a very ridiculous.
Media. What that mean?
So wait, no, hold on, go, let me finish. So it appears to me that you just lack historical context for you to make that. Black people never had a problem with white people. White people had a problem with black people. That's why it's a thing of white supremacy. And no, it ain't you guys. And listen, and you don't have proper historical context.
Taking the words out of context.
Speaker, come on, speaker. No, speaker, listen, brother. Now listen, speaker. Come on now. You know good damn well she has zero historical context. You don't even say something that ridiculous.
Hold up, y'all. Let me finish. No, y'all. Chill the fuck out and shut the fuck up, Shanti. Shut up. Can Mr. Strong finish saying what he's saying? Shut up.
No, you don't.
You motherfucker. Yeah, that's your job. Yo, you mute your motherfucking mic. If I gotta keep, okay, well, I gotta.
To the goon.
Yep. Put you down. Go ahead, Strongback. Please finish what you're saying.
But that's all I had to say. I mean, she has a lack of historical context. And Speak, I understand your point of saying that we're misunderstanding her. But come on now, a person that actually has done the time to have proper historical research on Black people in America, and you're engaging with Black folks in America, and you're a fellow Black person, maybe from Jamaica, and to say something that offensive and that ridiculous with that much lack of context, she's a grown-ass woman, brother. Come on now.
You know what I'm saying.
Well, I think she's an agent. I think she's an agent. I don't think she's Black. I think she's a white woman that came up in here sounding the way she was sounding. Point blank period. That right there was an agent.
For me, I'm saying this. The Klansmen are terrorists. We know that. And they're one of the largest terrorist group, and the skinheads and the Aryan Nation. They're terrorists. They're no worse than the people overseas that want to kill people. They've done a lot of damage to Black people. Now, I think when she said that because she heard people caping for America, so they agree with the terrorism and the murdering that America is doing. It's one thing to protect yourself and making sure someone don't come and kill you. You're going to kill them first. But she's talking about the action historically and current that America finds herself in. No, you don't have to know a lot of history in terms to know the history of this country. And this country has not been good to us. This country have been doing things all over the planet just to keep white supremacists alive and well. And they murdered a bunch of people. They murdered all of the Black leadership. Every time a Black man or a Black woman wants to rise, they take them out. They infiltrate the organizations. This is the country we live in. So let's keep it real. But no, she's not correct about we are part of we ain't even at the goddamn table when it comes to these decisions that America made. So whether you patriotic or beating your chest, you don't even have a voice at the table. And then when you come from over there and they thank you for your service, you still can't move in their neighborhood. You still can't get the bank loans they get. So now it's one thing, I do agree with you all. If your house is on fire and I can't stand you, I'm going to help put your house out. I'm going to help get your house cooled down or put water on to put the fire out because I don't want my house to burn up. So yeah, I'm going to automatically do that. But I'll never side with the foreign wicked policies of America, ever, not me.
Hey, Brother Greg, check us out. So people got to keep in mind that the history of America is not only known by American people, right? The history of America and the nuance of America's nefariousness is not studied and documented only by the people in America. I think that's a mistake to assume that this knowledge or this sensibility that Black people have suffered through and know still very well about the atrocities. Don't think that other countries don't know. And I give you an example. Right now, everybody's thinking that, and Trump and Israel thinking that America is a.
Can we hear
somebody,
you again?
Could somebody stop her, please? Hold so I can just land.
Who is it? Please.
I'm muted.
Okay, so here's why I say that. So right now we're thinking the fight is just between Israel, America, and Iran. Well, this thing has morphed to bring a lot of other people in the region. Now here's where Iran don't even have to have a nuclear bomb. They got something on the whole global economy that the America, not Israel, has planned for. And you know what that is? It is Persian Gulf. The Persian Gulf. Right now, if Trump tries to stop and end the war, all Iran promised to do is continue sinking ships that has to pass through the Persian Gulf. It's about $25 billion that's on stall right now because the Iranians are sinking ships. This could threaten the global economy. That's the Trump card that the Iranians are in. They don't have to have a nuclear bomb. They don't have to be they have missiles in stock that's very high tech that haven't been used yet. And as soon as Trump, right, which is what they hope them to do, they're gonna attack every tanker coming through the Persian Gulf. So the Persian Gulf, that's the main artery of oil and goods that goes around the world. And the Iranians are sinking ships over there. They're not going after Iranian ships, but they're sinking anything that looks like an American ship or whatever. They're sinking it, and that's to me, that's their nuclear bomb. Now, let me land. So that's what we gotta pick. That's what we gotta keep our eyes on now, because it's no longer.
Hold on 1 second. Why don't we put at least 2-minute period on everyone? That way everybody can get in. So speakers, be mindful. 2 minutes, because it's quite interesting. I want to definitely listen to it. So Leroy, continue to speak.
Thank you, brother. So I think that's what my mindset. I've been watching this stuff, right? I've been keeping up with it, and I go to news in other countries. I don't just depend on American news and look local news. These people are showing you where the problem's going to be for America and all of American allies, which is already affected. And I think that the global economy is where Iranians been planning for this shit. They know how the ego is they know the ego of American whites. They know white supremacy. They know if they won these days, they want to try this shit, and they're prepared for it. They are not caught off guard. The mistake is to think that they're caught off guard. So I'm going to land on this. Keep an eye on the Persian Gulf, and keep an eye on if Trump tries to say mission accomplished. Watch if the Iranians doesn't continue. If the Iranians continue to attack American interests, we in some big shit trouble right now. And that's where the problem. That's what we need to keep our eyes on. That's the nature of war. It's a morph into something greater than
so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Leroy. The mic is on Parsa.
I thought it was on me. I'll go after the brother then. Put me after the brother.
Let Parsa go.
Hi guys. It's 2 minutes, so I'm gonna really conclude this really fast. So I'm an Iranian here, so I can give you a bit of insight of why the people are actually celebrating inside the country. So the majority of the people are opposing the government and are not pro-government. That's why you see the reactions that you see from Iranian people. And I'm going to contribute to because you're reviewing this as an American point of view, so I'm going to give you a bit of just abstract of what is going on. I do believe that U.S. is in this war more because of the regional escalation of power and regional power play with China. As in, you guys landed the Venezuelan oil before this war, and some of you might not know, but the oil reserves in Venezuela cannot be pumped up, and you need Iranian oil, which is a light crude oil, to be injected into the oil reserves of Venezuela to pump it, to be able to pump it up. It's kind of like it's simple physics. If you put a light fluid into it's you can pump it up. So that's from the American point of view, and the regional power play. If a government, if a pro-American government comes up to the Middle East, it would be beneficial to the power, like the power scene of how U.S. takes care of the Middle East, and it would be beneficial to that. I don't know if a regime change or a head of regime change would contribute to that. That's a full separate conversation. But as of now, I believe that Trump is seeking to topple the regime to bring a more pro-American regime in Iran, so he can control Middle East further and can control China. Just cut the cheap oil that China is getting to kind of put a cap on the economic growth of China. That's my point of view. But as an Iranian, I'm just happy of the campaign because it is contributing to our cause as well. I just wanted to say that. Thanks for the opportunity.
Personally, if you don't mind, can I ask you a question before you go?
Yeah, definitely.
Can I ask you a question before you go? I just wanted to clarify that you're saying that the people are actually happy of the. Okay, thank you.
Let me ask him this. Hold on. Wait a minute, please. Wait a minute. Is he still
White fat back.
Okay, so why? Parson, why are y'all happy? And what are y'all gonna get out? What are y'all expecting after the end of this? After all of this?
So the regime is really oppressive. The regime is really oppressive, and any attempt to protest inside the country without any external help throughout a history of 47 years have been met with pure aggression, whether it is killing the protesters in the street or whether it is executing the protesters after they arrest them. We cannot topple the regime, and it's a really huge divide. The majority of when I say the majority of the population, easy minimum, do want this regime gone because of the really basic freedoms like personal freedom that has been taken away from the people because of the mandatory hijab law that many Iranians don't want to follow, because of the lack of the freedom of the speech, the lack that you cannot criticize the government in any way, and any criticizement is like met with violence. So any external help that we can get in this war in our war against our regime would be beneficial to us. And when U.S. strikes killed our leader, you could see like worldwide celebrations of that. That's the reason, because we are unable to topple our regime without violence, and we don't have guns, and we don't have First Amendment rights and all of that you have in the U.S. So any act that U.S. have done has been beneficial to the people. Yeah, there has been civilian casualties, I'm not going to deny that, but overall, the Iranian people are pro-U.S. strikes, majority of them.
Hey, Parson, where do you live, by the way? Parson, where do you live?
May I be permitted to ask him a question? I don't want to comment. I want to do more listening with regards to the conversation you guys are having. You seem to be doing pretty well. Whenever this room gets to the number of people, at one time I checked on you guys, it was like 180 something people in here. And when it's like that, you attract all kind of people. And you attract the haters, you attract the jealous people, you attract the envy people. It's all kind of stuff that goes on. So I like to take the position to moderate and not necessarily, offer my perspective of opinion, and especially at a time like this. But when I'm present, I like to have it to where everybody is a pleasurable listening experience. So I'm present and I'm going to just moderate, not necessarily comment on what's being said. But I do want to ask you a question, beloved. When you say you're celebrating as a Muslim, what it appears is that you are, or Iranians or whoever, are wanting to the Western way of life. The Western life totally goes against what Muslims believe. I see a lot of Muslims who have been doing good in their land. When they come over here, they take off everything. They go to drinking, they go to smoking, they go to the strip clubs. They're real loose with this Western society, right? So here's the question that caught my work. So looking at Gaddafi, looking at Saddam Hussein and all the other Muslim countries that were toppled by Afghanistan, toppled by the United States Army and Israel. Looking at those countries now, they're in shambles. They are a total wreck. So my question to you is, what would make you so different, right, from the other countries that have went through the toppling of America? What makes you so sure that this is what you really want and you're celebrating?
Yes, so the main difference, I believe, between the countries that you mentioned and Iran is that many of them went inside the internal power grab war, as in like you could see with Syria, the major Arab population went against war against the Kurdish population. In Libya was a totally different like tribal scenario, and in Iraq the same kind of happened. You have the Sunni Muslim population, the Shia Muslim population, you have the Kurds in the north, and what kept them united was a dictator.
Hold on right quick where I can follow you. You're saying in essence that Iran does not have any internal like differences in...
No. If you let me finish, you'd understand what I'm trying to say. So what kept them united was a oppressive dictator that wanted to rule all of the country. What keeps us united is a national identity that we embrace. It's the 3,000 years of history that we have together. I don't deny that everything is not ideal. It's a real world. There are some differences. There are some disagreements between the ethnic mixes of Iran, but it doesn't have that huge divide that Iraq, Syria, and Libya had. And I believe that we have the political establishment to fill that void of a government quick enough to avoid the country going to the state of civil war, state of anarchy, and all like everything that all the other countries went to. And not every country in Arab Spring experienced all of that. Like there are successful examples of that as well. It's not about the U.S. invasion that turned these countries into what they were. Because if you remember, like Tunisia wasn't invaded by U.S., but it turned out the same way. It's the geopolitical situation of the countries. I believe that's my opinion.
All right, yeah, your opinion. You definitely stated that right. I'm glad you said your opinion because I disagree with your opinion. I totally disagree, and I've never set foot in Iran. Because you're saying, in essence, now to me, and I want to pass the mic to whoever gets it after I make this statement. I don't want to get out in the high. Okay, you got it next totem pole. Yes, sir. This is where I disagree with your opinion. Because you're sitting here telling us that the core difference between what's happening with all the other Muslim countries that have invaded and bombed America, that America is just going to not want any of their influence. Then, in other words, you're telling us, oh, we're going to spend $1 trillion bombing this country, and we're not going to have any influence in doing it. These white folks don't work like that. They don't. They're not going to go in now and spend all that money and not have their puppet in place to protect their interests? You're gonna just totally give it over to the new regime in Iran and not have any influence? I just don't think they're that dumb. That's number one. Hold on, relax, just relax. Go ahead and have an intellectual conversation, and we're gonna be prodigies and think about what opinions are being shared, and we're gonna challenge those opinions if it does not make sense. This is the playground for intellectual prodigy.
Yeah, obviously.
All right. That's one. So you're saying, in essence, and again, we're going to pass the mic now. I don't want to go back and forth. Y'all just disagree with your opinion. So number two is that the people, let's just take one example to make this where everybody can understand what we're talking about. If you got 100 people in Iran, you're saying that we have enough people that if this country is taken, 60% of that, right, will take control and we can quash the other 40%. And this is why we're going to be more successful than all other countries, because there is, as you said, disagreement, perspective, but we're united on belief. I don't believe those 40 people are going to just lay down and let the 60 rule. There's always going to be some dissatisfaction, whether it rises to the level of internal war or internal strife, right? Between that 40% and their dissatisfaction and America's wanting interest, I don't think you're going to be able to be better than Syria, Iraq, and any other country that has bombed America. That alone, just those two things, to me, I just don't think it's going to work. You got the
It's because you don't know Iran. You're not sure. You don't know.
Brother, can I get a little respect, please? Your name is Total.
Because we know Iran. We're from Iran.
Relax. We're going to come back around to you, big guy. Just relax. Let's make sense. Let's go with it, Total.
Yeah, so in the words of Colin Powell, if you break it, you own it. And he said that years ago with Iraq. And I'm saying it right now. Trump did not plan on going there and breaking Iran. And he wasn't going in there to liberate the Iranians. It's tragic what the brother is describing is happening as far as people dying, people getting killed for protesting, all of the atrocities. But this man, the Ayatollah, had been there for 46 years. And not one American president in 46 years decided to go over there and break it. The only reason why Trump broke it is because he got played by Benjamin Netanyahu. And that's what I'm upset about, because he didn't have the chutzpah. He didn't have the nuts to stand Benjamin Netanyahu, and he dragged us into some shit where now we are guilty. Excuse me.
Relax, man. Y'all get it. Y'all relax. Let him finish. Y'all, everybody relax. Matter of fact, I'm running the show while I'm here.
Thank you. He dragged, here I come. He dragged him into it on some bullshit that we wasn't even concerned with. We've got our own infrastructure concerns. We're building a major golden dome for our security. We're also building a super AI computer that stretches from north, south, east, and west of the United States. We didn't have the money to jump into this system. We weren't trying to buy it. And like Colin Powell said, if you break it, you own it. And that's basically what they went over there and did. Dropped bombs over there, and they broke their situation up. Now, okay, you got an Iranian on stage saying they celebrate and they happy. You know why? Because America just bought that problem. And that's not what Trump's plan was. He got played, and Benjamin Netanyahu got his ass to go out there and break something that we, as American citizens, weren't trying to buy. I land right there. Let me put the totem pole all the way in it and land right there.
Okay.
Hey, can you please me talk? I'm from Iran. I'm Iranian.
You can go next. Alex, you can go after Erica. Let's go.
So I was gonna say, who is that? So I was like, I mean, no, he is. I mean, I thought that's why y'all voted for Trump, because he was different from all the other presidents. Now all of a sudden he need to be like the rest of them and not do what they did. And because he didn't, he done fucked up, and you knew what his plans was, and he didn't make his plans because he ain't do what the. Just yesterday he was different. Not today you want him to be the same. Y'all gotta make up y'all mind. Again, you don't know what the plans are. I mean, we can hope for the best. I mean, some of us on this Armageddon, it's the end of the world. Some of us think it's strategic. Some of us think we shouldn't be there. But the crazy thing about it is you continue to have people to come and tell you that, and this is before he even went in there. They were talking about how bad that regime was with the people. Now, I do believe that, they probably did the same thing there that they're doing here, waited till the shit was right before they strike. But I think the people, they probably had some stuff going around in their propaganda or whatever. People probably dissatisfied with their government, and with just enough push, it'll push them over the edge to say, I'm not going to take this anymore. Now, a lot of Americans might not be able to understand that because a lot of the cowards, we are literally sitting here letting our government do what the fuck they want. But don't complain now. You ain't wanting to be like the rest of the presidents yesterday. Keep that energy.
Okay, Alex, and then I think it's Crisis, right? Alex.
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me well?
Say the other way around, Eugene, but okay.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Alex, we can hear you.
We can hear you clearly.
Okay, 1 second, please.
Go ahead, Crisis. Alex, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
I actually want to speak with Faisal, and I don't want no interruptions. So to the brother Faisal, can you said earlier that there was a difference between Iran and the other countries. Can you speak towards whether or not there is still a sentiment of what it was like before Sharia law in Iran? Is that the reason why you're saying that there's a difference between Iran and these other countries? Faisal, if you're still there, I'm only going to give you 3 seconds, and I'm going to give up the mic.
I don't think he's here anymore.
Sorry, are you asking for me?
Hey, I was supposed to talk. Hello?
Fazel's on stage. Can you repeat your question?
Earlier you were speaking
back to you, Alex.
Earlier you were speaking about the difference. Eugene was asking you about why you thought Iran was different, and in terms of the different things that have happened to all the other leaders in the region versus Iran. But what I wanted to ask you was, do you believe difference is the fact that y'all understood already what it was to live without Sharia law and then to live with Sharia law?
Partially, yes. Your answer is partially yes, not entirely. The Islamic revolution that we had was the failed test that the other countries are going through now. So the Sharia law, the Islamic law, let's call it, because it's a mix of Sharia law and some other oppressive made-up laws. It has made people to go over the edge. The definite answer is yes to that. But there are some other caveats aside from that as well. So the only reason is not that, but that reason also applies.
And I also wanted you to go into those caveats because I know that that's where you were leading when you were speaking earlier. But I want people to have the full clarity of why Iranians are happy that this regime is being overthrown, because what's happening in these discussions is that in some of these discussions, we find ourselves telling people who are happy that this is happening, and who are happy that this is happening, we find ourselves telling that they're not truly Iranian. So I want to understand, with the nuances that you know of, why are they actually happy besides the Sharia law part?
As I said, it's because they cannot get over the regime, as in terms of foreign policy, economical policy, the situation of the country, the decline of the morality in the country, which is caused by the economical decline, which is caused by our idiotic foreign policy. It's all of that gets topped to the reason that we don't have any basic freedom, and they did everything in the name of Islam. I'm not a radical Islamophobe. Many Iranians have become Islamophobes because they cannot differentiate Islam from the government that is ruling them, and I don't blame them. They have every right to do, because what they went through.
Real quick, brother, because you just said something very important. Differentiate between.
Hey, make sure this be your last question. Crisis, you dominant. You taking the mic, and this is way over 2 minutes.
Okay.
Can I say something about?
Can you explain to them the fact that there is a difference between Islam, the religion, and Iranian government, the way that they've been ruling the people?
I believe, like any country that is ruled by laws from a religion would have the same problem. You cannot rule people by the laws of a religion, because religion, in my idea, is something personal. I won't say anything to a Muslim that goes to the mosque on prayers every Jummah and all the fasts during Ramadan. That's his belief. It's nothing to do with me. If he wants to have halal shops all over the country, like UK, we live peacefully, like alongside Muslims in the UK. Yeah, there are some problems. Every country has problems. But if you want to take those laws and apply it to everyone, what we joke about in Iran is like send people to heaven by force. That's not gonna work. It's gonna backfire. So it's like whatever gets done in that country gets blamed on the government, and government hides behind the religion, and that creates that diaspora. Yeah, I try to convince people that these are two different ideas, but for people that have lived like that for 47 years, it's not acceptable. You cannot reason and dialogue with them, because what they went through is horrific. You really have to live in the country to like experience what I'm saying. I lived there for 25 years before migrating to Britain, by the way, because everyone is in the chats is calling me a liar and I've never seen Iran and all that. But that's the truth behind Iran.
Let's move the mic, Erica. I think it was Alex and somebody else wanted to speak. Some lady, sisters. I heard a female voice. Alex, you got the mic.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this conversation. I love it because I'm Iranian. I love my country. And also I love America as well. I also love Israel. So some people ask why you guys are happy. First of all, let me say this. Iranians are not Muslims. We're not Muslim. We were forced to become Muslim 1400 years ago. They raped us. They attacked against our beautiful country hundreds of years ago, and they made us to become Muslims. So many Iranians hate Islam. They hate Islam. And especially this past 47 years, they have done the worst thing against the people of Iran. Who did it? Our own government. They are raping our men, women, kids. They are killing our own people, their own citizens in the streets of Iran. And some people, I don't want to say bad words, but there are some people here and also all over the world, hey, what's wrong with you Iranians? Why you want change? Why you want your country to be bombed? Yes, we want that so happily. Because 2 months ago, they killed, I don't know, some say 40, some say 50,000 people. President Trump said more than 35,000 people were killed. Yes, we want Americans. We want Israelis to come and getting rid of this evil regime in our beautiful country. Go on Twitter, go online and see how Iranians are excited. Yes, everybody hates war. I hate war. Every single Iranians hate war. But when we are getting the worst thing from our own government, yes, we want other countries come and destroy this evil IRGC and these fucking mullahs so we will be free. Look at Iranians. When there is war somewhere in the world, people flee their countries and go to other countries. Europe was so concerned. Turkey, our neighboring country, was so concerned about what was going on. They closed their borders. But no, Iranians left the country because we love our country, because you're going to see the biggest reverse immigration. Like so many millions of Iranians are going to back to their countries because we want to build it again. And you are wrong if you think, oh, it's going to be like Iraq, it's going to be like Afghanistan or Syria. No. You're wrong because you don't know Iran, you don't know Iranians. Yes, maybe you know, you Google it on Google Map, or you hear it from like these ugly stream media, and they say, oh, this is so many wrong things. You don't know it. We live there, we know it, we have families, relatives there, and we know it better than you guys. I have so much respect for you, but I don't know Germany as much as a German knows. So,
but why would you say all Iranians hate Islam? Like, that's such a generalization. You're putting a whole religion.
No. I'm not saying all Iranians.
I was going to say something. Hold on. It's my turn.
Excuse me, if someone
gets his truth.
Okay,
This is what happens when people come off the mic and if you want to say something, she wants to say something, she opens the door and then you feel compelled, then this conversation gonna go crazy. Erica, would y'all just get in where you've been in? I'll back off the mic. I was very entertaining.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
so
I want to
get in where you've been in. Y'all have it.
Okay. All right. Alex, before anybody else say that something, Alex, are you still there, Alex? I got a question for you, Alex.
I'm here.
All right. So what were your people before the Muslims came?
We were Zoroastrians, we were Jews, we were Christians. And if you Cyrus the Great,
yes,
called them like Messiah, not like Christ, but God.
I'm familiar with that.
The anointed one. He rescued Jews, and now they have it. Not we love it that they're helping us, but they have like some kind of obligation. We rescued them 2,500 years ago, and now it's their obligation, according to themselves. They want to free Iranians. We built their temple. We gave them gold, money to build their countries. And it's okay. I think they're helping us. We helped them, and now they're helping us.
So to be clear, you did say Zoroastrianism, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. The floor is open.
Ain't nothing like listening to sort of propaganda, but you know, Western culture is so attractive to folks who just don't want to live by a particular standard, and there's oppressive regimes in Christianity. I mean, nothing was worse to black folks than the Christian Knights here in America. So so when I hear people demonizing to some degree Islam, and then we think about it just here in America, and those who claim to be Christians, who was hanging us, every day, raping our mothers, and then going to church pretending to be so-called Christians. Be careful when you align yourself, and even the Jews, and that's murdering Palestinians, then wiped them out almost, took their land, the nerve to totally try to act as though those atrocities did not happen, excuse me, and are not still happening. So please, give me a break.
Hey, have you ever been out of America? Have you ever been out of
wait a minute. Wait a minute. So from what I've learned, every time somebody came in here that was from Iran and they said what they said, everybody is telling them that it's almost like y'all are saying that they don't know what they're talking about, or it's propaganda. I'm a bit confused because if people can't tell the Black Americans' lived experience and history of America, but that has been living in that country all their life, how are you able to tell them?
Can I just say something?
Can I finish my question? But can I finish my question? Okay, this is crazy.
Understand that you do not like David. Relax. Let her finish because I am prepared. I would like to finish. Hey, bro, calm down, bro. Don't worry about it. We got him. Go ahead, Michelle. Finish because I want to answer your question because I'm one of the ones you're talking about.
Well, I'm not. Is that what you just did a minute ago? If so, then I guess I'm just trying to figure out why is it, because it's been happening all day. It's all day as these people have came in here and they said what they said, and I've asked these people questions and they all are coming back with the same answer. So is it people being sent to the room to create this dialogue?
Absolutely.
Or is it is it real? Is it these people actually having these feelings and they're actually going through this shit? Because like I said, if it's Black Americans going through what Black Americans are going through, we always tell people, you don't know what happened here, you don't know the history. But
they got
everybody been quick to tell the
please shut up, bro. Damn.
Go relax.
You know what? Fuck it. Never mind. I don't even want to ask questions.
Nah, Michelle, you saying some good shit, man. Y'all gotta stay on me.
Oh my God.
Listen to
Eugene. Eugene, do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, go ahead. Let me just get off the mic and you can go ahead and answer my question. Oh my God.
Listen to what I'm saying. You have clearly stated your question. What you're doing, somebody off mic got feedback. Relax. What you're doing, sweetheart, is that you have clearly stated your question. Now you're going back saying it in like 4 or 5 different ways. A lot of people have got it the first time or the second time. So now they're anxious to respond. And you're going over it and over and over in just so many other ways. It becomes irritating that way, if that makes sense. No disrespect.
But it's irritating when I can't even get it out in the first place. So now I have to start over because y'all are fucking up my train of thought, and I can't get it out.
You got 5 minutes.
So, and I get it that it's annoying, but it's also annoying that y'all can't let me finish, and you're the first person that jumped off the mic while I was talking in the first time. I'm muted.
No, we want to extend you your 5 minutes. Nobody comes off the mic. Let her finish. Nobody comes off the mic. Let her finish, please.
All I'm saying is, no, I don't need 5 minutes. All I'm saying is, how are people able to tell these people their history, their lived experience, when Black Americans would say the same thing to somebody that's from somewhere else? You can't tell them about their lived experience in their country, just like these people are telling you their lived experience and their history in their country, especially when there's archaeological proof of that shit as well. That island, that's it.
No, you got 3 more minutes. Go ahead. We want you to be really satisfied.
I don't, because you guys are unbearable. This shit is like pulling teeth, and it's been all day with y'all. It's like when you're trying to have a conversation, people are so emotional and reactive to questions and the things that people say, and it's just crazy. It's insane. So, like I said, Eugene, y'all go ahead. Y'all have at it. That's all.
Eugene, can I just say something?
Relax. Let her finish. We want her to get it all the way out.
I think she's going.
She's done.
Yeah, she's done, brother.
No, I am dinner meat. I am cooked and well done. Okay, brother.
It's well done, brother. Let's continue with the conversation.
Shanti. Thank you, Shanti. Thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Can I just say something?
Ain't no fucking Mercury retrograde. I'm fine.
Go ahead, Michelle. Finish up.
No, Eugene, why you playing with me? No, just go ahead, y'all.
Michelle, can I speak for you, my dear sister?
This is crazy.
Can I say
go ahead. Go ahead, Eugene. You said you wanted to answer. Hey, well, then I'm just gonna pass the mic to Slaughter.
I got a question for you.
Because I'm done with y'all. Y'all are crazy. Y'all insane.
Well, Michelle, I like to dialogue with you for your last 3 minutes.
No, relax. Finish up, Michelle. Because what you're gonna do when they start going at you, you're going to be prepared to come off your mic in defense of what they may say, and then you're charging everybody else. Wait, see, I gave you time. See that? You about to cut me off already. So what I'm saying, we want to be fair because you're going to get pushback. Now you're complaining about everybody. Oh, I can't get it out. I've been dealing with this all day. Blah 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 blah. So we want to give you enough time to get it out where you can play fair with everybody else and not charge people with what they're doing to you, and you're going to be prepared to do it. It's like the pot calling the killer black right now, because you're going to get some pushback.
Okay, well, Eugene, let's be clear. I'm not looking for pushback. It was just a fucking question, because I've been seeing 2 sides of the narrative all day. So it was just a question. It wasn't for me to come at anybody. I'm not dogging anybody. I'm not targeting anybody. All I was just doing was asking a question, since I'm noticing a pattern in how people are reacting to the way these people are coming up in here and saying this shit. That's all. Why would I have pushback about your opinion? I honestly just wanted to know, because it was interesting of what I'm observing people's behavior. I don't give a fuck how y'all are, but if that's what y'all gonna be, go ahead and do it. I just wanted to know why. That's it. I don't have no pushback, and I really don't give a fuck. I'm just saying, based off of what they're saying, that's what them people want to do. That's how they feel. And this man clearly just stated this whole shit thousands of years ago, how this has happened to them, and this is what they want. So I don't understand what the pushback was. Hey, I'm just up here chilling, listening, and I just had a fucking question. And you got an issue with me having a question, like I'm supposed to be offended by your response? Y'all are fucking emotionally as charged as the motherfucker. This shit is crazy. Yes, this is really bad. Y'all are fucking crazy. I'm a lamb right there. Y'all can have this conversation, but for some reason, it's just, I don't know, y'all are like touched by this shit. And y'all ain't never been to Iran before. Y'all ain't never been there. I don't know. Y'all go ahead.
Well, no, I don't think we can just listen to Michelle.
Hold on, man. It was on Eugene.
Hold on. Speaker Gregory, you're going to get in as well. I wanted to respond because I think it was when she went to teaching or sharing her opinion. I haven't been around the room all day like she has. But I know that myself, Faisal, Dez, and a few others in the chat, Sultan who came on stage, we all are sharing somewhat of the same perspective based on the person. See, anybody can hide behind this profile picture. The brother who said he's from Iran, I don't know if that he got a possum or a cat or upside down cat or something. I don't know him. He ain't been around. Matter of fact, he got a red ticket. Right? So he's making a statement now. He's saying what he is. If the listeners don't understand the language, or maybe not even understand the Muslim culture, right? There's certain things. Hold on. Hold on.
How are they making this about them?
So, all right. So, at the time, Michelle said, why are people saying such and such and such about people who are coming to the state and saying they're Iranian, they lived there 1,000 years? All right? Why are people giving them pushback? I'm one of the ones. I know me and Dez were, because me and Dez were going back and forth. I think Basil came in along with that. Sultan came in, he jumped in. Hey, I'm listening too. There's a lot of people in the room don't understand what is being said. So automatically when they see the pushback happening, they'll state what Michelle stated, which fitted what me and Dez was in the chat doing. So now I'm propelled to say, hey, wait a minute, hold on. You understand? And so the clarity is this. Agents are real. You may not be tuned in enough to understand when you're listening to an agent. I don't know whether he's an agent or not. I really don't know. All I know is he's a cat profile picture. But the language, things are being said, and you say you're Iranian, and you made a statement. One of the statements stuck out there is to me, if you're Iranian, and you're saying I don't have a problem with a Muslim going, well, what kind of fucking Muslim are you?
He's not Muslim. He said he's not Muslim.
I know he ain't. You ain't got to tell me that, or Dez that, or Speaker Gregory that.
Well, how do you guys think this is propaganda?
You're gonna get your
Excuse
turn.
me,
I'll tell you what's gonna happen right now. We're gonna put you in the audience and we're gonna bring you back up. No, you're not coming back up right now. What I am saying, hold on, man. What I am saying to you, all right, this is what I do. I got my niece on the phone. I said what I had to say. It's on y'all. Y'all deal with it. This your room. I'm gone. But
I just want to see this.
Wait a minute. No, y'all, wait a minute. Because my question was, I get it. Y'all think there's propaganda. I understand. And that's fair. But at the end of the day, when you really look at it, if somebody was coming in here, just like that girl got up here earlier and told y'all the history, what she knew about the fucking Ku Klux Klan and how it was formed, and everybody just jumped on her about that. Y'all are doing the same thing to the Iranian. Y'all literally just did that.
Well, those who claim it's Iranian.
Look, well, hey, but shoot, you know,
Michelle,
have you been there with them? How do you
Michelle, around the world, Americans are celebrating. We supposed to believe Americans. There's not even evidence.
What I do, Michelle, is the empathy that it makes sense.
It's not empathy. It's just
I know, but that's empathy.
Michelle, what do we do in these rooms? We already
end of the day, Michelle.
Check the chat. Around the world, Iranians and families are celebrating.
Hold up, Pedro. Let Speaker Gregory talk and then you can go, Pedro.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. So I understand it because they are oppressive governments, whether it's Islam, Christianity. Those folks have been going through some things. That is a fact. But I can't go by just the few people that they show around the propaganda media. Yeah, I was riding through Philly and saw them lining up downtown while I was on my way to the airport. So you're going to see those groups. Just like you can see any group. They're going to show you the ones that they want to paint a picture. Absolutely. I don't measure what's really going on the grounds by America media, but there's an oppression there. Yeah, there's some things there that I wouldn't dare agree with, whether they Islamic or Christian or so-called Jews. I would say wrong is wrong and right is right, but at the end of the day, even with that woman that you was talking about, Michelle, I pretty much took that woman's side because, look, this ain't time. And anytime, I guess my biggest concern is, be careful what you ask for. And then the government over there, shame on them, those who claim to be practicing Islam. If you are repressive and you are oppressing the people, that is not Islam. That person was right. That is not Islam. But that's some government, just like this ain't Christianity over here when you did the shit that you did to black people. So, right, there are some people that are absolutely, being dealt with. I don't know who's playing the music.
Oh, it's me. I was just waiting on you to finish because
go ahead.
Yeah, because y'all are saying that that's not Islam, but he's saying his people are not Islamic. He said these people brought Islam to.
No.
Can I finish? Let me finish real quick, Alex. I heard what you said. You said that they brought Islam to you guys. Y'all had a Zoroastrianism culture, religion before Islam came, correct, Alex?
That's correct. And also the thing is,
so pause, Alex. Pause.
1 second. So many people think, or I don't know how many people, but some people believe that Islam is good. You think Islam is good because you don't know it, because you've never read the Quran.
Mate, as an Iranian, you have some fellow countrymen who are Muslim.
Go on mute. Listen, is Alex who speaking? Is Alex speaking?
Yes, Alex should be speaking.
Yeah, go read the Quran and you'll see what's going on there. If you leave Islam, you'll become an infidel. You're dead. If in Islam, it's not like you cannot do that in America or in so many countries. But in Islam, you are allowed to have 4 wives. Hey, ladies, tell me which one of you want that? Go read the Quran, and those guys who are supporting the Islamic Republic, because you cannot live 1 day there, even 1 day. You don't know the Quran, you don't know the culture, you don't know Islam. That's what you are supporting. We lived it. We were tortured because of it. We are dying every single day because of Islam and those who are practicing Islam, our government and so many other crazy people. That's why we are reaching our arms and getting when you are being raped, you don't know, you don't care who are helping. You just say, help. I don't know, you're Christian, Jews, atheists, you don't care. You say, hey, please help me. And this is what's going on in Iran. They are raping us, they are killing us, and we want help from the rest of the.
So what about the Talmud? Michelle, I was next. So Michelle, I think it's very disingenuous, right? I see everything that Michelle was saying. some part of the conversation can't be had because people in their feelings. This is crazy because when we talk about lived experience, it always trumps what somebody else say. Like if we talking about somebody that's black from Haiti, Melissa take the mic and she go off. Florida, I take the mic, I go off. I provide y'all with shit that y'all don't know. Y'all be like, damn, Pedro, I didn't know that. Damn, Melissa, hey, I didn't know that. Hey, Michelle, I didn't know that. Hey, look, girl, I ain't know that. Damn, you showing me proof? Whoa, that's a different experience from what we've been taught. But now, because people in America practice a religion, but they've never been to this place. Y'all rag on the Christians all day. We sit back and we have to let y'all persecute our religion all day, talking about how it's fake, how it ain't real, how we praying to Sky Daddy. We let y'all get away with murder talking about us. But now, Michelle asked a very good question. Why can't we listen to the people with boots on the ground? Even if they're not in our area right now, they from there. They have family there. Watch this. Somebody in the chat was just putting out facts. I went to every link they put in, cross-verified. It was left wing and right wing media, Michelle, dropping different places where they are celebrating. The right wing and the left, they all showing that, hey, the BBC from London, it's places. Somebody dropped something from Australia. Somebody dropped something from some fucking news outlet in America, but they're all showing these people celebrate. Hey, my family is all right. They celebrating like, wait, how are we gonna tell these people what's good for them? If this man is telling you, hey man, they were just telling y'all that Islam is good, but this how it really works when you at the ground. When you at ground zero, nah, that ain't good. This is what they doing to us, and we ain't really fly with it. We not jacking that shit. They making y'all think be okay with it. We're happy somebody is trying to come save us, but then we gonna tell them, nah, you lying. It's bullshit. That's because your feelings are getting hurt, and you too involved in it emotionally to hear somebody tell you the truth about their motherfucking self. Y'all gotta be that shit crazy.
Wait a minute. Y'all, wait a minute. Blue, wait a minute. So this is the thing. Whether it's propaganda or not, whether it's propaganda or not, we don't know these people from Adam from Eve, just like I don't know Pedro from Adam and Eve. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, that man said his people weren't Muslim. They were conquered by Muslims. It would be the same thing as Native Americans being conquered colonized by Christians.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and he's talking about something from thousands of fucking years ago. They weren't never, so what he knows about being Islam or Muslim, what he knows, that ain't got nothing to do with America and Islam, the nation. It ain't got nothing to do with American culture. It has something to do with what they were doing way over there. They have morphed into something completely different. Just like it's different over here.
That's a Zionist.
I can't even see it. I can't even see the person, but anyway. But do y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, he's not speaking on American culture when it comes to the Nation of Islam and Muslim, because it's totally different than what they do over there. So they have their own thing. They have their own lived experiences. That's what I'm getting. If y'all think it's propaganda, that's fine. But at the end of the day, y'all won't ever know, because this is just Clubhouse.
Well, you can always get two different perspectives.
It has nothing to do with no goddamn propaganda. I think the problem with this is that we're spending a lot of money over there that we wasn't planning on spending, and it's really not America's job to be liberating every goddamn country in the world. That's really not our job. And I understand the Iranians are going through shit, and that's real. What they're describing is real shit, and they did need somebody to help. But the reality of it is, it shouldn't be at the cost of American taxpayers. And we're having to pay for this shit. So we want our get back on that oil. We want some bread back for that. And we want to own them goddamn oil wells. And that's what I hope he does smartly, is tie down them goddamn oil wells, because that costs us a lot of money to come over there and liberate your people. And that's not what we stand.
Hey, put Lonzo with you when you're done.
like to have a mic, please, and I will pass.
Alonzo,
Appreciate it. No, it's not your turn. No, it's not. But I will say this, Jamal. I hope nobody is silly enough to think that these people going over there just to liberate somebody. That there ain't no quick pro quo going on. That there's not gonna be a payback, meaning thank you for your service type situation, whether you know it or not. And as a matter of fact, one of these guys just got on the stage probably about 30 minutes to an hour ago and said that they're not, once they remove that, they're gonna put somebody in that seat. They're gonna run that country through proxy of whoever they put in that seat. So I'm not quite sure why you're so butthurt, Jamal. You spent a couple of dollars. It's okay. Okay? Because last week, last month, that you was in that Trump. So now I start talking now. I know you hear me talking about in love with Daddy Trump.
Slavery.
A week ago, a month ago, who is it that keep talking? Who is the Negro with no self-control? Go on mute, sir. Sir, go on mute.
It's David.
I don't give a fuck if you got an accent. Go on mute. You know what the mute button look like. Hit it. And I'll be done in a second. And you're more than welcome to have it. That's all right. I have you.
Go ahead, my love.
Oh, yeah, I got you. So, like I said, and so to sit here and listen, if the people say they happy that they're there, one thing about it, I would hate for me to be telling the motherfucker I'm happy that somebody saved me and they be sitting over there talking about that's crazy to me, goddamn it. I said I'm happy. Now you might not be happy, but I'm happy. And let's just move on. There you go.
All right, this is Alonzo. I'm a new speaker. All right, so
first of all, we don't care, but you can go.
You don't care.
Alonzo.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Another nigga gonna tell us how them people can't be happy.
Hey, so dig this, right? And I see what all of y'all saying, right? But y'all gotta realize that this has been a project for over 40 years in that country, right? Mossad, has been trying to infiltrate, like, what do you call that? Like when you have rats that come to your country, like, or not country, but infiltrate. They've been trying to infiltrate Iran for fucking decades, over 4 decades, right? These people, they don't know if their neighbors are Mossad. They don't know if the fucking leaders are Mossad. They don't know if the people next to the leaders are Mossad. They don't know if the police department is Mossad, right? It's been like woven in for multiple generations, right? So for Iranian, I understand, right? I understand. What you know is what your parents told you that made them leave the country. And you don't know if it was Mossad that made them leave the country. You don't know if your parents were working with the Shah, right, to the detriment of the people of that country. You don't know. Only thing you know is what they told you, right? Your parents could be Mossad. You know what I'm saying? Like, so all you know is what they told you. And so all you see is these people coming in and harming your people. We keep on hearing about a protest that just happened, right? They don't know, if you ask them, how many of those police officers were Mossad, how many of those protesters were Mossad. They don't know. So this is how it is for them, right? So, but what we do know for sure is some people are actually happy that their people are getting murdered. And that's sick. That's the degenerate part, right? They are actually happy that their people are dying. How disgusting, how we... Hold on. I didn't interrupt anybody. I didn't interrupt anybody.
Calm down.
I didn't interrupt anybody.
Yo, man, let Lonzo finish telling you how you not happy. Hold on, you almost there.
Right, and then you could even hear it in there, and they want their country to be bombed so bad they're begging for it, right? When you say things like, yo, what about if Israel runs your country? They don't care.
Ask the Palestinians what it's like to have Israel as a neighbor. You probably don't care. Right? That's the crazy part, right? So, that's the interesting dynamic, y'all. So sometimes understand, like, if you want to be like pro-Israel right now, there's like websites you can go to to like make $7,000, $7,000 per post, right? I suspect if you want to be pro-Israel taking over your country, it might not be 7, but it might be a couple of dollars coming their way, y'all. So understand that you might have a bunch of people on Clubhouse. These might be professionals. They might act dumb. They might be super long-winded. They might do all these things, but they might literally be getting maybe $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 per post. Some of these motherfuckers might not even be Iranian. Some of these motherfuckers actually might be fucking Mossad. And then understand, there's another caveat. In that country, there's like a subset of Jewish Iranians, right? That don't want to live next to Muslims, but they don't want to live in Israel, right? Because Israel's asked them a bunch of times to leave, and they're like, nah, we're good here. We've been protected here for a bunch of centuries. We want to stay here. But they wouldn't mind having more Israelis moving over. So just pay attention. This is like a crazy slippery slope. I can see how what they feel like, who the fuck are all these people, especially like people of African descent or native indigenous descent talking about their country. But yo, this is our tax dollars, y'all. This is our tax dollars. So yes, it's our fucking business.
Another nigga landed.
Sorry, can I just answer the claims?
Hold on, but I got you. But do y'all see how crazy this sounds? More niggas in America is telling us that these people that are being accosted can't tell us how they actually feel. This is like white people. Hold on, this is like white people. Hold on, I'm about to get out your way. Hey, Michelle, this sounds like when white people tell black people, hey, when y'all get pulled over by the police, maybe your music was up too loud. We tell them no. They pulled me over because I was a nigga. Nah, you probably ran that stop sign. Or you probably, no, nigga, I'm telling you what I did. I didn't do nothing. I just pulled that stop sign.
Hey, Erica and Flawless, I'm putting a link in the chat. This is I'm putting the link in the chat, y'all.
Lonzo, you
mute up. Okay, y'all can mute. Everybody just go on mute.
Sorry, can I just answer the claims? Because it was really, at some points, it was really offensive.
Sir, please don't keep talking.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, the Pedro is on the mic. He got a minute. Okay, and then the mic is going to go to David. After David, you're able to have the mic.
Okay.
2 minutes, please.
All right, yeah, and I got a minute, so I'm going to take my whole minute. But imagine that, black people. Imagine now somebody else telling us, hey, bro, when they put on the news, it ain't how we living, bro. Them people fucking us over. Hey, yo, Pedro, bro, I'm not African-American. I'm actually indigenous, bro. They keep lying and telling y'all that I'm... Imagine, black people, that story sounds familiar. So it sounds kind of crazy that black people are telling somebody else that, hey, bro, y'all are lying. Y'all ain't happy. Y'all, no. Them people ain't doing a good job for y'all. Y'all want that same regime. Keep it in there. Y'all know. Just keep the religion. Them people that man that told you that religion was forced on him. The same French speaker Greg could tell me my religion was forced on me. But nah, all of a sudden black people don't understand the concept of somebody lying to you and lying to everybody else about you and making you look the fool. We go through this every day, black people. So if y'all don't believe these people on their own merit and what they saying is the truth about their life, I don't want to hear nothing else about nothing in these rooms when it comes to black people and our lived experience when we trying to prove to people, hey, we are going through systemic things. We are going through systemic racism. Hey, yo, I can't get ahead because they keep holding me back. Y'all niggas might not ever utter that if these people can't tell us the truth about their fucking life. Y'all gotta be ashamed of y'all. It don't have nothing to do with
it is not on you, it's on Parson. Go ahead, Parson.
Yeah, thank you. So just to answer to the guy that just called us all on an Israeli payload, I really wish that I was on a payroll by Israel and I wouldn't have to wake up next morning to go to my miserable job. But not all Iranians are copy and pasted. So as a matter of fact, I don't care what Islamic revolution was like, and I don't care like what was like it before, during the Shah. Matter of fact, this is my personal opinion. Many of Iranians would not agree with me, but fuck the Shah and fuck the Crown Prince as well. I care about the situation that I currently see. I care that I can see my family, I can see my friends day to day go through tough times, oppression. Yeah, I do feel sorry that you feel like that your tax dollars are being wasted, in your opinion. That's your opinion. I do feel sorry. When I took the stage, I told everyone on the stage that, yeah, maybe this is the reason that Trump is doing this. I don't know. But as an Iranian, I'm happy. That's for you to judge. But for you to to come up here and call every one of us liar, and to call us like gaslighted about our own history, while your history comes from leftist posts or propaganda or whatever, it's just really, you really have the balls to do that. Like, it's not about what we think it might turn out. We are so sick of the situation at the moment that we want to move on, either with US bombing, or either with all of us being killed on the street. The situation is so bad, we just want to move on, and it is really disgusting that you are calling us all of those, and we are all propaganda machines. Thank you.
You know what African Americans are looking for?
He didn't say anything.
The mic is on David. The mic is on David Jamal. Now you're gonna go through with a minute. Who is next for you, sir? Thank you. Go ahead, David.
Wow. Good evening, gentlemen, ladies, whatever. To start with, one can be born anything. Islam is not race. I repeat, Islam is not race. That is something, as much I hate to admit that, people don't realize it. They just don't realize it. You can be born black, you can be born Indian, dark, white. You have no choice because you were born as you were. But then you choose whatever your belief system allows you to. That is your choice. But you never had a choice to be born black or brown or white or whatever. That's number one. Number two, going back to the headline of this room, did Trump just play a 4-dimension chess? Of course he did. And he's a genius. Once in a lifetime, fourth generation, you have got somebody like Trump comes up and cleans the system. We hate people come to clean the system. Trump could be anybody, I repeat, anybody, because he's cleaning the system. He's facing the British Empire. 140 years of the British dominant in the United States is gone down the drain. And I happen to live in the United Kingdom for 50 years. I face it every day. It is hard, I repeat, it is extremely hard to accept the reality when you face yourself in a mirror. One thing we have common, every one of us, we face each other in a mirror. That's the reality of life is. But allow me to finish.
Yeah, you got about 30 seconds.
What I'm trying to bring in here, they call it Stockholm syndromes. We have become victim and we are accepting it and we are proud of it to become a victim. That is a problem. It may take 2 generations to come out of that consciousness of it being a victim. You are not victim. You have to stand up. God bless you all. I'm the country. Every one of us.
Just you, bud.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next person on the mic is Tolon Polo, and then business.
All right, let me just say this real quick. The liberation of Iranian people that say they've been going through strife similar to Black Americans, they've been forced into Islam, similar to Black Americans being forced into Christianity. Their land has been taken, similar to the indigenous Negro. All of those things, we understand those. So you don't have to explain that to the indigenous Black American. But you know what you do have to understand? The only person that could come to liberate us from these white motherfuckers is somebody from outer space. We waiting for them spaceships with aliens to come and liberate us. I guess that day we be dancing in the streets.
That is what they call area.
Excuse me. So as far as your liberation is concerned, with tax dollars that I pay every motherfucking week, with our roads and bridges all fucked up, and our streets bad, and we ain't got no reparations for the land that was stolen from us. So pardon me for saying this, but I feel for you, my brother, but that don't got a goddamn thing to do with my tax dollars. And he should not be over there liberating nobody with that motherfucking money. That's our money. And that money is for us, not for liberation of Iranians, because the reality of it is, I'm waiting for a fucking space alien to come and liberate me.
What the fuck?
This shit is crazy.
This is crazy. What the fuck?
Can I ask David a question? When is space getting here tomorrow?
When all y'all niggas get through going, I'm gonna go.
Hey, Red, that nigga's moving too.
I've been here listening to all y'all bullshit, rolling up my blunt.
We are facing the unreasonable wall. We're not facing the wall in front of us.
You've been here for a minute.
About three rolled up right now. Whenever you get Shaitan to do your dirty work, you will fall. So no matter what America does in those regions, all of them are toppled and they in shambles. So be careful what you ask for.
Hey, David, let me ask you this, David.
Because y'all niggas are the worst superstitious niggas in the world.
David, let me ask you this, David. David's answer. Yeah, so you mentioned that once in a lifetime, I believe if I'm quoting you correctly, you said Donald Trump shows up. Is that right?
Precisely, correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay, so okay. I guess
who was the first Donald Trump?
In the spirit of so in our lifetime, you're saying this person is a gift from God. I guess is what you're saying.
I think the last person had Jackson the president. He had similar.
Okay. I don't want you to answer his question while I'm in the middle of trying to ask you a question.
Go ahead. Take it.
No problem. I understand. It's the first box. But no, so the point I'm saying, David, is this. This liberation, it's all good. This liberation that this once in a lifetime person came along to somehow make it better for like the totem poles that you heard. And a lot of people in America have a whole lot of issues around justice in this country. But you're saying the world, and Americans included, should be excited about this once in a lifetime character comes along. Let me ask you this, cutting to the chase. Do you think there's an effect? There's a cause and effect, right? Do you think there's going to be an effect of this, I guess, hero in your mind, this once in a lifetime person, what they're doing? What do you think the long-term effect is as a result of what he's doing?
The world is changing. The parameter is changing, geopolitically is changing, everything is changing. You'd be surprised. Take my child, I'm 70 years old, my grandchild will see a life that he wouldn't even, his parents, his grandparents, which is me, wouldn't even imagine. Because we are facing the redundancy of the human being because we have AI. Human being has no value anymore. It's finished. You got to get used to it. We are not. We have no value in the planet.
Human beings have no value on the planet.
Can I chime in?
One mic on this guy, okay? One mic on David.
if you come off your mic, because y'all got time submission. So if anybody is coming off their mic while somebody is giving a submission, you're going to the goo. I'm not going to even ask you to stop interrupting. Okay. Go ahead, David.
We are approaching an era that we are becoming no value to planet. No value. And it hurts, I repeat, it really hurts. We don't talk about it. What we know is there. We can see our children going through it and they adopting it. And we are jealous. You may not believe me. We are jealous on the background. We are jealous. I'm talking old generation. That we are facing to become redundant. The next 50 years, we will not have this conversation anymore. Finished. Done. Forget it. I'm coming from the angle of the DNA. I repeat. I come from the angle of the DNA. The DNA, your DNA is your ID, your identity, your digital ID. You can improve it if you want to. I repeat, you can improve it if you want to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your submission, David. The mic is on, I do believe, business. Did you go yet?
No, I didn't go. I don't mind. I don't mind speaking on the topic. Yeah, you know, the brother David is right. The world is changing, and America is no longer going to be the same after this war. And best believe this war is not for the American people. This war is for Israel and Israel only, right? The reality is, you know, now that Iran bombed all these Gulf states, and including Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, and possibly actually going to invade Bahrain, because Bahrain is 50% Shia, being ruled over a Sunni fake politician. You know, they might invade Bahrain. These countries are now saying, you know, you're too busy defending Israel while we get bombed, while our U.S. bases get bombed, while our oil gets bombed and whatnot, and there's nobody there to defend them. America's more focused on Israel. So they're actually today they had a joint statement saying we got to rethink our business with America. Whoa, that's a big deal. A lot of these countries are heavily invested in the stock market, you know, when it comes to America. So, you know, America's going to lose a lot of, money in that terms, right? And also, you have to think, how does this benefit America whatsoever? This does not benefit America, right? And, you know, there's no actual way of actually destroying the regime. They said they're going to get a regime change. I'm sorry to these, you know, Iranian diaspora, you know, lunatics, who are cowards and couldn't fight for their own country. Let me just finish. Let him let. These Iranians that live in America.
For a second, business. So even if you're coming off to say, let them land, you're going to the goo. Okay, so I'm telling you, just be quiet. I'm telling you, say it on mute. It's okay. All right, go ahead, business.
Yeah, these Iranian diaspora who live in America comfortably, they live in Canada, UK, and whatnot. These are the cowards that ran away from their country. Most of the people in Iran actually, like as you can see, when Khamenei died, there's millions of people on the streets supporting him. And as a matter of fact, now the ones that were in the middle are actually not going to rally around the flag, the fact that you killed a religious leader. And not only that, they've claimed that they're going to get rid of the regime. We're 7 days in the war, and there's nobody. If anything, his son reportedly is taken over, and they're stronger than ever. You could bomb Tehran 1 million times. That's not going to do nothing to them, because their missiles are inside mountains underneath cities, protected by bunkers. Yeah. The only way for you to actually destroy these missiles is to actually invade these countries, which they won't, because they cannot invade Iran because of the mountains, and they're going to have a strategic advantage over America. So there's no possible way America's going to win this war America's going to get kicked out the region, all because we have to listen to whatever Israel told us to do. We're being conquered and we're being taken over in America by these Epstein elites that's taken over our government. And you can say that these Islamic terrorists are disgusting. Last point. We can say that these Iranian leaders are disgusting, they're terrorists and whatnot. Remember that we're living in the biggest modern day pedophilia scandal in modern day history in America, where all these white leaders are sleeping with little girls. Yes. Nobody wants to talk about that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
The war is happening is a biblical war. It is biblical. I'm a Christian. I'm Orthodox. Orthodox like the Greeks, like the Russians, like the Coptic. You see, what we are facing at this moment, people are not ready yet. We are not ready. What is happening? And it is frightening. Absolutely is frightening.
Can I chime in?
Is it my turn? After business, is it my turn next, Erica?
Wait a minute. Was he done?
I didn't know you. Yeah, he's on mute. I didn't know you were in the queue, sweet. I thought it was Totem Pole that was next.
Well, I'll get in the back of the line.
Well, I had a question, but I got a question for the guy here.
Well, hold on, Totem Pole.
After I'm done.
Well, hold on, sweet.
Put me in the queue, Erica.
Who is that?
Who was that? Make It Pop? It was
Make It Pop, okay.
Who was that was just now talking? Was that David?
That was David.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is he planning? What are you trying to accomplish? What are y'all trying to accomplish with what's going on? David.
We are just following the word of the God, word of the Christ. John said that, if you remember. John said that first there was a word. There was a word. There was a word become God. That is the point. The science is proving what Bible says. The frequency. Yeah, I mean, we can't hide it anymore. We cannot hide it anymore. We try and we keep trying to not believe it, but the science proves it that something is going on about the word of the God, word in the Bible, and what we keep going around the bush.
I can't fucking hear him talking. Y'all being rude as fuck.
You ain't gotta. You don't have to say nothing.
Somebody put the airplane mode in there.
God damn it, please. You don't have to say anything. I got it. Please go ahead and finish, David.
Where'd he go?
There is this belief system that they are trying not to accept the Christianity, not to accept the Bible. Basically, they want to impose, we call it communism. They don't want any belief system exist. They want to bring socialism. Socialism is based to spend somebody else's money, not your own money, somebody else's money. That's socialism. Once that incorporated with the Islamic Islamic belief system, you have got a gold mine from the point of basically take over of the planet and enslave everybody. I repeat, enslave everybody, which they become like a Stockholm syndrome. A Stockholm syndrome means you say, okay, I accept that. I accept that. Yeah, I accept that. That is reality.
Okay.
Like in New York, like in London.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to you. All right, thank you so much, Dave. All right,
I am Iranian too. Can I speak, please?
Yes. I'll take the mic out the suite.
Okay, David. I heard you share some thoughts. Let me just recap some of what I heard you say, and then I'll give my thoughts. Into biblical proportions, there's not going to be any humans left 50 years from now, I think you said. You said you're Greek, Orthodox, and that's enough on the summary part, but let me just say this.
Georgia. I come from Georgia, Galicia. That is where the spelling comes from.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. I heard that though, but yeah, I didn't want to go through everything you said, but just some of the bullet points. On one hand, you said all humans ain't gonna be here no more 50 years from now. Okay, great. The second thing you said is there's biblical proportions now. I hear you talking about social and using other people's money. What, like stealing, using the socialism you said is other people spending money on other. I just thought about, yeah, exactly. Like my man Totem Pole said, like you're spending all the money somewhere else on some other shit. And so, but the point is this. I can appreciate from your background, your lineage, Georgia, thank you for that. It looks real gloomy and doomy. And I can understand why you would position yourself and your whole lineage is positioned against this whole Muslim thing, which is new. It's on the same line of divine. It's not embraced, though, definitely by the Judaism doesn't embrace it across the board. Christianity doesn't embrace it. But it's in that same line of biblical proportions, beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, objectively, when the world studies what's happening, they can see these words jump off the page and they can understand Moses' time frame and Jesus comes along and then even Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him. And you got all of these things that have unfolded. And here we are in North America, especially these non-Caucasians. Because if we analyze it, the Caucasians have been running around this planet conquering the indigenous people, and they only been here 6,000 years ago. I mean, you go back to Georgia, Greek, you're not going back 8,000, 10,000, 20,000 years ago when all these indigenous black folks been on this planet a long time with some real technology. So I can appreciate from your point of view, it looks real doomy and gloomy, and it almost looks like, yeah, the robots, but I just want to assert that my crystal ball tells me, you're going to have black folks here for a long time to come. Now, the system of things that have been going on through Georgia and Greeks and the Romans, all that is coming to an end, beyond a shadow of a doubt. So I can understand it would look real scary, and then thinking about it's just going to be robots. But the Bible don't talk about robots running Earth one day. It does have a story in there in Revelations, and that there's going to be all this nonsense, mismanagement, is going to come to a head, and it's going to be. I can't get 30 seconds to land. Like,
how about the white people?
Hold on, David.
White people become a slave.
Hold on,
David. Hold
on. The fuck you keep repeating it. Hold on. All right. Damn, you done got the damn white boy crying. All right. Go ahead and finish.
So, last 30 seconds. So again, the good news is, oh man, if it was in the beginning, it's going to be in the end, last 30 seconds, right? So these so-called Negroes that can't get no reparations check, even though Japan got one, and God has a way to give these people come out of this struggle they've been through and give them great substance. Keywords, they're going to come out with great substance, and they're going to lead a whole new planet of universal government of peace, where we all can live in peace together because the peace breaker is gone. Praise God.
And let me say one thing, and I just want to say this real quick. We got these Iranians who basically,
what was he saying about the white slaves?
To our land, excuse me, it's my turn to speak. Can I speak? All right. So we got these Iranians who, when they come over to our country, when they come over here, they come over as white people.
Hold on for a second, Jamal. Who I got on the stage? I can't see.
Let me know when
can somebody reach down and pull David up from the audience, please?
Pull him up from the goo, please, resurrector.
All right. So when David or any of his people come over here, any of those Iranian people come over here to our country, the land that we're indigenous to, which they don't give a goddamn about the so-called Negro. They don't care about us at all, right? But they're taking our money. Hold on, and we're going over there and we're going over there and we're liberating their people, right? But we haven't nobody come and liberated us, right? Nobody's came and saved us, right? And the reality of it is this. Then we hear the country and perpetuate racism on us. They won't do no business with us. They'll treat us like no good, low down niggas. So for us to cheer or say, yeah, come on, let's lift them up and make sure that they okay. When nobody cares about the so-called Negro. They don't care if we okay. So I don't celebrate this shit. And I'm upset with the president because I voted for the motherfucker and I didn't vote for him to spend tax dollars on liberating these motherfuckers. Because they'll come over here and perpetuate racism on my people. They'll take my tax dollars and come into my neighborhood, run motherfucking hotels and liquor stores in my neighborhoods where my people live at, on our land. And then they won't even deal with us and do business with us. And so now you're talking about, oh, we're so happy because America's come and dropped bombs. You know how much them motherfucking bombs cost every day? It's $500 million a day just to do this shit. That's money going out of our motherfucking retirement. We can't even get motherfucking medical insurance. They don't got money to motherfucking give every American health insurance. But we over there fighting wars and liberating Iranians. This shit is motherfucking crazy. And I'm disappointed in Donald Trump. But on top of that, I see you white racist motherfuckers. You Iranian racists.
Always comes around.
I see you. I see you. And the reality of it is you are racist just like the other ones. And I land.
Nigga, you said a bunch of nonsense.
I was trying to save you, David, but I couldn't. You can't control yourself. It's like he's saying again. Now, see who's talking. So what I'm saying is, yeah, Jamal, who's your daddy? Trump. Okay, nigga. Okay. At the end of the day,
Let me say something right quick, Erica.
Money getting a spanking from his pappy.
Well, you know what? I will say
it's making Pop's turn, but it's making Pop's turn. She been waiting.
Go ahead.
So many people were saying things against us. Let me speak at least. 10 people were like cursing us. Let me talk if it's okay.
No, you're gonna go after Make It Pop. I got it. You're gonna go after Make It Pop. Go ahead, Make It Pop.
It's my turn, but I don't know.
Is that a male voice? Because I don't think Make It Pop sounds like that. Hold on, let me get my glasses right there.
So you know that the interesting thing is, people's always trying to fulfill these prophecies. One trying to fill one, and then you hear them all trying to say, keep in mind while they're doing that, these wars, the reason why they're fighting these wars, keep in mind, because the Iranians are very iffy when it comes down to their oil and energy. And the fact when that individual down there, David's talking about that New World Agenda, which the reason it is all that programmable money, that's the reason why they're fighting. Because in order to conquer, you got to have to put everybody in check, especially the resources they need to build these smart cities and that whole world control, which once they flip the switch, whether you like it or not, the shit is being put in the air and everybody, they're going to conquer it. And while we're in here fighting and about nonsense shit, they're already doing it. Keep in mind, like not long ago, you had some of the militaries that came in from Iranian came in here training with our own government. And the fact is that there was a lot of them basically losing their passports, which they reported. And how many of them? There was more than, probably maybe more than 20, she said, that were coming in. These military soldiers that were from over there, Iraqi and Iranian individuals. So they're already setting up stage because they need, of course they were promised land, which like whatever, right? But it's all about that artificial intelligence technology. And that's the reason why they got all these satellites, this technology, is because they're going to convert everybody into that quantum shit. That's the thing is, once they flip that switch, keep in mind they got neurobiological weapons that they've been already testing on the United States and across the seas. And the majority of them, of course, right? Like all these pipelines that, traded and bringing in these weapons and shit. They've been setting stage while people are over here fighting about crazy shit. And this is where they want to bring in that New World Agenda with the stupid alien shit, because that's the same thing. It's part of that agenda to bring into the artificial intelligence. They're going to try to convert all these people into that thing. That's the reason. like all the substance that like there's an actual video. I don't know if you want mind if it's a small video. If you want, is it okay if I play it real quick?
How long is that? Make it pop.
It's not that long. It's maybe just a few minutes. It's not long.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, give me a second. There you go. Here it is.
The war is a distraction from the beasts. Find out about their nukes. Now, Iran's central bank counts because their oil and energy is very important, including for China. If you're going to come out with programmable money, with a revolutionary new payment system, with digital IDs that are interoperable globally, that controls in each jurisdiction centrally, you can't afford leakage. Iran right now is a big leakage in the system. Now, Larry Fink and BlackRock have said we need to move very rapidly. They're planning on trading all stocks and bonds using tokens. All investments on a tokenized platform. What it means is this is going to be, you have one common blockchain, potentially $100, $200, $300 trillion market. $100, $200, $300 trillion market. The wars, the Epstein files, the aliens, AI. It's all to keep you from the truth. The power brokers are trying to preserve US dollar dominance at any costs. All the value is converging into precious metals and soon the digital rails. Put your faith in God and he'll handle the rest.
That's basically what it is, and that's what's basically going on. That's why they're talking about that, David, about that agenda where they're going to have everybody comply one way or another once they use those neurological weapons.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing. So they're going to you're going to convert one way or another, and then once they use those, keep in mind, across the seas, which is, I think, starting tomorrow, they're going to start using the child disposable, where they're going to use those weapons and try to start assassinating as much as children, and then it's going to get to the adults, and it's going to happen inside the U.S., and they're going to flip it. So those attacks, they haven't even fully started yet.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I definitely said earlier, well, actually been saying all day, it's about the dominance of the currency, but yeah, that's crazy. They got a lot of plans going on.
And that was profound.
It's multiple agendas, like many other. This is why they have all fighting for who's going to be their leader and how their allegiance. Yeah, because they're all promised.
The mic on speaker.
Well, Make It Pop, thank you for breaking that down, because I had alluded to some of that. At the end of the day, follow the dollar, follow the money, follow the lust, but then we got a lot of different dynamics here. The war of Armageddon, but then you got a pattern, like Trump has done something nobody has ever done. Well, that might be true, because on one hand, there are people, and Erica, you all know this. Everybody know that there was a lot of black folks didn't vote for Kamala Harris, and because of the Democratic Party and all of the wicked shit they do, right? And transgender, this, that, and the other, all kind of just crazy stuff. But it was always the lesser of the two evils, but the evil shit is still showing up, period. And I think, will we have to wait, or are we being prepared, or are we going to get caught off guard? Because if we're waiting on the media to give us a heads up of what's really going on and get ready to go down, that's some real naive shit right there. Because they're not, the revolution will not, and this shit will not be televised. So I really feel sorry for our people who caught up into this politically and not really seeing the forest for the tree. That distraction that the sister just played, those distractions are real. And I guess, Erica, one of you, I don't know if you say it like this, but it's similar. Well, let's just wait and see.
Well, yeah. Where's David? He was going to tell us about the
listen, I apologize. Ryan is definitely before you. He sat here so patiently. Good God Almighty, I ought to give you an hour on the mic, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. I am another Iranian, but I am not diaspora. I just cannot say where I am, but I am somewhere. I had to move somewhere to have the internet. But I just first wanted to respond to the profile Totem poll. I wanted to say that race is not even a thing in Iran. Iranians are very diverse. We have Afro-Iranian, we have brown skin Iranian, we have white, we have different Iranians, and that's not even a subject in Iran. We are all being treated as Iranians. So racism is not racism is not something among us. But I'm not here to give you like conspiracy theory or historical listen. I just wanted to say that for 47 years, my country been kept as hostage by a bunch of militias. In the last month, my country, they imported militias from Iraq, from Pakistan, from Afghanistan. I can name them for you if you want. Hashad al-Shabi, al-Fatimiyya, you don't know, but you can Google. They killed more than 50,000 people in my city. In the city that I am, they killed a few thousand just in my city. But I just want to say that we do not looking for anything much. We just want to have a normal life like any of you have. We just want to have a basic normal life. Iranians, every time they protested on the street, they always been persecuted, always been put in prison. And matter of fact, before this war, many also are scheduled to be executed in Iran. So we just want a normal life. And if you see America is now bombing Iran, is because Iran, they also follow ideology, and they want to spread the Shia ideology in the region. And with the help of Bashar Assad, for example, in Syria, they killed more than 500,000 Syrians. They killed Iraqis, they killed Afghanis, they killed, now they are bombing Gulf countries. And those Gulf countries have tied with America, and they have business in America, and they bring money in America. And Iran always, this government, the Islamic State, they always set terrorist plans in those countries and damage their countries. Matter of fact, on the 1st of March, a few days ago, in America, they even set a plan, and 3 people got killed in a terrorist attack in Texas. I think you all heard of that. But I just want to say that we Iranians, if you've seen people, even in my family, we celebrated when that monster, a murderous monster, got killed, because that person was a murderer, and he, for many years, 30 years he was in power. He has his hands in blood of many Iranians. So that's why people were celebrating, not celebrating our country getting bombed. That's all. I just want you to know that. We just want a normal life. We're not looking for trouble. We want to be friend with other countries and just a basic life. And please do not call Iranians here. There were 30 million Iranians last month on the streets, and many of them got shot by machine gun. They got shot to death. They went to hospitals. They killed people, shot people to death, injured people. They raped people in prisons. So I just don't want to give you all of this, but you can watch the videos. There are pictures. I can put everything you want as a proof, but I'm not here to say that. But I just say, do not call 30 million Iranians Mossad agents or Israelis, because we don't care about that. We just want a normal life. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
60 days ago, it was the Mexicans.
All right, go ahead, Alex.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. We have a saying in Farsi. We say, truth is bitter. Truth is bitter. And I know why some people were hurt because maybe for the very first time they heard some truth. One about Islam and also about other things. Erica, if someone steals something in America, what happens to him or her? Can you answer me, Erica?
Oh, I apologize. If someone steals something, you going to jail.
Yeah, maybe he or she goes to jail for a short time, or maybe he or she will be pardoned. But according to Islam,
they might be killed. I mean, it just depends.
No, because I want to answer those people who were defending and telling things against Iranians. They cut your fingers. If you steal things, they cut your fingers. Go read the Quran.
You shouldn't steal though.
So, yeah, stealing is bad, but some people do it, and this is the punishment according to Islam.
I wouldn't be stealing. They about to chop my damn fingers off.
I told that.
I'm hungry. I might as well eat them instead of letting them go to waste.
Yeah, so I'm just telling you, hey, please, I love you. You told me and so many Iranian things. I don't care. I love you. And it's okay. We talk and sometimes we get angry and we curse each other. It's okay. God bless you. Okay, and another thing. I know you're mad about paying tax and it's spent in the Middle East. I understand. Nobody wants that. I'm an American taxpayer. And I don't want that as well. But let me tell you something. Again, you don't know the region. This Islamic Republic regime, being there for 47 years, destabilizing the region, and nothing can do business there. Americans or other countries cannot do things, cannot do business because, and they're angry at Israel. Why Israel killing Palestinians? No, Israel didn't start the fight. Some idiots, Hamas people, attacked Israel. Those people were dancing in a concert on a Saturday night, and they attacked and they killed 1,200 Israelis. They burned them. They killed a mom with baby in her womb, and that's why Israel attacked. This is the normal thing a government do to protect their people. And
okay.
So listen, let me finish.
No.
Let me say it's my time.
No, your time. Okay. Oh shoot! You know, I almost got mad, but then I realized you might not understand what I'm saying. Your time is up. Let me stop talking. Go on mute. Yes.
I'm going to finish.
Thank you. No, you're not gonna finish. You're gonna go on mute. The fuck? They don't see each other. Hey, bro, this is an American stage. Go on mute. Last time.
I'm not gonna talk anymore. Please skip.
All right.
Look, I just want to say one
This
thing.
finger's gonna get cut off. He better stop.
Right.
Erica gonna cut his tongue out. God is fair.
Well, here's the reality, and this is just 60 days ago. We have to pull out our gentle Negro heart for Minnesota Somalis and Hispanics who were illegally. This is our country. It's not just our country because we live here now. This is our land because it was our land to begin with. Right? And we've done work and research and all of that. We know this is our land. The land has been stolen from us. So the same way you're saying that's your land over there and people have come and placed themselves over you and forced you to do this and do that, right? The same way the Hispanics have walked across our borders and the Somalis have come, flown over here and stole out of our government billions of dollars. All of that stuff has an effect on the so-called Black Negro, right? You know why it affects us? It affects our jobs. We still haven't gotten any health care. We still haven't gotten any reparations. But you still have a country to go home to work on. But this is our country. So pardon me if I just don't feel sympathetic to it. I don't. I really don't. Because the reality of it is, you get into our country, this is our country. And the brother that just got pulled off stage, he's in America. And he wouldn't acknowledge that this was the Negro's country. You know he wouldn't acknowledge that. So me liberating his people, man, that's crazy. We don't want to spend our tax dollars that way. We've got other things to be doing with our money. We got educational systems that need to be worked on. Every road in America, every highway in America needs.
We shouldn't be getting taxed at all.
No, excuse me. Every road in America is busted up and needs to be fixed on. And we cannot. Excuse me. We cannot. Well, let me land right here. I'm gonna land my helicopter. It's an Apache. I'm gonna land it just like this. If we ain't got reparations here in America, and you ain't willing to fight for the Negroes' reparation, how dare you think that you're gonna take our tax dollars when we the ones busting our ass and getting taxed for it? I land.
Go ahead, Milton.
He's happy to spank them. He got to make him a happy Trump.
You want to know what's crazy about this? Niggas is so focused on the liberation of those people when that wasn't the fucking focus of them going over there. It's a side effect. It's a positive side effect for the people. Trump didn't go over there to liberate. Your tax dollars ain't being paid to liberate nobody. That's not why Trump went over there. So stop pushing that shit. That's what we're spending our tax dollars on. He went over there because he didn't want them to have nuclear weapons. The fact that he took out the regime was there, allowed those people to be liberated. But let's stop acting like that's why he did it, to liberate them. Because it's not why he did it. So why are we so fucking focused on those people's liberation when that's not the purpose that we went over there for?
Wait, hold on.
It just happened to happen that way. That wasn't the intention.
So I did want to add though, even though it wasn't the intention, I do agree with Milk Dog, right? The caveat, not the caveat, but what came out of it is a benefit for both sides. Not just we stopped Iran from having nuclear weapons and access to the materials that could, it wasn't the nuclear weapons. It was the fact that we were in a deal with them where they had access to all the motherfucking materials that were needed to make nuclear weapons being traded between them and other countries, right? So you can't tell me if you have access to all the materials, what you gonna do with it? Aren't you gonna make yourself a little one too? Of course you are. That's the reality of it. But it's also, if you look at just what happened, what did they just announce in Dubai? They just announced, rather than turning something into a new casino, they're turning an entire strip of land into a data center. They have data centers going all up and down the Middle East because it's a perfect area because oil is running right up and through there. It's a cheap electricity. They have all types of networks that are already created, and they have a vast amount of desert land where they're not going to hurt nobody making them. It's not, what are you going to destroy? So it's not, we are benefiting from it. Not only are we getting regional access to oil on the Eastern Hemisphere, we also strategically gave ourselves access to the oil on the Western Hemisphere. So that's two things that we got. Then we also got access to new land for and infrastructure to help American companies build out data centers. Amazon has been building data centers all over the world, and in the Middle East they already have a few. They just made a new deal with Dubai, so that's another thing, right? We're realigning ourselves politically so that we can make sure that China and Russia don't, go ahead of us in this AI race, right? And we can also realign ourselves to gain critical minerals from them because we're putting a fucking chokehold on their oil. China gets 70, almost what they said, 50 to 70% of their oil from that region, from the Middle East, Iran being one of their main proponents of it.
right? So if we have control over that region, what do you think they have to do? Renegotiate. So we are benefiting. So yeah, it's costing taxpayer dollars, but this is the future. If you're really talking about AI, the future, this new industrial revolution, us securing oil and the petrodollar, this is part of it. If you can't see that, I don't know what's wrong with you, my friend.
All right. As far as all of those benefits, it's funny to hear.
Jamal, hold on. Hey, can one of the moms try to bring David back up again, please? Sorry.
It's funny to hear.
All right, I got it. Where is he at? He at the bottom? Jamal, please.
I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't even like him. No, you can just look at the thing. He at the bottom, though. The bear bottom.
You voted for him.
And I did.
And now you mad.
Look, now I know it all feels good and it's all fun and games. But yeah, this guy he don't understand what the fuck is going on. So I don't know why he was even part of it. No, but all I'm gonna say is this. As far as Trump is concerned, Trump really didn't have his big boy pants on, and he didn't handle his business right. Because really, we shouldn't be over there fighting that shit for Israel like that. I don't like it. But at the same time, there is benefits to come out of it. But the reality of it is, will that even trickle down to the average citizen here in the United States? I know what will happen, though. A lot of those Iranian people will be allowed to come over here to the United States. And I know what else is going to happen. They're going to mark as Caucasians, and they're going to be counted as white people. And as soon as they get over here and get a taste of American air in their motherfucking nostrils, it's just going to be more racist motherfuckers against us. So I land with that.
Man, Jamal is big man right now. With his daddy Trump. That's crazy, though.
Yeah, and a month ago, he was just talking about how everybody gonna get rich on Trump. Yeah. Everything's gonna be good on Trump. Trump gonna be that guy. Shut up.
He mad. He ain't got that.
You didn't get your $5,000 now. You mad.
Jamal, that's AI, and you gotta get on AI, and that's it to help write you up a business.
Right. Lean nuts.
So let's say he got that tariff check.
Lean nuts on your own understanding.
Talk about that.
Y'all heard about Russia with
the reality of it is, as far as I'm concerned, I'm straight. But what I'm saying is, Trump pussied out because he shouldn't have let Benjamin Netanyahu get him to do any goddamn thing.
You say that already. Go ahead.
Right. That's my only issue.
Yeah, but Benjamin didn't make him do But Benjamin ain't make him do nothing. He did that on his own. That motherfucker meant to do that shit. You up here acting like that man ain't gonna be a time. He did that shit. He ain't made to do nothing. He ain't have
everybody do for Trump, big gangster. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
right. Big Daddy Trump, the Godfather.
Did you know that did you hear what Russia is giving Iran intel?
Yeah, I read to them. They're giving it intel.
American forces now?
Yes.
Target and attack Americans now?
Yes, they're giving it intel.
While everybody's promoting the heroic moves that...
I mean, that ain't new.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't new. They're using the satellite.
Okay, but it's new conversation. I'm saying new words right now, though. But I'm just saying.
Why everybody, what now? What you trying to say? You got some news that ain't nobody else got?
No, that ain't what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that, we all talking about this thing we watching unfold. And I'm saying that as these American forces now start getting targeted now, it's this trickling down effect like dominoes. This leads to this, which leads to that, which leads to that. We all at the beginning stages of, 5 days in now? 6 days, 7 days? Where we at?
I think we had 6 days now.
6 days in. So looks like there'll be day 16 and day 36, and there'll be day 77. And I'm just saying that,
yeah, this shit not ending anytime soon.
Not only is it not ending, but it's escalating. Is the point I'm trying to make. Is that, the understanding of what reality looks like when all these other major, Russia ain't no small player. No, China ain't no small player. You know, if they had to pick a side, look like they picking Iran. What I'm saying is, just looking at the reality of now, how America is being treated, and those of us that are in America that sure as hell ain't never had no control over making none of these decisions. Somebody at the dinner table, sound like some dinner places.
God damn.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt somebody's dinner, but damn. But the point I'm saying is that that's the thing. Really, to watching the gas prices, of course, that's one thing. But the real idea of war, this ain't no video game. This ain't the game Risk. It's real people that is real citizens. And when countries start not caring about the citizens, and my suggestion is that, or assertion, I should say, submission, maybe a better word, putting on the table this idea. You can go kill leaders, as has been proven. You can be real strategic and take leaders out. But this is something much bigger than just trying to take leaders out and I guess going in there now with how many hundreds of thousands of American troops to free up 96 million people in Iran. I'm just saying these talking points, man. Just the idea that now you're gonna go free these people up. Well, damn, you can't free nobody up in America. I'm saying, so the point I'm saying was, people are seeing past the smoke screen. When any real analysis is, this is a very a duality with Netanyahu and Donald Trump. At the end of the day, that's putting two faces on it, but there's a team that Netanyahu has. There's a team that Donald Trump has. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole, and it's causing the whole planet. So David was talking, I don't know if he's going to come back up here or not, but biblical proportions and talking about ain't going to be no humans. Well, say no humans, David. Don't say no humans and everything.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Can I go, please?
But you know what? What you just said made me think. Sweet, that you're right. I mean, they're not gonna take this land down. Iran even said that they ain't got nothing to lose. Either way, they gonna lose, whether they in it or they ain't in it. You know what I'm saying? So hell, they ain't gonna lay back down no more. And this is Iran saying this. So a lot of them say, some of them say they tired. They playing to win. Everybody, something is changing clearly. Do we absolutely know what it is? No, we do not. But these nations are running like it is. This is the last chance they're going to have to grab anything.
Do you remember when Donald Trump said he was not the war president? You remember he said that?
The who?
The war president. He was the.
Yeah, I remember him saying that.
Tell that shit to Jamal. Remember that? But is it ironic or what is it? What is the word for now? He's the one that's pulled the trigger to set the whole world into war.
Yeah,
he didn't do that.
No, he didn't.
Somebody help me understand how that's not true.
I think who was that asked for the mic? I apologize.
I asked for the mic. Anyway, go ahead, Ted. Go ahead.
Hey, bro, come
guys. Thank you for the opportunity.
I got a question for you guys.
No, hold on with your question. Go ahead, Tan.
I'm on it.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity that you guys are giving. I am someone who was imprisoned and I was attacked by a Revolutionary Guard intelligence service inside of Iran just because I was trying to enroll a program that American, especially African American, could visit my country. And as someone who really have a deep respect for Malcolm X, I was thinking that I'm doing something good for my country by creating a social exchange program with my community in America and also my country. So, that being said, my city is a capital of sport, basketball and volleyball. And I'm not sure you know that there are like at least 4 or 5 different basketball players from America who are living in my city. And as an Iranian, not Iranian, but as a Turkmen American, I was not the one talking to them. So when we have a closed country like Iran or North Korea, the price is in the shoulder of the villagers, taxpayers, the people on the bottom class of the economy. And we have all of these people who wouldn't allow you to have any kind of opportunity to make money or do any kind of project that give awareness to the community. But at the same time, in spite of the fact that I really don't like this Revolution Guard, especially the Revolution Guard army that calls Qudus, which is killing a lot of innocent people across Middle East, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen. I don't want a foreign person make a decision in the fate of my country. The reason is 10 years ago we had 6 countries, including Libya, Cuba, Tunisia, North Korea, Iran, and Iraq, was not controlled by the Federal Reserve and BlackRock companies. In the last 10 years, the agenda of the CIA and also the agenda of the Ministry of War, regardless of being Democrat or Republican, was just invading those countries one way or another, destroy them, and then go as the angel of redestruction. The big example of what I'm saying is Libya. They turned every aspect of the missiles. They opened their arm to European Union. They said they are gonna stop the refugees who are going across from the Mediterranean Sea to Europe, who are just doing the drug and everything in France and especially in Italy. But in exchange, regardless of my respect for the guy who gave me a green card in this country, Obama attacked Libya. And Libya had not just oil, but a water infrastructure in the middle of a desert. So when we are talking about the geopolitics of Middle East and Northern Africa, you guys should understand we are a victim as much as you are. And I don't know, I would like to be a social activist like my hero Malcolm X, but I would like to bring communication, I would like to bring peace in the region. And I send my regards even to mothers of my enemies, even to the mothers of the soldiers who I know that do not have any chance but obeying the order of someone who is not man enough to go to the courthouse and defend his case. If you guys have any question, I can take question, otherwise I'm just gonna listen. Thank you.
He said Malcolm X says he said
nothing. What the fuck? What do you identify as?
Who? Excuse me?
What does it matter? What do you identify as?
You mean on the gender?
When you fill out an application.
Ethnic.
Yes, you're ethnic. Sir, how do you identify?
I mean, in prison I'm white, but I'm a brown man.
Okay.
See, Bob, you gotta stop calling us brown.
Oh, wow. I'm telling people all the time.
Let me, psychology of prejudice. And you are a black man, yet you still claim to be white.
Wow.
He didn't say he was black.
He said brown. Yeah, he did say brown. And we're gonna move on. We ain't gonna center him now. We're gonna go back to to Iran and shit, Trump. You know, let's talk about Big Daddy Trump. Yeah, he's going to make America great again, and y'all mad because he's going to get us some money, and some of y'all don't like how he getting that money. I don't know, I bet y'all ain't going to be saying that shit when y'all spending it, though. You know what I'm saying? When you're pulling up to the gas pump and you gas 50 cents a gallon, shit, be over there crip walking at the motherfucking gas pump.
It's from South Sudan.
It was $3.19 today.
I said something gotta change.
That shit is almost $4 in Maryland.
Shit, it's out of Mississippi, Jackson. $3.99. But it was $2.99 this morning.
So why does Trump feel like that they're gonna surrender? He's saying they about to. It's coming. An unconditional surrender is coming. That's what Trump has announced today.
Because he wants to make it seem like he's, in stuff real quick. He put down the sword one time and it's over with, and and they gonna bow down, and that's gonna make his ego feel real good. That's why he said that.
Yep. And
He didn't come up with the gas price.
Can we talk about Melania?
Huh?
Melania.
Is that Michelle?
No, and nobody want to talk about no Melania.
No goddamn
Is that Michelle?
The Portuguese lady.
Is that Michelle?
What's up, Milk Dog?
Is that Michelle Layton?
Hello.
Oh, it do sound like her. Okay.
Hello.
The same damn gas is in the same tanks. How the hell the gas go up and they ain't put no new gas in the tanks?
That's what I was thinking,
I
bro.
don't understand that. I ain't seen no trucks.
That's the same thing I was thinking.
This morning I went to work. That shit was $2.99. I get back, it was $3.19. I said, they steady rising. And they ain't put no fresh gas in the tanks at the gas station.
The crude oil is from South South.
Man, y'all just can we please keep one conversation going on?
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Just go ahead and listen to your
Happy
voice.
woman. Happy international.
Right.
To the good. I like Tinkerbell.
Bro, I can't with that voice.
Man, that motherfucker sound like
For real, though. Sorry.
Erica, you wrong, yo.
Erica went to the good.
Well, I hate to get all politicized on it, but
How do you even talk like that? Do you have to do that to talk like that?
No, she's not that. Who did that?
That was me. That was me.
That was me. What's that?
Megan gonna get thrown into the.
I'm like,
flashback, just that quick.
Yeah,
Would you say Nathan? Because I know you got something to talk about.
Yeah, I like hitting people across the head, especially.
My bad, y'all.
It's hilarious, these Democrats. I'm not saying y'all didn't whatever y'all believe, whatever, but I remember when we was given weapons, and it's kind of crazy. The chickens are coming home to roost right now. That if Russia is giving Iran intel on our army and military assets and stuff like that, it's our chickens are coming home to roost. We was giving, and it's hilarious about gas prices because I was talking to some people when the gas prices was going through the roof, when we put sanctions and all the activity we was doing in Ukraine, and people was telling me, well, it's for a good cause. It's all right. I'm like, what the fuck? This shit is crazy. So, we created a real serious, if you think that Russia was our enemy before, right? Not really. You know what I'm saying? But now they are, because guess what? All these deaths, the Russian deaths that was helicopters blown out of the sky, all these military soldiers in the dirt, it's because of us. Our bullets, our rifles, our missiles, our intel. We pointed out the CIA, the other operations, gave them targets, right, that they pinpointed and took out because of us. And now, anything that we do, engage in, like Iran, any type of situation, Russia's going to give them intel to make sure they put us in the dirt. So I think that what happened in Ukraine is going to have really, consequences down the road that I can't even see right now. But yeah, man, it's crazy right now. But shout out to those Democrats who after everything up.
Well, Democrats didn't win the White House. But let me say this. Let me ask you about Ukraine. So Ukraine is over here fueling Israel. Israel is definitely trying to get rid of Iran. Russia, who's dealing with Ukraine, Russia's now over here positioning intel into Iran against America, which is on the same squad with Israel. And then China's laying low over there in the wings, doing whatever they're doing. So that's just the current. I think something tells me a week from now, it's going to be a little more complicated. That's just my instinct. I don't know what my gut's telling me, that it's going to get a little more complicated. You say 7 days, 2 weeks from now. That's just while we over here,
Have you noticed there's no talks of peace negotiations really between Russia and Ukraine and Donald Trump? Have you not noticed that? I don't know if you noticed this week, but
what would Trump have to do with that?
Well, he's been meeting with them all year long, right? Have you never been paying attention?
Yeah.
I mean, he flew to Alaska. I mean, he's been having serious talks with them, and I think Trump is not telling us what's really going on, and that was one of my concerns about Trump when he became the president. Somebody with that type of personality in dealing with Putin, it can go two ways. He can get peace, or that shit can really escalate. If you know what I'm saying, with two, hard asses or whatever you want to do, call them, right? Then it can escalate really quickly. And I think he's not telling the truth about what happened. I don't know if Putin said go fuck yourself. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We don't know, but I think it went real south in those the last type of few meetings with Putin and Trump. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, we also saw Trump come in, got into the White House riding on the idea that, oh man, I can end that thing. I'll end that thing in the first week. I think he said the first day. How many days ago was that? Yeah, 24 hours. That'll be over.
He made Trump look like an ass. Putin made Trump look like an idiot. And actually, Trump was saying something about his wife, a story about his wife, when he was talking to Putin and his wife. He said something. His wife said, well, you can't believe it because remember last time he kind of like F you over or, screwed you over, lied about it. He was like, you know what, you're right. But yeah, man, I think that this is coming off the heels of a failed peace negotiation from Ukraine and Russia. I think that he's pissed off at Russia. It's a multitude, man. But beans can, I don't know. It's getting crazy.
I don't think it was ever a peace negotiation for Trump between Ukraine and Russia because the people of Ukraine are the same people that's in fucking Israel. Right? So it was never about a peace negotiation. He was trying to protect Israel's interests. Those people in Ukraine are some of the same people from Israel. Think about that. So, and I agree with Sweet. Like, there's gonna be, I said what I said in the beginning, but I know there's gonna be repercussions for America, right? For what's going on right now. Now, I don't agree with a lot of the things that Trump is doing. At the same time, I kind of see why he's doing what he's doing with the nuclear weapons. But there's gonna be consequences because, like he said, China is sitting quiet right now, right? Russia ain't saying too much right now. For me, what they're doing is allowing America to deplete their ammunition and wait before they attack. So I agree, the Russians are coming home.
And Mill Dog, remember before all of this, before the last week here, for the last however many months, this tariff thing, Trump just told the whole world, look here, y'all, we're finna tax everybody. Like Canada jeopardized, messed up their relations with England, not only England, Europe went ahead and rolled with Ukraine. You saw that Zelensky, he went over there and built some relationship with when the Pope was coming in and all that stuff. Remember that? He was over there building a relationship with the rest of Europe. And, again, just the moves inside America that's isolating America against the whole damn world, man. Like,
maybe Trump. What about this? Maybe Trump is the agent.
No. So, sweetie, thank you for reminding me. This is how I can't even have words to discuss with some of these Democrats. And I know a lot of people don't understand, but the tariffs, right? I agree with Trump on that. Yeah, the tariffs were working. $130 billion. Just look what the Supreme Court did and what these people were pushing about. Americans have to pay the tariffs. What? The corporations, last time I checked, the corporations who want to send your damn jobs, let me rephrase that, send our jobs, black jobs too, to China to save a buck, to shut down the manufacturing plants, to send jobs to Mexico, right? Because there was no tariffs in place. That's why they did it. So, meanwhile, the Supreme Court said, oh yeah, it's illegal, right? Y'all don't realize what's happening? They just said on CNN just a few days ago when it happened, right? Oh, America have to pay back the tariffs to corporations by $130 billion. And a Democrat on TV said, oh yeah, we're going to try to get some money to American people too. What the fuck? They just fought tooth and nail just to give the money back to corporations. You think the corporation's going to give you a dime of that? Going to say, you know what? We're going to cut our prices down by 30% to 50%. You know those TVs are $500 at Walmart? We're going to give it to you for $250 now. Maybe $20. They're not. They just, people don't realize the Democrat Party are working for the corporations. They don't give a rat ass about us and whatsoever.
And not to mention,
we sold the hell out. Hold on, wait. These Democrats, when I was growing up, right, were 100% for tariffs. I remember having fierce debates with people on my job, Republicans on my I debated people on my job, whatever. Free trade. Oh damn, man! I debate my mama too. Whoever want to debate about it, I can debate about it. But yeah, I'm having debates with these Republicans because they believe in free trade. Free trade is not a Democrat policy or trait whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? And now your taxpayer, now we have to pay $130 billion of our money to give it rations on a tax they should have paid for anyway, which is terrorists. I don't know, man.
So you mad at the Republicans or the Democrats? You confused me there.
The Democrats, when Trump became in office recently, he pushed for tariffs, right, on other countries. The Democrats were pissed off about it. What are you doing? No. They fought so hard that it went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, you know what? You can't do this, Trump, right? Now we have to refund all the corporations who had to pay that 10% tariffs on their products coming to the United States by $130 billion.
And that was the Republicans that authorized that, is what you're saying?
The Supreme Court did.
Well, the Supreme Court did, but I'm saying, okay, so they ordered it. And you said you're telling your Republican friends.
That's about that, man. I'm talking about the positions on policies, the viewpoints, and that's how the propaganda, people who used to, like, if you was a Democrat 15 years ago, you was for tariffs. You was pro-tariff. Now, since the Democrat Party said, you know what, we're for free trade, we don't like tariffs, all of a sudden these puppets saying, you know what, yeah, I'm with that too. Yeah, I'm for free trade. But wait a second, 15 years ago, you was for tariffs. Now, since your party said, hey, we want to switch up and be free tariffs that help out these corporations, and people just follow the tail, I guess.
Wasn't a part of the argument around tariffs that, like, you should, like, okay, man, like, don't go so hard on the tariffs. Like, you're putting too much on it. Like, you can go up some incremental, and but you kind of got a little emotional. You got a little emotional, Trump, like with China, man. You just kind of was like, you just kind of like kept on going.
Wait, gentlemen. Both of you.
China is our biggest. China.
One direct question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nathan, are you gay?
Oh, great. What is really going on? What the hell?
Question, Nathan.
So we're just going to excuse the fact that basically our government has had autopilot with funding these different countries for different shit and paying for ridiculous stuff, and all out of the name of our tax dollars. And so that's why Trump has put a stop to it, which has actually pissed people off because they're like, hey, what about our money that's supposed to be coming? It's like you get your welfare check every month, you know, and you stop getting it. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. We've been paying these countries for a long time and still policing these countries for nothing. We get nothing back from them. And we're still going further and further in debt.
So all of that, Megan, it takes my mind to what's really going on. Like, all this is just smoke screen to just send money.
Am I right or wrong?
At the end of the day,
we have terrorists on us. That's the point that you I think you're missing in this terror scenario. These other countries will reship goods. Ma'am, go ask your dad that. So let me just ask you this, sweet. I'm telling you. They have terrorists on us. Europeans have terrorists on us as well. When we send our cars to Europe, that crowd was getting taxed. When I was in Mexico, right? I bought an iPhone and had to ship there, right? You know what they did at my door, sweet? When he was about to give me my phone, he said, give me $330.
Countries, and let's be clear, I'm not confused about tariffs and other countries having tariffs on us.
Why is it okay?
It was the magnitude. I don't know if we want to turn this into a tariff room, but it was the level of tariffs that was the real debate. If it had went up another 5% or whatever, nobody would have been tripping. It wouldn't have been no conversation. It was like he was trying to penalize and the dollars. It's the irrationality of how he does shit that just doesn't add up. It's not a problem with immigrants and everything, but it's how you do stuff matters, man. That's what people. So now it's like Megan was saying, okay, money just leaving the country. It's leaving the country, but what's the benefit? Where's the making America great benefit in all of this, man?
If I hire you to build me a house, right, and I say, build me a house with 3 rooms and 2 bathrooms, right?
Yeah.
Do I really care? If you get it done on time, on budget, I don't care how you got it done, as long as it gets done.
You might not quibble over $10,000. Yeah, I get it.
I don't care, as long as you get it.
Okay, make that make sense. What are we talking about, though?
Well,
bring it into what we're talking
about. We're even being taxed. We're not sitting anything out of this bitch because we don't manufacture shit.
Yeah, we don't.
That's a big reality right there.
Everybody else is manufacturing it.
It's not about feelings, right? I can personally, I can't stand Trump, right? Okay, I get it. But I care about American jobs.
We all do. We all do. All Americans.
So
the Republican and Democrat don't have a monopoly on that. Right.
Exactly. But when you hear people say, hey, I don't care about jobs coming back, I don't care about manufacturing jobs coming back, but people that's what the election was. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I don't think people voted on. I don't care if jobs come back or not. People. I think
they do say that all the time. We had many debates about it.
Debates in Clubhouse and
can somebody tell me what America is producing, please?
Movies and drama movies in particular.
That's correct.
Producing a hell of a lot of drama, and we produce some pretty good basketball players, especially.
Sweet. Let me help you out. Let me help you out with the corporation line. They've been lying to us about 40 years, right? They said, we're gonna we're gonna manufacture the jobs in China. It's gonna save you a lot of money, right? That's the biggest lie whatsoever.
Well, I understand.
Prices have actually increased.
Sending it overseas.
All Chinese products is increased, and you also go over there to China. Guess what? I don't like to be petty, whatever, but look at some of these videos. They all have on new clothes, right? They have on new shoes, new clothes, new everything, right? All of them, pretty much. You know why? Because it's dirt cheap for them. Right. You manufacture the thing in your home country. It's coming from you. The prices are rock bottom.
Let me go back to, like, I remember being in
So we're not the
college.
ones producing it.
In 1987, Japan was making better cars than America in 1987. Now, I know that. I was in Hawaii, and it was a big thing. Their surplus. There's nothing new about China, Japan, other places producing, manufacturing stuff. And can we agree, Nathan, that America's been real arrogant about we want everybody else to just do all the work, and we just benefit off of that. We haven't been manufacturing our own.
We really have. People don't like Elon Musk, right? People don't. He's a dickwad, whatever, right? But
what do we have to American made on his fucking trash?
He makes the Tesla car, and I'm telling you, the reason why it costs that low amount because it's made here, right? It is by us, for us, whatever we want to call it. It's made here. You can't go out to the marketplace and get a 330-mile long-range car, Model 3, for about $35,000. All these other cars cost $45,000, $40,000 and up, right? So that's the thing that I'm talking about. When you manufacture your products here in your home country, it's going to be cheap.
What's the maintenance on that car? I always wondered that with that Tesla.
Well,
maintenance, something go,
They have electric cars have the lowest maintenance costs versus a combustion engine car, right? The brake pads last longer on electric cars, right? You don't have oil changes. You don't have a radiator really like that you have to worry about. And you don't have to have at least about 500 to 1,000 other components. So it's more robust and it's going to last longer.
See, Nathan, here's the thing about the manufacturing. See, for a long time, a lot of folks have been chiming in America saying, look, man, corporations and politicians, look, y'all, we losing the edge around India and a lot of other places. They manufacturing, they doing things better and different. A lot of folks that were raising their voice along those lines got silenced, man. And so a lot of folks that were really like, hold up, man, like we really getting left. We need to keep current. And meanwhile, you know what's happening? A lot of manufacturing jobs that a lot of Americans had started losing them and they started doing other stuff, man. So these decisions were being made in America, not just in the last 12 months, not just in the last 5 years. This has been an accumulation of a mindset that's led to a $38, $39 trillion deficit. There's a mismanagement going on in America. This goes back to Israel and Rothschild or the banking institution or whatever, man. Like, so it's a real thing that people have been trying to talk about, and it's not just a one-level conversation or go talk to that one person and deal with it. It's a whole takeover move that's been happening that America's being pimped out, and who's not benefited from it really is Americans, and that's, but you got a small percentage. So just everything is fine and cool until now you're disrupting the whole geopolitical map about the whole thing and the connectivity. And to me, my whole point is the friendship part. If other countries just don't like you no more, that's not a good look, man. When you're doing stuff in Venezuela, you're doing stuff. I don't know how you're winning. I don't know how you diplomatically are winning friends for America in the last 12, 13, 14 months.
I mean, let's be honest. Venezuela, when you're talking about winning friends, bro,
diplomatic relations matter.
Sweet. As a grown man, right? You're a grown man.
A grown ass man and a grown planet.
I don't give a damn. I mean, I'll be frank. I really don't care about making friends.
Well, see, that's what we differ, bro. That's what we differ, man. How you are as a country and to your neighbors matters. How you operate as a country. I'm not talking about me and you. I'm talking about how you deal with countries and stuff. Just taking over shit. Countries don't like that. You just finna just punk Canada? Like, bro, like what? I mean,
you know what Canada did a few years ago, sweet? I'm sure you don't know, right?
I'm sure I don't know. And you want me to agree? I'm sure you don't know, right? You want me to agree with? I'm sure I don't know, right? Come on, man.
Well, they gave out a military engine secret. It's going to sell our military engine, helicopter engine to China for their attack helicopters. And we intercepted them and we cancel the military contract we have with Canada.
Right, because we the big bad bully that can tell everybody on the planet how to develop their relationship.
What just happened? Did you intentionally skip over my
No, I didn't skip over anything. Are you intentionally wanting to just show that the relationships don't matter and how you deal with other countries and NAFTA and none of that shit matters? And you're saying that you can just be any kind of way you want to because you got military power to overpower everybody and the rest of the world don't feel that? They don't have.
You want us not to have power.
I didn't say I didn't. No. I didn't say I don't want us to have power. I'm saying you're making your power go weaker when you don't deal with other countries properly. That's what I'm saying. So quite to the contrary. I'm saying you being a bully don't help you be more powerful. That's what I'm saying. What's a bully? A bully is one that takes something from somebody. How about that? Is that frame the picture in your mind properly about taking some shit from other folks and just because you physically can? That's a bully. Like lunch money or countries or presidents of other countries and shit like that.
Is America the bully? Like who's the bully?
I do have a friend from Venezuela, and you know why he had to come to the United States when he was a child? His mom had to escape because he was fucked up there.
Oh, just got fucked up overnight, huh? So are you familiar with foreign policy, man?
Okay, brother, hold on. When you
got fucked up overnight, huh?
When it's a dictator, because you haven't lived underneath a dictator.
I haven't?
I can only imagine. No, you haven't. Not a real one.
Yeah.
Not a real one.
Tell black folks they haven't been under a dictator.
When you have Maduro who goes downtown and point his finger, hey, this is government property, this. Your business is gone, right? There have been reports that it's been people coming up missing in those countries. Political.
Sure has.
Have a voice. Sweet. I can say this, right? I can tell you haven't lived under a dictator because you talk.
I've been living in America, right? You in America, right? You in America,
You've
right?
never had a
I don't know what you call it, man. You got people hanging from trees and shit. That ain't no democracy, nigga. I don't know what you're talking about. You think all black folks vote counts? What are you talking about, man? Around the rest of the world, America's foreign policy. I don't know what planet you live on, man. Like it ain't been some dictating of a lot of shit around the planet, and who's gonna be running, and who can be a president in what country in the Middle East and Kuwait and Saddam. I don't understand what planet you living on, man. You talking about dictating how things are gonna go? What?
All right,
Cuba ain't been doing that?
So maybe your
father, bro. What's really been going on?
Miss Sweet, maybe your grandfather or your father who served in World War II, right, and fought the Nazis and all. You don't have to leave America to talk about dictators. Hold on. Yeah, these type of acts and these type of dictators, whatever you want to call them.
We live in a democracy, bro.
That's
what you're saying?
Well,
that's what you're telling me.
It's not perfect.
You're telling me one person, one vote, all black folks, everybody gets a vote in America?
But Sweet, I'm trying to
talking political talking points now.
We're not Nazi Germany.
I agree. We are slavery America. Enslaved America. You're right. We're not Nazi Germany. We are chattel slavery America. You're right. We're not Nazi Germany, bro. That ain't no democracy. Leading us to that. You talking either or. Here's how you like to talk. Well, then leave America then.
I'm comparing.
Bro, that's not having a real conversation, bro. We're talking about imposing on other people a reality that they just have to accept, even though they don't like that shit. They want to run their own autonomous country, man. That's what we talking about.
You still talking about Iran because they said they want that shit.
Bro, do you realize how many other countries before Iran? Do you understand that the sanctions that have been put on Iran? That didn't happen, man. Iran just automatically boing. They just be on like they are today. You don't understand how much has been going on with America and Iran. Bro, you don't do homework, man. You make it sound like this shit is happens in a vacuum.
Yeah, it's not what's happening now. It's what's happening after
think
the
you
fact.
don't understand that other countries are trying to rule the
It's
world.
what's happening after the fact. No, it's not what's happening now. It's what could potentially happen after the fact. Yes.
You want to change the story of how we got here?
No, it's not changing the story of how we got here. I understand what you're saying, right? The issue is it's a double-edged. It's often a double-edged sword, because if you take the case of Libya, if you take Afghanistan, if you take Iraq, if you take a lot of these countries, you speak to the people. The people feel that they were being oppressed by their government. So that's one side of it. But after the fact, all of these countries politically are in a worse position that they were before, right? Even though they were under a dictatorship, authoritarian government, they had some sort of stable infrastructure. And now, after the fact, completely dismantled and just fucked up.
You want to talk about America's involvement in Libya? You want to talk about America's involvement
Libya is fucked up.
You want to talk about America's involvement in Iraq? What are you talking about?
Iraq's fucked up, Afghanistan's fucked up, Haiti's fucked up.
You want to talk about America's involvement in that process?
Yeah, that's the problem. The inability to rebuild after the fact.
Well, shit, and America did that shit. The dictator America did that shit. What are you talking about?
Man, I think you're
I'm making up shit? You think I'm making up weapons of mass destruction? I'm making that up, right? I think you are willfully not trying to have a real conversation, man. For whatever reason. Maybe you want to argue against the Democrats. I don't know, bro. But I'm trying to have a real conversation, man. On how did we get here?
They killed 30,000 people.
Who did?
Iran government, the regime.
Right, exactly, they did.
When you say, hey, America, what about them? We can have this conversation.
How did we get here, man?
But it's a circle because
you don't want to talk about how we got here.
That's the problem, bro.
You don't want to talk about America's involvement way back.
Where did they get all the guns from?
Way back, man. You're not telling the truth of how we got here. You want to start with the 30,000. And that's the beginning of the conversation. You don't want to talk about this.
Neither one of you is wrong. You know that, right? Like, it's just the fact that it's not the whole.
Want to talk about the truth.
Yeah, like, because what Sweet is talking about is realistic. Like, look at the trail of countries that America has quote unquote helped, right? But also Nathan is not wrong, because these people literally, how many Iranians have come into this room saying that they wanted their country? They want it. But we don't know what's gonna happen after the fact.
I was saying that America destabilized. I wasn't saying that America.
No, I agree with you. That's after the fact.
3 weeks ago, an Iranian came on Clubhouse. She came on Clubhouse about 3 weeks ago, right? Before this invasion happened, before the 30,000. She said she was crying. One of my close friends in Iran just got killed by the government, right? And she was in tears, right? So when you scheme over these things, America's not perfect. But at the same time, for you to say America has always done effed up things, we didn't save anybody, didn't help out to nobody whatsoever.
I didn't say any of those words, bro. I didn't say any of those words. It's a fact. You try to rechange the shit out of what I say, bro. You try to just, no. Let me listen. That's what you do.
The American equation. Even if you take off the American equation off the map, the world will still do effed up things.
Bullshit, bro. We'll never know. You can't undo what America has done, but we're talking about. You can't erase that shit. The rest of the world ain't forgetting that, bro.
Okay, what if Germany would have won? What if Germany would have won?
We're not doing a what-if game, bro. This is not a political exercise in a classroom. This is not that, man. You always have to do the Democrat-Republican thing. What if? What
is the world?
We're not doing the what-if game.
Nuclear weapons, bro.
What is?
You're not being realistic. Like it's both of what you guys are saying. We do not want Iran to have nuclear weapons. We also want to benefit from oil and shit like that and infrastructure over there. But the thing is that the very people who are who fuel the Houthis and Hamas and stuff like that happen to be Zionists. But at the same time, they are Islamic terrorists, and if they get nuclear weapons and even access to bring that shit to the United States, they're gonna use it. So it's like, are you not gonna bite the head of? Are you not gonna cut off
the head of the snake. If you have to, you have to, because even though America's complicit in fueling the terrorism in the Middle East, they have to cut it off, or else we are going to suffer at the hands of the very thing that we create. It's a never-ending fucking circle, but we gotta do it.
Listen, that's your argument, fine. That's your justification, fine. Everybody don't have to agree with that. What I'm saying, you say it has to be that way. It is what it is. But to say it just had to go that way, that's not really realistic. So, because to me, when you can talk the truth about how this thing is actually unfolding, hold on, bro, don't worry about what I had done. Listen to what I'm saying and quit interjecting your own ideas into my thoughts. Just relax, man. It's not that kind of game right now. And so, the point I'm saying is, as we all watch this unfold, Russia does whatever they're about to do and what they do. And all this starts to come home, man. When all this stuff starts to become a reality, you think about it however you want to and blame whatever you want to blame, man. I'm just talking from the angle of understanding how we got here, because to me that helps understand more how the rest of the world is operating and going to operate. Because again, back to the bully, man. You think China wants to just get run through the way the Native Americans got run through, or the way what we watched in Palestine or Russia? There's a jockeying going on, man, that now has got everybody entwined in this, is what I'm saying. So, whatever, you're not in the White House, I'm not in the White House, but to try to candy coat the story, the Iranians are just a bunch of Islamic terrorists, and bro,
I didn't say that Iranians are Islamic.
I said, bro,
their government is literally terrorizing its own people.
Are you a bro? Why are you jumping in? I didn't say you. I didn't mention your name. I'm talking about these talking points, man. And I even said, bro. So I definitely wasn't talking to you. So don't take it personal. What I'm saying as a people, as we continue to watch this and we hear these talking points, man, and whatever. The people gonna say whatever they gonna say, man. But we watching this thing. At the end of the day, different countries want to run themselves how they want to run themselves, man. And to be this, don't worry, I'm coming over to save all your people. You go ahead and believe that, man. If that makes you feel better at the end of the day, that great, America. The hell with loving Americans. We gonna go love on Iran. That's the move now. That's it. We want to go free up all the children in Iran. That's the mission. All the women in Iran, we got room for you in America. We're going to send all the troops over there. You don't want to believe that, bro? If that makes you feel better, then
I will never hire you for my security suite.
I would never hire you. I'm not trying to be hired by you, bro.
Your security.
I'm not trying to be hired by you. I sure wouldn't hire you, because you can't even tell the truth of what the scenario is. Why would I hire you to do anything when you can't even tell the truth of how we got to what the situation is in the neighborhood? You're going to candy coat it and turn it into some other shit that's not even real.
You saying blah, 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 blah.
No, that's what you hear. That's what you hear. You sound like to me, blah, 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 blah.
How would you handle the situation?
Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it.
You're upset about
people that are handling it. You're in America like I'm in America. Whatever's coming down the pike is coming down the pike.
Border. Like, this is crazy. Where are we at? Are we still talking about Iran? You know,
we keep cutting each other off. Well, I just like to talk 30 seconds and respond. But here's the thing, right? And if you complain about something, whatever it is, but you don't have a clear solution how to solve the problem, that's a problem. People upset about how someone handled the situation, but if you put yourself in the same person's shoes, you have nothing. You have no ideas. And for me, that's an issue. At least come up with a different type of scenario so we can understand. Say, hey, that person could have did this a different way.
Okay, great. That's your 30 seconds. Okay, great. So my 30 seconds is like this. Bro.
I'll bring you back up once he's done. Wow.
I was finished. That's all I had to say.
Can you please finish so I can bring him back up so he can respond to you?
Yeah, so again, like I'm hearing this stuff. People have to, the president, different type of leaders have to make hard decisions, right? I don't want to have that type of position, but I don't see a clear answer to that Iran Ayatollah. He killed 30,000 innocent people. I'm hearing reports on the news. They're raping women in the jail cells. All this type of craziness stuff. They want to kill us with nuclear bombs. So I don't know another way to handle the situation. Some people, some men in this life, they out to kill you, and they say, "I'm never going to stop you. You have to put me in the dirt for you to stop me." I don't know how else to handle the situation, but I.
All right, so
As I watched the CNN talking about Donald Trump wants Iran to surrender, I guess Nathan will have you thinking that, oh yeah, this is just the best way to go about it, and you're gonna make these people bow down. The reality is this, man. And this idea that America is just the John Wayne that's gonna go free up China next, I guess, and gonna go free up North Korea, right? To save all the poor people that are subjected to that. Like, that's the motive. Donald Trump gives so much shit about Iranians that's why he's over there to try to, bro. I mean, you just gonna leave Israel out the conversation. You gonna leave out the whole history of all them other countries that America's been all up in there. And look, man, these people have been on this land for a long time. So it obviously, biblically speaking, Donald Trump is fulfilling a very biblical role. But therefore, to open the book up and just say, well, yeah, that's just the way, if I was in his shoes, I'd do the same thing. And that's a whole different psychological craziness going on with that, bro. You can watch craziness that's going on and not have to go ahead and co-sign on it and like put your stamp of approval on it, and still, that don't make you less American, because guess what? There's a thing called of the people, by the people. Guess what? For the people. So you know what that means at the core? The people decide when we go to war. You know how they decide? Through the Congress people that represent the people. Did that happen, Mr. American politics? Are we going to rewrite history?
They did vote for it. They tried to present. They did. I thought
I was almost done. I almost thought I was done.
Go ahead,
or whoever. Yeah.
Go ahead, finish, sweet, please.
Let me land real quick so Melissa can educate us all about how
the
Congress voted. How the Congress.
After you go. Come on now, y'all. Let's go.
I'm trying to wrap it up in my last 15 seconds. How the Congress, I'm going to let her tell you, everybody in the room, how the Congress all came together and voted and talked to Trump ahead of time and said, okay, yeah, don't worry about that negotiation you're doing with Iran. And they said, let's just go ahead and just do this. 6 days ago, I dropped the mic.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, so there was an act to further any military activity in Iran. For what the hell is it? I'm sleepy as shit because you keep talking so goddamn. Let me get the name of the act. So they did vote against it. The House and the Senate voted to approve it, right? And so it was the War Powers Resolutions Act, where it required the president to end U.S. military action in Iran unless Congress formally authorized it, and he wouldn't be able to pursue any further military action without congressional approval. Both the House and the Senate knocked that shit down. That's why he's doing what he's doing. So, I mean, as far as Congress goes, I mean, that is Congress. And they decided that he can move forward with what he is doing without congressional approval. So, I mean, there's that.
Everybody I'm hearing on Congress talk about it, they say the complete opposite, but I'll take your word for it, I guess, over there.
Sweet. Name two things that you agree with Trump on, that you think he did.
Your job is to find a lot of good shit that Trump did, bro. I'm not here for that. Or Biden, or Obama. I don't give a shit. All I know about is we trying to survive today, tomorrow, and what the future looks like, bro. And so we trying to make moves based off of what we watching happen. That Trump, Israel, Iran, Russia, and whoever else is already playing. I think every country on the planet is vested in this thing. That's my humble opinion. In this geopolitical world we live in. So you go over there and write the book on the two main things that Donald Trump did right. while the rest of this shit is happening. Okay, Nathan?
Y'all want America to fall so bad. It's really sick.
You want to win?
Crazy.
You want to win a
People who
basketball
claim
game?
to be indigenous and love this land so bad, they just want this motherfucker to drop.
So somehow you got out of what I said. I want America to fall.
It's like a big dog gonna holler.
How you come to that conclusion? So when you in a battle, you just like okay, don't question the leadership. No, I'm not the only one battling. Check with Iran, check with Russia, check with Ukraine and Israel. Yeah. So as an American citizen, when you talk about what you're looking at, that means you don't like America because you look. Oh man, I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm just talking about what everybody else around the world is tuned into. As an American, realizing that
that's your American right. You talking about Russia and China? Them people don't got no say so. They can't tell their government shit.
Right.
Exactly. So when she and Putin decide to do whatever they're gonna do, it ain't gonna be no vote.
Hey, I'm not about to tell these people what they should and should not want. Okay?
No, exactly. You're not gonna tell she what to do. You're not gonna tell Putin what to do. But they doing what they doing based on what America's doing. Be clear about that.
High regard.
High regard. Bro, they bombs can kill too.
Please.
They got bombs.
I'm talking about the government. I'm talking about the people.
Yeah.
You talking about the government. We ain't talking about the government. We talking about the people, what the people saying they want.
Are there Chinese people in America? Are there Russian people in America? They got nothing to do with this. You can connect them dots. Okay. Are there Iranian people in America?
Just triggered, man.
I'm triggered. I'm triggered because we're having a real conversation. America's just a part of what?
You don't understand what a conversation is, sweet. I swear to God. You be arguing. You ain't having
no arguing. A different opinion is not an argument.
You're right. You're not even arguing. You just be talking.
No, so I'm talking about some real facts. I don't know what world you watching. I don't understand your fact.
Y'all not. It's the kind of conversation when you won't let nobody participate.
Nathan, no problem. You talk to somebody else. Nathan keep talking, so keep responding.
Before I get finished, you're gonna be saying something else. You don't let people respond to you. You should be talking on them and shit. Like your conversation be on steroids, like. And then you be like, yeah, well, that ain't the way. Yeah, what if it's like, bitch, shit, they ain't even finish talking before you start back talking. You ain't having a conversation.
You not even spend the time to think about what
Nathan, it's not your time to co-sign on the moderator, bro. She got her own thoughts, man, but she done teamed up with you. But Nathan, don't do that. You're gonna make me have to keep coming back and forth with you, man. I can leave it alone if you want to leave it alone, bro. Go back to your 2 points.
Hell up. That is so fucking crazy. You just can't even, you gotta respond.
I can leave it alone if you want to leave it alone.
I can leave it alone too. If you want to leave it alone, I can do that.
Crazy. Back to the war.
Listen, I don't know. I'm just in the business of being optimistic, and usually I'm not, but I am in this one because optimistic. That means World War III. So I figure you might want to be a little bit optimistic, don't you think?
I'm extremely optimistic. You know how you can be optimistic? When you tell the truth.
When you're telling the truth.
You can't candy coat the scenario and think that's being optimistic.
You couldn't even hold it to yourself. Like she wasn't that.
You asked me a question. I'm sorry.
Baby mama syndrome. I'm telling you, you just can't even hold that shit.
When somebody talks to me, I talk back. I'm sorry. That's just how I've been trained that way. She was. She said, "Can't you be optimistic?"
She's talking to the whole room.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Just thinking how the people in this country are happy that this is not the type of government or government system that we want to spread around the world. I'm sorry, no liberation of women. Women can't go to school. In Afghanistan right now, under their version of Sharia law, women are forced to see out of one eye. You can only walk around with one eye. If you see, yeah, go research that shit. Yeah, they gotta turn around to eat because they cannot expose their mouth. Every time they eat, they turn around. It's sickening. It's absolutely sickening. Let's not talk about the sexual depravity that happens to little boys and the things that they do in secrecy, right? Bachi, right? So, like, let's really be fucking for real. Y'all hyping up, oh, we don't know, These people want this shit gone. And we don't want this demonic ass shit spreading to the rest of the world. Be for real. Knock them niggas down. Blow it up. Blow it up.
Sound like an ignorant person to me. Just talking just to be talking. Have no idea what you say.
You're okay with rape.
And then get
now I'm
the
okay with
scientist
rape.
next.
Now I'm okay with rape.
Talk with what Melissa just said.
Melissa's about to go to Afghanistan and free all the women. Ain't that right, Melissa?
Damn right.
Okay, go ahead. Right, she ain't going nowhere.
What you just said, though.
So now America gotta go. Now you're telling me we'll spend trillions of dollars to go free up the women in Afghanistan. Y'all will just take the opposite side just because. Man, I guess that's something we learn in American educational system today.
The thing is that how most of our people have totally forgiven and forgotten how this country started with bloodshed and the taking of land. You know what I'm saying? And they're talking about what